Amidst the rubble of stones and piles of destroyed rubble on which snow falls, someone's hand breaks out. Next, breathing heavily and almost falling, a young man named Viscount emerges. He rests one hand on his sword and the other on the ground, looking forward with determination. The action moves back sometime to a forge building in the slums, in front of which the Viscount stands. He looks at the sword hanging on the wall, not hiding his admiration for this piece. The young man turns around at the displeased call and says that he knew about the arrival of Anna, who was standing behind him. She sighs with displeasure, commenting that she thought the Viscount had already abandoned his occupation. He asks not to get on his nerves and replies that it was just one of the breaks. Anna asks if her interlocutor is aware of the rumors that have begun to spread about him. He asks more specifically about the rumors, to which Anna first shakes her head, nervously looking around. The girl lowers her voice and asks if the Viscount still hears certain voices when he holds a weapon in his hands. Having received only silence in response, Anna sullenly asks what sins the Viscount committed in his past life. Anna says that no one could have imagined that the Viscount would be struck by lightning in the middle of the day, and not just ordinary lightning, but black lightning. She advises him to keep a low profile for a couple of days, as the new bishop, once an inquisitor of heretics, reacts sharply to such cases. The Viscount does not understand why she is telling him all this, to which she replies that she is simply worried. Anna claims that many witnessed that black lightning strike and it is dangerous to wander the streets, as the Viscount could be taken by the church. The Viscount doesn't attach much importance to Anna's words because they won't take him away for simply looking at a sword. In this case, the young man refuses Anna's offer to simply buy the sword because of the high price. The interlocutor asks with distrust about the cost of the sword, and after a short pause, the Viscount names the price of 5 gold pieces. This answer leaves the girl stunned and confused because she doesn't understand how a piece of metal can cost so much. The Viscount understands her reaction, calculating that with this money he could not work for a whole year. They suddenly hear a loud outcry about Anna calling the sword just a piece of metal. The old blacksmith walks towards them and rudely tells them to get lost, assuring them that the sword is not meant for such poor people. Anna questions the blacksmith's words and clarity of mind, because only people like them live in the slums. At this, the blacksmith becomes even more angry, offended by the girl's lack of any manners. Anna sincerely does not understand why the blacksmith is making so much noise about a sword that only some knight can buy. The blacksmith exclaims that he does not have long to live and suggests that she return to work as a dishwasher, calling her a little girl. Anna is outraged by such treatment, claiming that she is already a grown lady. The Viscount asks her to moderate her ardor and leads her away, ignoring the girl's disagreement and resistance. The blacksmith watches the young men as they leave, continuing to spit insults at Anna. He remembers those children years earlier, the 3 of them huddled under one blanket in the corners of old ruins trying to get a little warmth. When the Viscount and Anna disappear from sight, the old man curses under his breath again and turns around, preparing to return to the forge. He stops near the door, noticing footprints on the ground opposite the wall where the sword hung. These marks, clear and deep, showed that the Viscount had stood motionless for a long time, admiring the desired sword. The blacksmith says with displeasure that instead of such a waste of time, the guy could have been concerned with more important things, like earning money. The old man understands that such dreams will only complicate the Viscount's life, because the child from the slums will remain there forever. He decides that it would be better to sell his product to someone who can actually get some use out of it, because he doesn't want to leave his latest masterpiece to rot in such a place. The shining city of Sora is the center of the northern economy and a beacon of the northern region. In Sora, there are slums that hide all the filth of this city. On the second floor of one of the establishments, a woman began screaming while a client was pulling her by the hair and accusing her of fraud. The man is angrily perplexed as to how they dared to slip him a fake, since he has been working as a mercenary for 20 years. The Viscount stops in front of the man with a box of candles and comments on the noise that has arisen. The client points his finger at the Viscount and loudly demands that Madame be brought to him. The Viscount replies that to meet with Madame one must pay in gold coins, not silver coins. The man is outraged by this condition and demands that the Viscount's mother be brought in if Madame is not there. He again accuses the establishment of fraud since, in his opinion, the candles burn out too quickly. The Viscount claims that nothing can be done in the 5 minutes that the candles burn, and in such a case the man should return to his wife. The man becomes even more furious and demands that what the Viscount said be repeated. The young man is unhappy with the noise the customer is making and asks if he wants to check the spark plugs. The Viscount points to the watch behind the man and says that he will now check whether the candle burns for 5 minutes. If the candle burns out before the allotted 5 minutes have passed, the client can do whatever he wants to the woman. The man is unhappy and does not want to follow these instructions, once again accusing him of fraud. The Viscount is adamant and claims that if the candle burns for the full 5 minutes, he will beat the man as punishment. The man notices that the Viscount's eyes have changed somehow, and he is suddenly overcome with fear because of the young man's gaze. Without waiting for any agreement from the client to the stated conditions, the Viscount takes a match and lights it. He places one of the candles on the floor, brings a lit match to it, and asks which of them is now a fraud. A crowd of customers had gathered on the floor below, their attention drawn by the noise, and now the establishment was plunged into the silence of anticipation. After some time, the candle burns out and goes out. The man turns sharply to his watch, fearfully realizing that he forgot to look at the countdown time. The next moment, the Viscount hits the man in the face with a wooden stick with all his might. Blood splashes around as the man screams in pain and staggers away. The Viscount, looking angrily at the client, claims that while the candle was burning, the required 5 minutes had passed. This time, the guy swings his leg and kicks the man holding his broken nose in the back. From such a blow, the man flies into the room and falls flat on the middle of the floor. The Viscount follows and closes the door, saying that the client is about to meet his end. He asks in horror to wait, stumbling and still holding his nose, from which blood is flowing. The Viscount does not stop and showers the man with a hail of blows, accusing him of deception. He recalls the client's words about his mother and, delivering another blow, orders him to learn to be more tactful with other people. During the beating, which continued for some time, the Viscount demands that the man shut up. Morning comes and the establishment is already quiet and calm. The Viscount, cutting his breakfast, tells of what happened the previous day and expresses concern about the ruined candles, since in fact less than 5 minutes had passed. He turns to a man named Henry next to him, asking if he realizes that someone has deliberately damaged the candles. Henry barely reacts, just nodding and continuing to eat his breakfast. However, Mary, who is the same madame who listened to everything, loudly expressed her indignation that someone dared to spoil their precious candles. The Viscount replies that they should find out who is responsible for this. Mary agrees and demands that the Viscount take care of it, but then says that she has in fact already found the criminal. The Viscount, surprised by this unexpected information, inquires about the identity of the culprit. Mary smiles and explains that it was her doing, as she wanted to shake more money out of the drunken customers. Later, as he walks down the stairs, the Viscount thinks about the client he beat up yesterday for no reason. The guy remembers that he is just an ordinary worker and has nothing else to do. Suddenly, the bandit Liam calls out to him, mentioning yesterday's incident with the candle. He praises the Viscount, assuring him that he did an excellent job and asks if anything else happened in his absence. Liam brings up the fact that yesterday, the Viscount learned the secret of selling candles, and they need money because they are broke. Sensing something is wrong, the Viscount asks directly why Liam has come. The bandits are somewhat frightened by the young man's gaze, and Liam assures that the Viscount has nothing to worry about. Liam says he doesn't want to get the money for nothing, but wants to make a deal that benefits both parties. He drags out a small boy who, it turns out, was trying to pickpocket something clumsy. For this boy, whose name was Ben, Liam wanted 40 silver coins, claiming that it was a good deal. Barely containing his anger, the Viscount asks if everything is okay with the fingers and legs of the beaten Ben. Liam claims that all of the boy's limbs are intact and that he merely taught the thief a lesson. At first, the Viscount hesitates, not wanting to part with such a sum of money. As a result, he throws a bag of money on the floor, and Liam exclaims that he was confident in the Viscount's reliability. The Viscount advises that if the situation repeats itself, not to look for him, but simply kill the boy, which greatly frightens Ben. Liam claims that they are not murderers, but just bandits, and the Viscount reminds them that they are deceiving a colleague of their own family. As he leaves, Liam tells the other bandits that it couldn't have happened any other way, since the Viscount is responsible for the stray children. Ignoring the departing group, the Viscount stares at Ben. The boy fearfully asks for forgiveness and assures that he tried to act carefully. The Viscount asks if all the boy's bones are intact. Ben answers, slightly hesitantly, that not a single bone is broken. The Viscount tells the boy to get out of here quickly, while his bones are still intact. Ben obeys without question and, leaving, thanks the Viscount for his help. The young man catches his breath after what happened and, remembering the 40 pieces of silver he just lost, thinks about 5 gold coins for the sword. The Viscount comes to the pier to talk to whale hunter Oliver about the latest incidents. Oliver says Ben is lucky to have his limbs intact, showing his own hand, which is missing 2 fingers. He remembers how he lost them when the Viscount and Anna were still children, serving as a lesson to everyone else. Oliver turns the subject to the candles that caused all the fuss last night, and the Viscount is surprised at his interlocutor's knowledge. Oliver says that rumors spread quickly, but no one believes them, after which he clarifies that it is unlikely that Mary would do such a thing. The Viscount agrees, confident that neither Mary nor Henry would do such a thing. Oliver still admits the idea that they could be involved in what happened, but in that case they must have a reason. When the Viscount asks him the reason, Oliver decides that Mary and Henry would most likely do it for immediate monetary gain. He asks the Viscount to be on guard, because the organization might only need money in a very extreme case. Oliver suggests that in this scenario, a war against another organization is brewing. There are 5 chieftains in the slums of Sora, one of whom is Henry, also known as the Knight of the Courtesans. Second on the list is the Pig Butcher, otherwise known as the Black Bear. Next comes the 3rd chapter, the Player, also known as the Cube. The 4th of them is the One-Eyed Whale Hunter, aka Captain Hoover. And the last 5th chapter is the Money Beetle, also known as One-Armed Jack. After talking with Oliver, the Viscount returns to work and a crowd of people is waiting for him there. One-Armed Jack stands in front of everyone and asks the Viscount where Henry is at the moment. The Viscount looks at the Money Beetle, surprised that he came in person. The young man recalls Oliver's words about preparing for war with another organization. A man named Luke emerges from behind the Money Bug, repeating his leader's question, but in a more rude manner. The Viscount doesn't like this arrangement, but he calmly replies that he has no idea, since he is a simple candle seller. Having failed to achieve the desired result, Luke begins to get angry and throw insults at the Viscount. He tells them to go and find someone who knows, and in anger he hits the box with candles, breaking it. The Viscount continues to sit in place among the fragments of the box and scattered candles, while the others look in shock at the unfolding picture. After a short pause, the Viscount stands up and begins to collect the pieces of candles, commenting on what happened by saying that there will be no more sales today. Seeing such a cold-blooded reaction, Luke becomes even more furious, causing him to start shaking. He is indignant that the Viscount does not understand anything, but he interrupts him with words about legs. Not understanding what the Viscount said, Luke asks again in an irritated tone. The Viscount looks up with an angry, impatient look and rudely demands that Luke take his feet off. This treatment finally drives the enraged Luke crazy. After shouting an insult at the Viscount, he swings his leg to hit the young man in the face. At the last second, the Viscount ducks out of the way and a fight breaks out between them. The Viscount strikes Luke's leg with the stick he had been using to collect the broken candles. Not expecting such a turn of events, Luke jumps back, losing his balance. Filled with determination, the Viscount takes advantage of his opponent's confusion and immediately swings for another blow. The blow lands on Luke's jaw, causing him to fall completely. The crowd watching the unfolding events is in real shock. The Money Beetle also looks attentively and a small smile, mixed with surprise, appears on his face. Luke is defeated because, according to the invariable rule of the alleys, the winner is the one who remains firmly on his feet. Having recovered from the shock, the crowd of angry men grab their weapons and rush towards the Viscount, accusing him of being too brazen. Money Beetle steps between the guy and the crowd, raises his hook and orders them to stop. The Money Beetle declares that he likes the Viscount, after which he turns to the young man himself with the hope that he will be understanding of the man's one-armedness. In response to this, the Viscount calmly replies that he does not discriminate against the disabled. One-Armed Jack is amused by this answer and laughs, calling the Viscount a madman. After this, the man adds that he later wishes to speak with the Viscount face-to-face. The Money Beetle wonders whose tramp the Viscount is. The Viscount concludes that since One-Armed Jack does not know the identity of the boy's parents, they died quickly. The Money Bug is called out loudly, asking what is going on here. Henry, walking towards them, surrounded by a small crowd of bandits, declares that he would have fried meat for Jack if he had warned him of his arrival in advance. The Money Bug is distracted from his conversation with the Viscount and replies that he and Henry are not that close. Henry suggests going up to the first floor, to which the Money Bug says that instead of meat, he wouldn't mind some liqueur right now. Henry frowns, but still smiles, and states that Mary does not disappoint in matters of hospitality. Having received such an answer, the Money Beetle agrees to Henry's offer to go up to another floor. Following One-Armed Jack, the crowd moves towards the stairs under Henry's watchful eye. The Viscount exhales tensely, realizing that Henry saved him from possible death. After some time, the Viscount finishes collecting the broken candles in a separate box and is amazed at their number. At this moment, One-Armed Jack returns and calls out to the Viscount, calling him a rising star. The man says that in the conversation they had just had, Henry praised his candle seller. The Money Beetle offers a job if the Viscount suddenly gets tired of selling candles. because such a guy would not be superfluous. The Viscount calmly replies that he likes his current job because they pay him, feed him, and give him a place to sleep, and Jack just laughs at this. The money beetle takes out a gold coin and throws it to the Viscount as payment for the broken candles. The guy thoughtfully says that this amount of money for candles is more than is really necessary. The money beetle tries once again to win over the Viscount, saying that he can give him as much gold as he wants. After this, one-armed Jack turns around and leaves with his men, throwing out some parting words about delicious food. The Viscount watches them go, noticing that Money Beetle looks pleased, and tries to figure out if the deal has worked out. His thoughts are interrupted by Anna, who calls the Viscount from another floor. The girl conveys that Henry wants to talk to the Viscount. Following Anna's words, the Viscount goes up to Henry and sits down next to him. The young man looks in surprise at the thing that Henry gave him. This thing turns out to be a dagger, and Henry explains that he wanted to give it to her later, but due to compelling circumstances, he does it now. The man asks the Viscount in all seriousness to always keep the dagger on him. The Viscount looks closely and notices that there is a tense atmosphere in the room. From Henry's tone and the faces of those present, the Viscount understands that the conversation between Henry and one-armed Jack turned into a disaster for them. Henry doesn't want the Viscount to continue selling candles, to which the boy wonders what he should do in that case. Henry tells of a tip that one-armed Jack is attracting people from the outside, most likely mercenaries who were once knights. The Viscount asks inquiringly whether Henry fits this description. The man immediately answers briefly and affirmatively. One-armed Jack is a man with an incredible number of people at his disposal. However, even with this scenario, it was difficult for him to defeat Henry, who used to be a knight. However, the situation may change if the money bug attracts swordsmen of the same level as Henry to his side. Henry explains that they are currently at a disadvantage and that is why they need the Viscount. The young man is surprised and Henry continues to speak, telling him that he will soon give him his first task. The Viscount remembers Oliver, who, although he was left without 2 fingers and the ability to walk, thanks to his intelligence and efforts was able to begin working for Captain Hoover. This example teaches the Viscount that it is important to try and learn, which is why he began to train the Viscount's sword skills. During the training, the Viscount hears an unknown voice calling out to him. This voice advises the Viscount to make the angle between his elbows smaller when swinging. This voice sounds with every swing of the Viscount, which clearly irritates the young man. Ever since the Viscount was struck by black lightning, he hears this voice every time he picks up a sword or something similar. The guy decides to buy holy water before buying a real sword. He tries to ignore this voice in the hope that it will be less annoying. The Viscount returns to his training, trying to concentrate, and focuses his thoughts on the blow. He, on his own command, swings a wooden stick, but a voice orders him to bring his raised hands closer together. The Viscount's body seemed to move on its own, catching him off guard, and cut through the air with a powerful blow. The guy notices that his movements at this moment were different from previous training sessions. Previously, the Viscount simply swung his stick mindlessly, but now his movements resemble the style of the way of the sword. When this realization comes to the Viscount, he anxiously wonders what kind of entity has taken up residence in his head. The action moves to a snowy mountainous area where a man cleans his sword of blood among the trees, complaining about the cold wind that penetrates to the bones. The man's attention is drawn to something deep in the forest, distracting him from cleaning his sword. The man smirks and asks someone in front of him whether he did it on purpose or was just not very bright. Not receiving any response, the man gets up and moves towards the place where his gaze was drawn. He asks the unknown man to come out of hiding and he complies, asking if the man is Sir Michael. The man answers in the affirmative and recognizes the stranger as the Viscount, about whom there are rumors. Michael says that some people believe that the Viscount, a blonde man from the slums with blue eyes, is actually a nobleman. The Viscount does not comment on these words and hands the letter to Michael, saying that it is from Henry. After skimming through the letter, Michael realizes that Henry needs help because his competitors have hired a man who used to be a knight. Taking this as consent, the Viscount says that he will take Michael to the right place. However, Michael expresses his doubts about going after someone as stupid as the Viscount. The Viscount hopes that he can at least simply see Michael off, but Michael again expresses doubt. Michael looks menacingly at the Viscount and warns that if he suddenly gets lost, he will be killed. Such threats do not have the desired effect on the Viscount, and he continues walking after asking not to lag behind. Michael is puzzled by such an indifferent reaction, since he deliberately assumed such a threatening appearance. A smile appears on his face, and he concludes that the Viscount is a worthy man, which is why Henry chose him. After some time on their journey, they make a stop in a cave and light a fire. Michael notices that the Viscount is staring at him without taking his eyes off him and asks about it. The Viscount explains that this is the first time he has seen a retired knight up close, to which Michael asks what village the guy came from. The Viscount asks a counter question about Michael's origins, and he says that he is from Dikia. The Viscount sarcastically remarks that Dikia is also not a city-level place. Michael becomes irritated at this and reminds the Viscount that he can cut him in half. While unwrapping the pieces of sliced meat, the guy calmly asks not to say such terrible things. Michael notices that the meat in the Viscount's hands is fresh and asks if he will share it with his interlocutor. The Viscount says that he has no more meat and asks if Michael himself has any food. The man reluctantly replies that he has food and shows pieces of dried meat. The Viscount places sticks with pieces of meat on the fire to roast, and the smell spreads throughout the cave, making Michael very hungry. Michael clears his throat and asks if the Viscount would like to ask him anything. To the Viscount's bewilderment, Michael explains that he is ready to answer any question for a piece of meat. The Viscount says that he can share the meat just like that, but this option does not suit Michael because of knightly honor. Michael explains that knights never take for free, but always give something in exchange. The Viscount reminds him that Michael is a retired knight, but this does not matter to the man, and then the Viscount asks his name. When Michael answers, the Viscount also asks the man to state his age, from which he learns that he is 42 years old. Michael is clearly tense, and the Viscount asks if the other person can at least use aura. Michael realizes that the Viscount only appears innocent at first glance. Michael goes on to say that not all knights can use aura, and that its use in combat varies greatly. The Viscount is not satisfied with this answer and repeats his question. Seeing Michael hesitate to give a direct answer, the Viscount comes to a realization. He takes the sticks of fried meat and hands them to Michael, offering to take it all. The man says that a knight should only take what he can pay for, and then takes up his sword. The man pulls his sword out of its sheath, remembering the times when he could do whatever he wanted, but now he eats jerky for days. The Viscount looks on, his eyes wide and not quite believing that he is allowed to look. Michael stands up, raises his sword point up, and closes his left eye. Noticing that only one eye is closed, the Viscount asks why his interlocutor did this. Michael says that he needs to create peace from the depths of his soul and concentrates on the sword. The man tells the Viscount to watch closely as his closed eye begins to emit a blue light. Suddenly, the cave is filled with such a glow that it makes the Viscount close his eyes and cover his head with his hand. However, the boy continues to watch and realizes that Michael has just summoned an aura, the essence of the knights. After some time, the Viscount and Michael finally reach the slums. Michael says the filth makes him feel like a vagabond, but the Viscount points out that in the slums it's better to look like one than like a knight. Michael replies that he was not talking about his appearance but about his condition, because he does not understand why he would go through such a hole. The Viscount explains that he was told to escort Michael and that he was not allowed to go through the main gate, but when they arrived, he would prepare a bath for the man. Continuing to walk, Michael notices that it is too quiet around, even alarmingly, but the Viscount is not surprised by this situation since it is night now. However, soon after these words, they stop because of the scene unfolding ahead. Michael anxiously asks if this is a common situation in the slums, to which he receives a negative answer. On the street in front of them lay a dozen bloody corpses of men who had obviously died in the battle. The Viscount suggests that they split up and explains where the back entrance is, which only his own people know about. The young man himself decides to go through the main entrance and hurries to his destination. Out of breath, he runs into the establishment and looks at the situation in horror. There had clearly been a fight in the room, as dishes, chairs, and food were scattered disgracefully across the floor. Sitting amidst all this mayhem, a bandaged Henry explains that the money bug attacked them first. The Viscount asks worriedly if Henry is safe after the attack. Looking back at the corpse, the man says that he hasn't encountered anyone of the knight's level for a long time, so everything ended the way it did. Putting aside the discussion of what happened, Henry asks if the Viscount completed the task. The guy says that the main entrance was being watched, so he told Michael to go from the other side and he should have arrived by now. Henry angrily announces that they plan to attack the money bug tomorrow and end all this. Having calmed down a bit, Henry asks if Michael is okay. The Viscount answers in the affirmative and says that Michael seemed like a good man to him. The guy also notes that Michael is quite a modest person, and they discuss how the man has changed. The Viscount expresses his confidence in the successful outcome of tomorrow, since Michael knows how to use the aura. Hearing this, Henry is confused and horrified and asks the Viscount again. The young man does not notice Henry's negative reaction and, hearing footsteps, says that it seems Michael has already arrived. Henry asks if Michael actually used the aura, and the Viscount says he saw it himself. Having received this answer, Henry orders the Viscount to stand behind him. Taking up the sword, Henry states that Michael never knew how to use aura. This information takes the Viscount by surprise, but he doesn't have time to ask Henry when the door opens behind him. A bloody Michael enters the room and comments on how far away Henry has settled. Henry shields the Viscount and holds his sword forward, preparing for battle. Michael notes that Henry has changed a lot, to which he asks why he came now. Michael reveals that Earl William recently died and shocks Henry with the news. Due to certain circumstances, the Count's death was not announced, but Michael is confident that everyone will know about it soon. Michael pours a drink into a glass and suggests honoring the memory of the deceased Count. Henry becomes enraged and lunges towards Michael with his sword, preparing to attack. Michael looks at this calmly and is about to say something else. Before he can finish, Henry delivers a devastating blow. It turns out that Henry is behind his back and says that he also wants to drink to the new Count. Hearing this, Henry turns around and rushes at Michael again, preparing to attack. This time, Michael steps in and deflects Henry's blow. Blocking a weapon aimed at him with his sword, Michael reveals that he was given orders to retrieve the deserting knight Henry. In response to this, Henry angrily declares that the new Earl is not his master. Michael expected such a reaction, and reports that the Count did not even hope for Henry's obedient return. A fierce battle ensues between the men. The Viscount shouts that it is dangerous to be here and shields Mary from the flying shards of crockery and pieces of furniture. The two of them run towards the exit of the room while Henry holds Michael back. Liam and his men have already gathered downstairs and, seeing the Viscount and Mary running out, they ask about the reason for the noise upstairs. The Viscount loudly tells Liam to call everyone he can for help and is about to explain what is happening, but does not have time. Henry flies past him, breaking through the wall and falling backwards, shocking everyone present. At the place where the wall was broken, Michael is still standing in a fighting pose. He turns to Henry, asking if he still makes naive decisions. Henry falls to the ground floor with a crash, breaking the floor beneath him, and everyone runs to him. The man is covered in cuts and bruises but is still alive and trying to get up. Michael watches coldly from above as his opponent barely moves. The same dagger that Henry gave to the Viscount flies towards Michael. Michael manages to react and at the last moment blocks the dagger with his sword. The dagger plunges into the floor, leaving the Viscount unarmed. Michael does not attack the Viscount but instead jumps down straight towards Henry. The Viscount immediately shouts warningly at Henry to roll away. Michael's blow misses Henry, but is so powerful that it throws the man back. Henry breaks his hand on the floor. Michael looks at him and asks why the man doesn't just obey the order. He doesn't answer that he is a human being and is not going to obey the orders of scum. Michael disagrees, stating that Henry is not a man but a knight. While they were talking, Lay and his men had already taken up arms and stood behind Henry, preparing for battle. Michael assesses the situation and says that the night is already dragging on. He closes his eyes and says that now he wants to rest. The Viscount runs towards them as fast as he can, but doesn't make it in time. Michael's sword is engulfed in the same cold glow that it had just seen in the cave. Realizing where this is headed, the Viscount screams in an attempt to stop Michael. The gathered crowd of people is covered from head to toe in shining stripes. Henry, who is also covered by unknown stripes, looks at what is happening in bewilderment. Michael slashes and all the stripes from the people's bodies fly towards Michael's sword. The room is filled with a blinding light, and the Viscount only has time to cover his head with his hands. This is followed by a light explosion that blows out glass throughout the entire building. There is chaos inside the establishment and everything is falling apart. Because of the rising dust, the Viscount does not immediately understand what is happening. Then he looks up and sees a pile of bodies with cuts where the glowing stripes had been. The Viscount realizes that everyone who was there is dead and is horrified. The guy notices movement to his side and doesn't immediately figure out who's standing there. He notices Henry's facial features and already thinks that the leader has survived. The Viscount's relief is short-lived, and he sees a nightmarish picture unfolding. The Viscount recalls how Henry was the first to lend him a helping hand and teach him everything the boy knows. The young man considered the leader to be the strongest man of all, but now Michael stands before his eyes. The man holds Henry's severed head in his hands, and the Viscount's world is shattered into pieces. Overcome with rage and grief, the Viscount grabs a nearby sword and lunges at Michael. A voice in his head calls for him to stop. But the Viscount doesn't listen and delivers the same slashing blow he learned in training. Michael recognizes the boy's fighting style as the way of the sword. The man wonders how a street kid could know this way. This turn of events impresses Michael, which he says. The Viscount does not listen to the man's words and again rushes at him with the desire to kill. However, this time the Viscount does not have time to finish the blow, as Michael kicks him in the stomach. From the force of the blow, the Viscount flies several meters to the other wall and drops the sword from his hands. Michael notices that the Viscount managed to turn around to block the blow and realizes that the Viscount's fighting technique is innate. The Viscount doubles over in pain from his stomach and hears a voice in his head telling him not to pass out. Michael sees potential in the Viscount and decides that there is no point in ruining such a promising future. The man has no intention of killing the Viscount, even if he returns later with a sharper sword. Michael remembers studying with Henry as a young man, and how he said it was always nice to see that kind of potential. The man turns to the Viscount, reminding him that a knight takes only if he can give something in return. Still reeling from the excruciating pain, the Viscount looks up and doesn't understand where Michael is leading. The man says that his real name is Ezra, and that he is not 42 years old, after which he throws some of the meat he took from the cave onto the Viscount. He claims that he took too much meat, but he will take Henry's head with him. The man believes that this is an acceptable price and his right as the winner. Tears well up in the Viscount's eyes and he says that he will definitely kill Ezra. The man turns around and says that in such a state the Viscount should not even ask for compensation for the meat. The Viscount tries to get up and angrily repeats that he will kill Ezra. Tears run down the faces of the young men as Ezra leaves, so that he can just wait until the Viscount comes to kill him. After some time, the Viscount will come through the streets of the slums, leaning on Anna, who came to his aid. The pain in the boy's stomach intensifies and he falls to the ground. A memory of Mary immediately after what happened in their establishment flashes before his eyes. The woman sternly ordered the depressed guy to get up if he didn't want to die here. The Viscount seemed not to listen to Mary, still remaining in a depressed state after what he had seen. Receiving no reaction in return, Mary slapped the Viscount in the face to bring him to his senses. She doesn't intend to feel sorry for the guy and tells him to get it together. The woman asks if the Viscount knows the difference between the people from the city center and the losers from the slums. Without waiting for an answer, Mary explains that the difference is in the possibilities. People in the city center can stand up even if they have fallen more than once, because they can afford it. The woman points to the chaos and corpses, saying that this is all the result of just one mistake. In this way, she explains to the Viscount that, unlike the people from the center, they will die if they make a mistake just once, and this is their fate. Mary grabs the Viscount by the shoulders and asks him not to miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. The Viscount reminds himself of this, which gives him the strength to hold on. Anna asks worriedly about the Viscount's condition and asks if she should walk more slowly. The Viscount tells her to move on because he can't end things like this. However, at this moment they are discovered by a man with a bat, shouting that he has found Henry's henchman. Realizing that he and Anna are now in danger, the Viscount grabs her hand and tells her to run. A crowd of armed men comes running to the man's cry and pursues the Viscount and Anna. Ignoring the pain, the Viscount continues to run and realizes that if they were lonely birds, now is the time for them to fly. After some time of pursuit, the crowd of armed men loses sight of the Viscount and Anna. Among them is Luke, who demands to check all corners, promising a reward for finding the fugitives. After his last skirmish with the Viscount, Luke had several of his teeth knocked out, and he wants to take revenge for his humiliation. The crowd decides to split up to search. Since the Viscount and Anna could not have gone far, they run past the doors without noticing that the lock is broken. The Viscount is holding a dagger in his hands behind the door, ready to defend himself if necessary, while Anna sits with her hands over her mouth. The Viscount listens to the commotion outside and realizes that at this rate they will not be able to escape. He advises Anna to leave and return only when everything has calmed down. The Viscount realizes that he also needs to get out somehow, but going with Anna is too dangerous. The girl is not happy with this arrangement, and she declares that she wants to stay with the Viscount. However, the Viscount promised Mary that Anna would only help him get to a safe place, so he tells the girl to go to the convent before dawn. Otherwise, Anna can go to heaven, but the girl is not convinced and again says that she will not go anywhere. The Viscount begins to get angry, calling Anna an idiot, because now he is unable to protect her. Anna is shaking and with tears in her eyes is about to say something, but they are interrupted by someone's voice asking if there is anyone in the building. In fear, Anna immediately grabs the knife lying nearby. A figure of a man holding a lantern approaches them. This man turns out to be the blacksmith with whom the boys had argued over the sword the day before. The blacksmith wonders what Anna and the Viscount are doing here, to which the girl tells him not to come near. The man sullenly reminds that, in fact, it was the Viscount and Anna who broke into his house. However, Anna does not calm down and only warns the blacksmith even louder not to move, otherwise she will stab him. The blacksmith calmly expresses his understanding of the Viscount and Anna's situation and asks them to lower their weapons. Anna does not obey and, continuing to clutch the knife in her hands, demands that he give her the sword. The blacksmith asks again in bewilderment, to which Anna explains that it is not safe outside the city. The Viscount is annoyed by her behavior and asks her to lower her weapon, but the girl does not listen and repeats her demand. The blacksmith reminds himself that the slums always reveal the true colors of people who need to take something from others to survive. The blacksmith feels annoyed that times do not change and young people have to go through the same things that he once did. Anna's patience runs out and with a loud cry she swings her knife. The Viscount immediately calls out to her loudly, hoping to stop her from acting rashly. However, instead of hitting the blacksmith, Anna cuts off her long hair. The man, already resigned to his fate, looks at Anna in shock. Anna says in a trembling voice that she will pay for the sword, even though her hair is not enough, but she will definitely give the rest later. The blacksmith looks at Anna's fallen strands of hair as she tearfully asks him again to give the sword to the Viscount. Having assessed the situation, the man turns to the Viscount, asking if he is going to leave. Still reeling from Ezra's blow, the Viscount responds firmly and affirmatively. The blacksmith thinks that in his life he was unable to do only one thing that he always dreamed of. He looks at the determined Viscount and understands that the guy will succeed. The man sighs in irritation, saying that these two have caused him trouble. He turns and tells the Viscount and Anna to follow him. After some time, the blacksmith walks along a path surrounded by mountains of junk, dragging a heavy cart behind him. There is another man behind them pushing a cart and noticing the stench surrounding them. The man says that this is their only way, but at that moment he is suddenly called out. A small group of bandits approach the blacksmith with an unfriendly look and ask what the old man is doing here so late. While examining the cart with the blacksmith's things, one of those who approached said doubtfully that it was already late time to throw out the trash. The blacksmith does not lose his composure and verbally attacks, responding that the guys have blocked all the alleys with their worthless battle, and the forge will soon burst from the amount of garbage. The bandit sighs in irritation at first, but notices the man behind the cart. The guy has doubts because, as far as he knew, the blacksmith works alone. In response to this, the blacksmith complains that he was tired of working alone, so he gave the poor fellow some bread in exchange for help. This argument does not convince the bandit, and he points his sword towards the blacksmith's assistant, lifting his hood with the blade. The bandit tells him not to move unless the blacksmith's assistant wants something cut off. With a sharp swing of his sword, the bandit cuts the blacksmith's assistant's hood. Under the cloak is Anna, who begins to play along with the blacksmith and say that it is hard to make a living. Because of her cut hair, the bandit does not recognize her and allows her to go. The blacksmith indignantly asks what bandit is staring at, and he replies that Henry's wanted henchman is the blonde man whose body they still haven't found. The blacksmith clicks his tongue and asks if he can go on now, but the bandit decides it's better to make sure. He calls out to one of his men and orders him to check the cart, not yet knowing that the Viscount is actually lying there. Obeying the order, a guy named John approached the cart with a sharpened wooden stick. Realizing that the Viscount could be discovered now, Anna becomes very nervous and hides her gaze, which does not escape John's attention. The guy asks to treat him with understanding and without hatred, because he is just doing his job. The next moment he hits the pile of rubbish with the sharp end of the stick. The blacksmith and Anna immediately tense up, afraid that the Viscount will be pierced by the blow, but nothing happens. As if in passing, John says that he heard that Oliver launched a boat on the river. According to the guy, everyone thinks that Oliver had some reason to do it, and that's why the other groups went there. He then pulled a stick out of the pile of rubbish and conveyed that everything was in order, so the blacksmith could move on. It turns out that John is Ben's older brother, who was saved by the Viscount the day before, and by letting the blacksmith through, he pays off the debt for those 40 silver coins. The Viscount understands that John intentionally helped him and provided information, for which he mentally thanks the guy. Soon the blacksmith and Anna bring the cart to a place within the city walls where garbage is usually taken out. Anna cries as she says goodbye to the Viscount and says that he must cope with everything. The blacksmith throws out the contents of the cart, and along with the trash, the Viscount flies down a small cliff, holding that very sword in his hand. Having emerged from the pile of rubbish, the Viscount heads to the same forest near the mountains from which he recently returned. The guy lights a fire and, taking a sword in his hands, asks the voice in his head if he can hear him. Having received an affirmative answer, the Viscount asks who this voice is, but the voice itself has no idea. The young man is surprised that the voice in his head knows so much about swords, but knows nothing about his personality. But then the Viscount concludes that this arrangement is even to his advantage and offers a mutually beneficial deal. He states that he will help the voice regain its memories if it is his sword. Even if it turns out that the voice is on the side of evil, the Viscount doesn't care. Remembering Ezra, the Viscount is more afraid of being a nobody and nothing else worries him. Hearing this, the voice in his head agrees to the proposed conditions and promises to tell him about his sword. Time passes and the action moves north to the camp of the Bayezid family. The family's second son, Joseph, has a strategy map laid out in front of him, on which he is arranging chess pieces. His thoughts are interrupted by Jaeger, who comes in and announces his return. Jaeger notices that Joseph is in a worried state and asks what is troubling the young master. Joseph explains that all their actions and attacks are too easy. According to the huntsman, the subjugation of the monster is going smoothly and the losses are small, and those who died were only mercenaries. This does not suit Joseph, because if there are no unforeseen circumstances and deserters, then his ability to command will be doubted. The ones who will have the most doubts will be his father, his vassals, and Ryan, his older brother from another mother. In such a case, Joseph's chances of becoming the next Earl are at risk and total destruction may be inevitable. Their family is famous for its military, as evidenced by its history, in which Joseph's father fought his brother for the title. Joseph states that, aside from Jaeger, he is severely short of swordsmen. Hearing this, Jaeger says that he has another report, which interests Joseph. According to the report, they have found one suspicious soldier, and Joseph immediately thinks that he is his brother's spy. However, Jaeger does not agree with this conclusion and suggests that Joseph go and see for himself to understand. Jaeger takes the young master to a place where the cut-up corpses of goblins are hung. The sight and smell of this makes Joseph feel sick, and he covers his nose with a handkerchief, commenting on the horror of this picture. Jaeger says that all of this was made by the hands of a child who is just learning to swing a sword. Jaeger leads Joseph further, showing him the still hanging bodies of goblins with similar cuts. Joseph estimates the number of goblins killed and, in shock, asks Jaeger if it was really the same person who did all of this. Jaeger answers in the affirmative and adds that the ones hanging in front of them were the ones that were sent yesterday. Joseph is amazed when he learns that the corpses he saw before were killed a month ago. He looks at the goblins again, firmly convinced that it was simply impossible to pull off such a feat in just a month. Not far from this camp, a battle is taking place between goblins and a group of mercenaries. The man with the shield, who was in front of the others, orders them to close the ranks to prevent the goblins from escaping. One of the mercenaries kills a goblin with a spear and suggests starting to finish off the rest. However, the group standing at a distance does not share his joy and looks in fear at something terrible behind the mercenary. Seized by the opportunity to kill the goblin, the man does not notice how a huge creature with a correspondingly sized club appears behind him. The man doesn't even have time to turn around and understand what's going on when the thug strikes. Having finished with one mercenary, the hobgoblin turns to the remaining frightened group. The mercenaries don't understand where the thug came from and decide to retreat. A man named Austin blocks their path, ordering them to attack, otherwise they will not get the money. However, the mercenaries do not obey, explaining that they were not warned about such a danger and their level of training does not match the enemy. One of the mercenaries offers the man to fight himself, and he irritably pulls his sword out of its sheath. At this point, the enraged hobgoblin throws another dead mercenary right in front of the man, making him doubt his decision to attack. A young man confidently walks through the crowd of mercenaries straight towards the hobgoblin. This young man turns out to be the Viscount, whom the others call the Praying Ryman. The hobgoblin notices the Viscount, who quickly swings his sword and wounds the monster right in the side. However, the wound is not deep enough as the Viscount expected, and the hobgoblin swings his huge club. A voice in Viscount's head orders him to dodge, and he obeys instantly, dodging the crushing blow. Having jumped back some distance, the Viscount realizes with annoyance that he was unable to kill the hobgoblin with one blow. The voice is outraged by the Viscount's failed attempt, having already explained the whole essence of this blow to the young man. The Viscount points his sword at the enraged hobgoblin again and says that he simply took a detour. During the battle, the brute swings his club several times, but the Viscount successfully dodges the blows each time. Enraged even more, the monster takes the club in both hands and delivers a powerful blow to the place where the Viscount was standing at that moment. The impact sends clouds of snow into the air, making it impossible to see what is happening. However, when the snow clouds settle, the hobgoblin sees that the club has landed on only a layer of snow. The Viscount finds himself behind the monster and before it has time to come to its senses and turn around, delivers the final blow with his sword. Having learned the Viscount's nickname, Joseph demands that Jaeger dig up as much information as possible on the guy. He looks over the goblin corpses once again, noticing that the cuts on them are crooked and clumsy, not believing that the Viscount has been walking the path of the sword for a month now. Joseph admits that it takes a genius to do such a thing, while the Viscount kills the hobgoblin with a sharp and swift blow. After the battle, the mercenaries collect the goblin corpses and look for some kind of rarities or valuables, but instead, they find only trash. One of the mercenaries approaches the Viscount, calling him captain and enthusiastically praising him for a job well done. Such flattery has no effect on the Viscount, and he sullenly advises her to start collecting corpses instead of wasting time on idle chatter. The mercenary replies that they are almost finished with the collection and asks if the Viscount would like to work with him. He begins to argue this with his mind, but the Viscount interrupts him, saying that he does not want to work with swindlers. This answer does not satisfy Ethan, and he suddenly starts talking about the mercenary label, claiming that in this case the Viscount can no longer use it. Ethan begins to tell about a friend who knows how to settle such issues, but the Viscount immediately interrupts him. He turns to Ethan and coldly warns that some people here could get killed for talking too much. Ethan senses the threat and begins to nervously justify himself by saying that he only wanted to help the Viscount earn more money with such skills than he is currently receiving. This does not convince the Viscount, and he again repeats the demand to continue the cleansing. Otherwise, Ethan risked saying goodbye to his head. Realizing that the attempt to negotiate has reached a dead end, Ethan nevertheless leaves to carry out the orders. Having finally gotten rid of the intrusive Ethan, the Viscount goes deep into the forest, which the other mercenaries notice and assume that the guy is going to pray again. They watch as the Viscount draws his sword and admire his fortitude, convinced that the young man must be from a noble family. However, in reality, the Viscount is not praying, but is pondering the mistakes of the battle and annoyedly scolding himself for not being able to kill with one blow. A voice in his head reminds him that the principle of a one-hit kill is surprise, but the Viscount doesn't quite understand what that means. The voice begins to explain the sequence of actions, but does so in words and descriptions that are not entirely clear to the Viscount, like whoosh and bam. While the Viscount tries to understand the meaning of these words, the other mercenaries continue to admire him and begin to pray as well. Having finally finished collecting the corpses, the mercenaries return to the camp with many tents to finally rest. The Viscount looks with disgust at the soup served to him, not entirely sure what kind of meat is in his spoon, or if it is meat at all. However, Ethan, who is sitting next to him, is happy with everything, because the food is free, which means it shouldn't matter what kind of meat is in it. For mercenaries, this situation is a luxury, so even taking into account that the dish is noticeably oversalted, it is better than nothing. Realizing that he should not expect any other food here, the Viscount gets up from the table and leaves, wishing the others to enjoy their food. The mercenaries look after him and assume that he is going to the priest again, and some are even thinking about starting to pray as well. In a large and spacious tent with a cross at the entrance, the Viscount is met by an elderly priest who immediately recognizes the young man. The Viscount makes a small bow of respect and greeting, and asks if the priest had a good night's rest. He smiles and replies that he heard that the Viscount also prayed last night and asks if the guy got cold. The Viscount recalls how he actually trained at night instead of praying, and replies that he cannot freeze while praising God. The priest likes the words very much, and with an even bigger smile he praises the Viscount for such sincere faith. A boy named Jean approaches the priest and tells him that the food is ready, to which the priest thanks Jean. The man seats the Viscount at the table, inviting him to join him for breakfast, but the Viscount is somewhat hesitant, saying that he did not come for the food. The priest and Jean also sit down at the table and begin to pray before starting the meal. They thank God for the food, hoping that it will help them gain strength to help do good to others. The priest watches the Viscount pray and is amazed at his faith, so firmly preserved even in the midst of such a low place. He sees potential in the boy and wants to lead him, to guide this young man who will always have blood on his hands after battles. Having finished praying, the Viscount looks with appetite at the hot, aromatic soup and the rare, fresh white bread. While the Viscount is starting breakfast, the priest starts a conversation about the Viscount with the Sword of the Youth, about whom many have already heard. The priest tells how Sir Jaeger came to him a couple of days ago to ask about the Viscount. The Viscount himself does not yet fully understand what the priest is leading to, so he adds that he recommended the young mercenary to Sir Jaeger. This turn of events takes the Viscount by surprise, while the priest continues to say that he would like to see the boy grow in his skill and success. The man argues that the Bayezid family is well known in the north, and by working for them, the Viscount will find himself in a much more comfortable environment. Having finished his breakfast and pondering this news, the Viscount goes back into the forest, clearly not delighted that such attention was paid to him. The Viscount suggests that he was too suspicious, and the voice replies that it could not be otherwise, since his Viscount swordsmanship can only be learned through life experience. The bigger problem for the voice seems to be being too close to the priest, but the Viscount says he just needed to make sure. The boy had heard about the great divine power of the priest, enough to become a bishop. Since he did not notice anything suspicious, the Viscount is now sure that the voice is not an evil creature. The Viscount is hesitant to stay here, but the voice suggests that the Viscount's fake identity may be overlooked due to his astonishing skills. The Viscount is nervous, thinking about the mercenary he killed for theft, because now, in addition to the false identity, he can also be accused of murder. Taking this into account, the voice decides that it would be better to run away, since a statement of self-defense will only help with witnesses. The Viscount agrees and wants to escape tonight, taking Ethan with him, who will help him get a fake label. A voice interrupts the Viscount's thoughts, warning him that someone who resembles an advanced knight is approaching him. The Viscount immediately grabs his sword and turns around, preparing to defend himself if necessary. Sir Jaeger appears in front of the boy, somewhat surprised that the Viscount noticed his presence so quickly. Sir Jaeger ignores the sword pointed at him and calmly conveys that Joseph wishes to see the Viscount. The Viscount thinks with annoyance that he should have agreed immediately and without hesitation, because if he behaves incorrectly, the situation will turn out worse. The guy tries to make a stone face so as not to show his emotions, and says that the opportunity given to him is an honor for him. Jaeger asks if the Viscount knew about his arrival, to which the young man tells about the priest's words, adding that he did not expect Sir Jaeger so soon. The man watches carefully and notices how such a young guy is not at all afraid of him. Sir Jaeger turns towards the camp and asks the Viscount to follow him. The Viscount looks at Jaeger's retreating back and considers whether to try to escape now, but the voice immediately advises him to abandon this idea. The voice argues that a knight of Jaeger's level will kill the Viscount before he can take a few steps away. Realizing that he has no other choice, the Viscount sheathes his sword and follows Jaeger. They soon reach their destination, and Joseph greets them, saying that he is glad to finally meet the Viscount in person. The young master asks if there is anything bothering the Viscount about the mercenaries' work, but he replies that everyone is grateful for Joseph's attention to them. Joseph thoughtfully recounts that because of his light hair and blue eyes, he mistook the Viscount for the son of some fallen noble family. He asks if the young man's name is really Riemann, to which he, after a second's hesitation, answers in the affirmative. Suddenly, Sir Jaeger hits the Viscount in the face so hard that the boy's head is thrown to the side. Joseph looks at this and coldly says that he can't stand liars, which in his opinion should have been said a little earlier. The Viscount learns that they know his name and who his mother was, but they have not yet found anything on his father. Joseph wonders if the Viscount even knows his father by sight. Rubbing the cut on his face from the blow, the Viscount says that asking him about his father is simply ridiculous. Jaeger considers this answer too rude, for which he kicks the Viscount, who falls to his knees. Joseph comes closer, telling Jaeger that such actions are not necessary. The young gentleman understands that the Viscount alone could deal with an entire squad of mercenaries. Joseph says that they already know the reason for the Viscount's escape from Swara, but he is interested in where the young man learned fencing. Receiving no answer, Joseph looks straight into the Viscount's eyes and says that there are too many secrets hidden behind them. The Viscount, not daring to stand up fully, hears Sir Jaeger behind him drawing his sword from its sheath. Not wanting to part with his head so soon, the Viscount tells that he had a teacher who appeared and disappeared like lightning. According to the Viscount, his teacher did not reveal his name, but demanded that the man's secret never be revealed to anyone. The boy's firm look and tone convinced Joseph, after which he apologizes for treating the Viscount so rudely. The young gentleman explains that he is currently in a difficult situation and wants to offer something to the Viscount. He extends his hand to the young man and asks if he would like to move up in his career. Joseph adds that he offers the Viscount power and freedom, survival and chivalry. He, as a representative of his family, wants to support the Viscount, and in the end, the guy agrees. After some time, a training battle between the Viscount and the Jaeger takes place on the campgrounds. A small group of mercenaries watches this, one of whom is surprised by the Viscount's resilience, while another replies that Jaeger is not fighting at full strength. Observers speculate that the Viscount will become Sir Jaeger's apprentice, given the boy's outstanding skills. One of the mercenaries says that the Viscount is lucky, because in this way, he is securing a bright future for himself. However, Jaeger does not share the positive opinion of the Viscount's skills, calling the young man an arrogant trifle. The man was unhappy that with such poor abilities, the Viscount held his head too high in conversation with Joseph. Jaeger fights with only one hand, while his opponent is forced to hold the sword with both hands, barely having time to defend himself. The young man barely manages to parry the blows, nervously admitting that Jaeger is on a completely different level of strength and skill. Realizing that it is pointless to try to block the attacks any further, the Viscount decides to go on the offensive. Swinging sharply, the boy strikes with a wooden sword and his and Jaeger's weapons cross. The attack is successful, and the watching mercenaries rejoice for the Viscount, praising him. Sir Jaeger also looks on approvingly, saying that at least the Viscount should be able to do this. However, the Viscount himself does not feel satisfied, as he understands that Jaeger deliberately allowed the guy to commit the blow. The fight finally ends and Jaeger announces that the Viscount will spar twice a day, morning and evening. The man leaves, leaving only words that, despite the end of the fight, the Viscount should not relax. The guy looks after Jaeger, dissatisfied with such a level of indifference that he didn't even give any advice after training. The voice enthusiastically notes the fencing skill of Jaeger, who repelled each of the Viscount's attacks, although they were all superficial. When told that this is how new things are learned, the Viscount sullenly comments on the lack of anyone on his side. Meanwhile, Jaeger returns to the tent, reporting on the past battle to Joseph, to which he asks the knight's opinion. In Jaeger's opinion, the Viscount could be used, since his abilities now would be enough to attract the attention of the Count, even if the guy was from a noble family. However, the man then adds that the Viscount is too arrogant, which is why he does not understand his place. This is not news to Joseph, who did not expect high manners to be learned from a boy who came straight from the slums. Joseph believes that right in front of him stands the very person capable of teaching and educating the Viscount. After a short pause, Jaeger reminds the young master that an unfaithful sword cannot be trusted. But Joseph states that even if the Viscount bowed his head, he still would not believe the young man, and his only goal is to allow the Viscount to reveal his inner potential. Joseph recalls how a little earlier the Viscount, with anger in his eyes, spoke of a certain matter that he must complete at any cost. Joseph sees the benefit in this, as a relationship where both parties need something from each other can perform well. Joseph compares the Viscount in his mind to a dangerous wolf, arrogant and discontented, who cannot be trusted. The young gentleman asks Jaeger not to rush things, so that he can build such a spacious cage for the wolf that he will confuse it with freedom. Darkness falls and Ethan stands guard over the camp, shivering in the winter fog. Remembering that their captain will now serve under Sir Jaeger, the mercenary regrets that he did not gain the Viscount's attention much earlier. However, he consoles himself with the thought that gradually moving up the career ladder is no worse, and he won't have to go on an expedition in such cold weather. Ethan's thoughts are interrupted by Knight Ross, who comes over to make sure everything is okay. Ethan insists that nothing unusual is happening, to which he receives a demand to pull himself together and work properly. Ethan watches Ross go by and mutters that they're already standing close enough together that they won't miss anyone. Realizing that no one would be coming to check on him anytime soon, Ethan leans against a tree, considering taking a short nap. As soon as the mercenary closes his eyes, he hears Ross's loud voice asking what they are doing. However, the next moment Ethan realizes that the question was not addressed to him, as Ross continues talking to someone. The person Ross turned to is looking for a child and mistakes the knight himself for that child. Ethan becomes wary, not understanding what is going on and why Ross has suddenly gone silent. He notices that the knight has headed in the opposite direction from the camp, which worries Ethan even more. The mercenary looks more closely and notices that there is an incomprehensible black haze flying around Ross. Suddenly, Ethan sees a creepy creature appear right above the knight's head with its mouth wide open, as if screaming. The next day comes and the Viscount returns from training, feeling his entire body ache from overexertion. The voice advises not to complain and not to miss a good opportunity because many would like to study with such a valuable knight as Jaeger. The Viscount thinks that Jaeger just wanted to beat him up, but the voice thinks that this sparring is only better because it gives more motivation. Suddenly, the Viscount is distracted by the cry of Ethan, who desperately calls out to the young man, hiding behind a tree. The Viscount frowns and asks when Ethan managed to return, since the expeditionary force should still be on the way. Ethan ignores the question and tells the Viscount that he is planning to escape from the camp today, which leaves the Viscount confused. Ethan asks not to forget that he came only with good intentions and suggests meeting later. The Viscount still doesn't understand what kind of nonsense Ethan is talking about, but he replies that it is not nonsense at all. The mercenary claims to have seen with his own eyes that the forests they were supposed to explore were actually cursed. Seeing Viscount's shock, Ethan reminds him that they have had deserters before, even though the work environment is fine and the pay is high. When the Viscount confirms this fact, Ethan explains in horror that, in fact, these people did not escape, but were stolen by the forests. He remembers the creepy creature from yesterday and claims that it was a ghost that takes people away. However, the Viscount does not believe this story and hits Ethan with his hand, scolding him for such absurd jokes. Ethan stands his ground, trying to prove the truth of his words, and says that the knight Ross disappeared yesterday. The mercenary quickly adds that while he was returning, he also realized that all the missing guys had dark hair. The Viscount reports the information he has received to Jaeger, and, having assembled a squad, they set out to search. Frustrated and scared, Ethan walks ahead, showing the way and regretting that he didn't just leave with his things. Jaeger asks the Viscount if Ethan can be trusted, and he replies that he cannot. But still, the mercenary is not crazy. Jaeger reflects on Joseph's words, who believes that this is a good opportunity to open a new direction instead of a useless expedition. However, Jaeger is very concerned about the fact that all of the missing people had the same dark hair color. The Viscount reports that 3 knights were put on duty on suspicion of some mishap. But Jaeger replies that it is only because of their uselessness. The knight understands that he cannot stand aside, because until Ross is found, someone more experienced must take his place. His thoughts are interrupted by Ethan, who points towards a group of people certain that this is the Expeditionary Forces camp. From this detachment, Sir Ross's subordinate, Ed, steps forward and introduces himself to Jaeger. Jaeger asks if there really were no traces found after searching the entire forest, and Ed immediately confirms this. Sir Ross's subordinate says that they were led by former hired hunters, but even this did not bear fruit in the search. Jaeger looks thoughtfully towards the forest and decides to check out the surroundings himself. He orders them to split into groups of 3 and spread out into the forest as far as possible. Being in the same group with the Viscount, Ethan is angry at him for deceiving him, but he only demands to offer a search without unnecessary chatter. Sir Jaeger interrupts their conversation, asking if they have found anything. Jaeger begins to doubt any usefulness of the Viscount and Ethan, but the Viscount reminds him that he has never even been in the woods. The young man says that in the slums, the way to find people was simple. Just grab anyone and beat out information by force. Details like these only further convince Jaeger that the Viscount is useless in the search. The man turns to the horizon, noticing that the sun is setting, which means they will have to return empty-handed. His attention is drawn to the frozen river, and he asks if there was a search outside the river. Ethan explains that those places weren't even included in the expedition's plan, which is why no one looked there. Jaeger tells Ethan to gather all the scattered mercenaries planning to cross the river. Ethan immediately obeys and lets out a loud calling whistle. While waiting, Jaeger steps on the ice and notices that the river is not completely frozen. The Viscount believes that this will still be enough for them to cross to the other side. A group of worried mercenaries runs up, asking about the cause of the whistle. Jaeger explains his plan to expand the search area and orders them to split into 3 groups to cross the river safely. The mercenaries obey and begin to carefully walk across the ice. But something is bothering Ethan, and it does not escape the Viscount's attention. With fear on his face, Ethan states that he has a bad feeling about this plan. The Viscount does not believe these words, believing that the mercenary is simply scared and looking for excuses not to go with the others. Ethan explains that due to the lack of such power and potential as the Viscount, he has a well-developed intuition, which now screams about danger. The mercenary insists that crossing the river is not worth it under any circumstances. The Viscount can't say anything about Ethan's intuition, but he is sure of something else. The guy reminds Ethan that if he tries to escape, he will die a painful death. After all, if the only witness escapes from the crime scene, it would be very suspicious and anyone would decide to catch and kill Ethan. The Viscount asks the mercenary to stop talking nonsense and just cross the river if he values his life. Ethan still obeys but continues to mumble about how this is the wrong decision. Ethan asks if the ice will break, to which the Viscount grumpily replies that he will personally break the ice and throw Ethan into the water if he does not stop talking. Eventually, fear gets the better of Ethan and he falls onto the ice, saying that he can't continue searching. The Viscount irritably grabs the mercenary by the scruff of the neck and demands that he get up, since they are the only ones left behind. Suddenly, Ethan begins to scream in horror, which further infuriates the Viscount. The Viscount takes a closer look and suddenly notices the reason for the mercenary's horror. There are corpses under the ice. As soon as the others heard about the corpses, the ice began to crack, and the mercenaries quickly ran to the shore. The corpses began to break through the ice with their hands in order to get out, which was the cause of all the cracks. From under the thick ice, whole crowds of corpses emerge, surrounding the mercenaries. Jaeger understands that this was an elaborate trap, as if the corpses knew about the arrival of search parties on the river. At the same time, in Joseph's camp, the priest was praying in his room, thanking God for another day of life. He asks God to continue to guide them with his light so that they can stay on the righteous path. Suddenly, an incomprehensible smoke, similar to the forces of evil, begins to burst out of the bowl in front of him. A woman, who is the source of these evil forces, walks barefoot in the snow along the camp. The woman's face is distorted and she keeps asking over and over again where her child is. Meanwhile, the situation on the river begins to escalate and one of the corpses attacks Ethan. The mercenary falls onto the ice in fear, but then the Viscount comes to his aid, cutting the corpse in half with one blow. Another small crowd of corpses rushes towards them, but the Viscount does not lose his head and quickly cuts down one after another. The guy loudly tells Ethan to pick up the spear and finally stand up, but the mercenary cannot do so because of horror. The Viscount himself also begins to get nervous, but the voice tries to calm him down, reminding him that before running away, he should choose a retreat route. The Viscount worries about Sir Jaeger's safety as he fights off a horde of angry monsters in the same manner. The man understands that if this is a trap, then everything was planned, and the goal is quite obvious to him. Seeing the number of corpses growing, Jaeger decides not to waste time and activates his aura. The area around him fills with green light, and Jaeger delivers quick, swift blows, destroying all the corpses surrounding him. Seeing this turn of events, the mercenaries' fighting spirit rises somewhat, and they run towards Jaeger. The man loudly calls out to the fighting Viscount, ordering him to fulfill their agreement. Jaeger wants the Viscount to retreat to his post, holding it for as long as he can in order to protect Joseph as per the contract. Obeying the order, the Viscount runs away, and Ethan, not wanting to stay on the river, asks him to wait. Jaeger prays silently that those who follow his will reach Joseph safe and sound. A new wave of corpses advances, and among them, Jaeger notices a familiar face. It turns out to be Sir Ross, to whom Jaeger mentally apologizes for not having time to save him. Joseph, meanwhile, sits at his desk, littered with books which he studies by candlelight. He is distracted by sudden screams of terror coming from outside. Joseph jumps up, suspecting that they are being invaded, but then an agitated Austin runs up to him. Joseph immediately asks the man what kind of disturbance is going on outside, but he cannot answer. Joseph starts to get angry at the fact that Austin came running straight to him without even knowing the whole situation. Austin haltingly explains that he did it because Joseph's safety was his top priority. This answer makes Joseph even more angry, angrily asking why Austin came running without any weapons in that case. The young gentleman says that the man is lucky, because if it were up to Joseph, Austin would have already been hanged. Frightened, Austin immediately bows and asks for forgiveness for the mistake he made. This conversation is interrupted by the priest and Jean, who arrived accompanied by two knights. Seeing a trustworthy and familiar face, Joseph calms down, hoping that at least the priest knows the essence of what is happening. The priest says that evil is to blame for everything and hands over a Bible that is written in holy ink. Joseph looks into the open book and sees the text shaking like an aspen leaf during a storm. When asked whether this can be stopped, the priest replies that he does not use such practices since he is not an exorcist. He promises that he will try to reveal all his divine powers, but in the fight against such an evil creature, his help will be small. Joseph turns his gaze to the knights standing to the side, realizing that they are his only way out now. Deciding that it was time to move out now, Joseph announces this to the others and heads towards the exit of the tent. He goes outside and sees a crowd of people enveloped in an unknown fog. The people in the fog writhe and scream that they are not the child of an unknown creature. Joseph immediately covers his nose with a handkerchief, asking if the fog is the cause of these people's delirium. The priest also covers his nose with his hand and states that he only knows that this is not a natural phenomenon. The people gathered around Joseph see a woman with a disfigured face who is crying and looking for her child. She continues to mumble something and suddenly notices Joseph looking at her. The woman walks towards him, saying that she has finally found her child. She stretches out her hands to the young master, which suddenly begin to burn, continuing to call him her child. The flames grow stronger in the woman's palms as she tries in vain to break through the priest and Jean's prayerful protection. Joseph comes to the realization that only Sir Jaeger can defeat this monster. He looks at the already unconscious Cass and Maxime, who turned out to be unworthy of the priest's blessing. Joseph comes to the conclusion that what is happening at the moment is a curse that was intended specifically for him. Meanwhile, Jean can no longer hold on to the defense for so long and begins to cough up blood. Noticing this, the priest asks the boy to hold on a little longer because the sun will definitely rise again. A gap appears in the defense, through which the woman slowly pushes her hand. After wiping away the blood and gathering his strength, Jean begins to read the protective prayer again. Joseph realizes that the priest is already reaching his limit and the prayer will soon end. The situation turns out to be too dangerous for them to simply wait for the sun to rise. Just as he was thinking about this, Joseph noticed the Viscount rushing towards them behind the monster. A minute earlier, the Viscount stood behind cover, asking the voice what he should do, since this creature could not be wounded by an ordinary blade. The voice asks if the Viscount can by any chance use the aura, to which he receives a negative answer. After thinking for a moment, the voice declares that it knows one way. The Viscount asks about the essence of this method, and the voice asks to allow the Viscount to use the guy's body for a short time. The Viscount doubts whether it will really work, but the voice is confident that it can use the aura. However, there is a risk that even if the voice manages to use the aura, it will not be able to move for some time. For this reason, the voice advises the Viscount to carefully consider this option and the risks, realizing that in this case, if he does not kill, they will kill him. The Viscount takes up the sword. The guy agrees to the voice option and he asks, just in case, if the Viscount is sure of his decision. The Viscount does not hesitate, for he has promised Joseph, and he has a duty which he must fulfill. Noticing the Viscount running towards her, the woman turns around and switches to him. When there is a small distance between them, a voice tells the Viscount to close his eyes. When the young man opens his eyes the next time, he is amazed to see a blue glow and gusts of wind around him. Controlled by his voice, the Viscount cuts down the monster with one wide blow. As soon as the aura's effect ends, the Viscount falls to his knees, exhausted. He writhes and screams from the pain that runs through his body like an electric shock. Joseph, who was watching this, does not know how the Viscount managed to achieve the aura, but he is sure that the guy had to pay a price for it. The Viscount lies on the ground, unable to move, while a still-living monster crawls towards him. Shouting for the priest not to stop praying, Joseph runs forward to help the Viscount. He runs up to the young man and helps him up, telling him to hold on to him. Before Joseph can take a step, he feels the monster grab his leg. At this moment, Austin comes to their aid, grabbing Joseph by the collar and asking for forgiveness for his insolence. With a sharp swing, the man throws Joseph and the Viscount aside, thereby saving them from the monster's grip. Joseph and the Viscount land right next to the priest, finding themselves protected by prayer. Joseph sits up and says that this is the first time he has felt relief that the Viscount is on his side. With difficulty moving, the Viscount takes the sword in his hands and asks the priest to grant the sword a blessing. He explains this by saying that he wants to free the damned woman from her suffering. At first, the priest hesitates a little, but then he takes the Viscount's sword in his hands and cuts his palms with it. Sprinkling the sword with his blood, the priest blesses it and hands it back to the Viscount. Having thanked the priest, the guy takes the sword and again goes towards the monster. The woman stretches out her hand to the Viscount and asks him to help her find her child. The Viscount recalls how, during the attack, he saw a vision for just a moment. In this vision, there was a woman locked in a dark basement who was reaching out to her child. The Viscount also saw the fragile child who was left on the cold floor while his mother begged for the child to be returned. It was a terrifying memory of a cursed woman who had once had to watch the slow death of her child. The Viscount raises his sword and plunges it into the woman's head, freeing her from her torment and wishing her to rest in peace. Deep in the forest sits a man whose face is covered by a hood, and evil forces emanate from a chest in front of him. Through them, the man controlled the cursed woman, but suddenly the black smoke of the evil force disappears. The man becomes confused when he realizes that his puppet, which only one knight could defeat, has been killed. Jaeger appears behind him, his aura still shining around him. The knight kills the unknown man by cutting off his head and returns to camp in the morning. He also brings a chest with him, suggesting that the woman was looking for this very thing yesterday. According to Jaeger, this chest became the coffin of her child and the source of evil thoughts controlled by an unknown person. Joseph orders the chest to be handed over to the priest so that he can study the matter later. Joseph looks down on the camp from above, concluding that the expedition was a complete failure. However, he thinks that the way back will be easy, to which Jaeger asks if the Viscount was useful. Joseph smiles and says that he seems to have found someone who will replace him as a swordsman. In Joseph's opinion, the Viscount will become the swordsman who will shine the brightest. The Viscount himself wakes up and discovers that he has been unconscious for 3 whole days. The voice says that he himself did not suspect a rollback of such power, and decides to be more careful next time. The Viscount is surprised that they are still in the camp, and the voice says that the others were waiting for the Viscount to wake up. The voice conveys that, according to his observations, Joseph was worried about the boy's condition. The Viscount rises and exits, discovering that many of the mercenaries have fled after what happened. Suddenly, Ethan runs up to him saying that he was very worried about the captain's health. The Viscount was pleasantly surprised that the one who had talked the most about escaping had held out longer than the others. Ethan laughs and says that those who stay until the return have been promised a bonus. Ethan recounts the great risk he took when he carried the Viscount while he was unable to move, and when he returned to the knight's aid. The Viscount sighs and promises to try to do something to raise Ethan's reputation. The mercenary then reports that Joseph is currently in the barracks. Sir Jaeger asks to report as soon as the Viscount wakes up. The Viscount comes to the barracks and Joseph asks the guy if he drinks alcohol. The Viscount nods and says that although he worked in a brothel, he had never tried good liqueur. First of all, Joseph thanks the Viscount for his help, because he could have simply run away. The Viscount argues that he and Joseph have a contract, according to which the Viscount promised faith instead of loyalty. In his head, Joseph notes that the contract was just words, but even so, the guy fulfilled it. The young gentleman admits that the Viscount is a talent, but a talent that should belong to Joseph. Placing a glass of drink in front of the Viscount, Joseph says that it is his turn to fulfill his part of the contract. He formally invites the Viscount to join the House of Bayezid. After some time, they return to the Bayezid district, the city of Varna. Jaeger reports that the mercenaries have been dismissed, and Joseph will wait for a report on the expedition, which will take a couple of days. Walking down the street behind Jaeger, the Viscount looks around with interest. Noticing this, Jaeger asks if the Viscount is here for the first time, to which he replies that it is his first time everywhere he goes. Hearing this, Joseph tells the Viscount to take a day off and explore the city's surroundings. Jaeger sullenly asks not to get lost and demands to be at the city council building before dark. When the Viscount is left alone, the voice says that apparently Jaeger likes the guy as much as Joseph does. The Viscount does not agree with this because, in his opinion, if Jaeger liked him, he would have come to save him. The young man remembers that he was well paid for the expedition and thinks about getting himself a hearty lunch. His thoughts about exploring the surroundings are interrupted when someone calls him and pulls him by the hand. It turns out to be Jean, who conveys that the priest would like to invite the Vicomte if he has no plans. Somewhat surprised, the Viscount agrees and follows Jean to the cathedral. Looking at the building, the Viscount is amazed by its size, comparing it with the churches in his hometown, which are not even close to being as big. Jean explains that the reason for this is the fact that Varna is the religious center of the Bayezid district. The boy asks the Viscount to wait inside while he brings the priest. Following Jean's request, the Viscount goes inside and is even more amazed. The boy recalls that, apart from his nickname, he never actually prayed properly. He is overcome by an uncomfortable feeling, as if he has sinned somewhere. At this moment, the priest comes in, asking forgiveness for keeping us waiting. The priest approaches the Viscount and holds out a small piece of wood with a smile. This piece of wood turns out to be the Viscount's personal ID tag, officially signed by the priest. The priest says that Lord Joseph could have handled it himself, but the church's ID tokens are more effective across the continent. While the Viscount, not believing his eyes, examines the token, the priest says that he can come at any time when needed. After all, from this moment onwards, according to the ID token, the priest is the Viscount's guarantor. As a gesture of gratitude, the Viscount kneels, and now, thanks to the priest, he has made a name for himself in the big world. Thanks to the token, he is no longer the Viscount of the slums, but the Viscount of Shora. Sometime later, Joseph tells the Viscount that the district of Bayezid includes 12 villages and 3 towns. The distribution center of the district is Shara, and the capital of the district is Sturma, where they arrived. A little later, Jaeger tells Ethan and Viscount the rules of conduct in Joseph's house, because now they are his guests. Any stupidity committed will cast a shadow on Joseph, and Jaeger demands that he not run around like a redneck, but simply stay put. The man also adds that soon the maids will bring them treats. He asks them not to eat anything, just to wait, because if they eat like savages, they will confirm the bad rumors. The Viscount began to express his disagreement, but Jaeger told him to shut up and left. When they enter the room, Ethan is amazed by the size and luxury of the living room. Suddenly, a voice comes from the side, saying that he has not seen the Viscount and Ethan before. A figure starts walking towards them from the window, saying that he wanted to cheat and laze around here. Joseph's older brother Ryan approaches them, asking about the identity of their unexpected guests. The Viscount notices, just by looking at him, that Ryan looks familiar, but his aura is on a completely different level. He gives off such an aura as if he could cut a person in half with just one look. Ethan introduces himself and explains that they accompanied Joseph on the expedition. Ryan then turns his attention to the Viscount, who also introduces himself, but more briefly. Ryan hears his name for the first time and assumes that the Viscount is new. In his mind, he notices the Viscount's fierce eyes, his self-confidence even in front of such an important person as Ryan. After drawing some conclusions, Ryan reflects on the fact that Joseph has apparently gotten his hands on a rather useful person. He holds out his hand to the boy, holding a handful of peanuts, and offers him a treat. However, the Viscount refuses because Jaeger has forbidden them to eat here. Ethan looks at the Viscount in shock, who so easily rejected the goodwill of a high-ranking person. Somewhat confused by this turn of events, Ryan begins to eat himself, commenting in surprise that the peanuts are very tasty. Joseph, meanwhile, is talking to his father William in his study about such a find as the Viscount. The Count writes something down and says that they haven't had anyone outstanding for a long time except Yegor, who was invited by Oksana, Joseph's mother. The man adds that if Joseph can turn the Viscount into a knight of the same caliber as the knights of their family, he will be rewarded. The Count understands that the Viscounty with a sword is not Joseph's strong point, but asks him not to forget what district he is in. After this, the man asks if Joseph is feeling better now, to which he receives a short affirmative answer. Finally, the Count says that Joseph can go, and he wishes his father a good rest. When Joseph finally disappears behind the door, William decides that he needs to find his son some medicine. He communicates this idea to his advisor Charles, who is standing behind him, and he is confident that Joseph will be happy with the medicine. William is interested in Charles's opinion of Joseph's account of the events that took place. Charles says that this report should be taken seriously as strange things keep happening one after another. William wants to know who dared to commit such evil acts on his land. Charles reports that it appears a combination of resurrection techniques and curses were used. It is believed that this was done either by a master of dark magic or more than two dark ones. Hearing this, William suggests that if there are more than two mages, then it could be some kind of group or organization. He rises from the table and says that, nevertheless, this will not prevent the unshakable house of Bayezid from standing forever. The man is ready to do whatever it takes to get rid of those who dare to stand in their way. He turns to Charles and expresses hope that the culprits will be found soon. No one dares to endanger the lives of the Count's sons and create chaos on his land. Joseph, accompanied by Jaeger, returns to Viscount and Ethan when night has already fallen outside. Ethan enthusiastically says that they didn't have to wait long, catching Joseph's attention. He promises to talk about Ethan's reward tomorrow, although the mercenary himself hoped that he would at least be allowed to eat now. Ethan doesn't show any objection and goes to his room to rest. Joseph turns his attention to the Viscount, saying that they need to discuss something. The young gentleman clarifies that the Viscount saved his life and dedicated his sword for the sake of Joseph's future. He also recalls that the Viscount wanted to fulfill a certain mission for which he sought freedom. Joseph sees a contradiction in these two situations and asks the Viscount to clarify this point. Joseph is interested in what exactly the Viscount is going to do with his freedom, because perhaps he can be helped somehow. The Viscount is silent for a moment, then asks if Joseph knows of a knight named Ezra Gadara, who resembles Moonlight. After listening to the Viscount's story, Joseph realizes that the guy is not just a useful person, but a boy with an unusual tragedy. The Viscount reveals that he is looking for Ezra because he wants to avenge his murdered savior and his destroyed world. After a few seconds of thought, Joseph says that he cannot help the Viscount because Ezra is beyond his influence. The Viscount did not have any hopes in advance, since Joseph was only the son of an earl. Nevertheless, the young man is grateful to Joseph for his honesty when suddenly he hears a proposal to change the conditions. Joseph offers the Viscount a 7-year contract. He asks to take into account that he put aside his honor as an aristocrat because it took a lot of determination. Seeing Jaeger's sullen look, the Viscount concludes that such a case is unprecedented. Joseph promises to provide the best conditions and, over these 7 years, to raise the Viscount into a knight who will be capable of everything. In return, Joseph expects unquestioning loyalty from the Viscount and forbids him to do anything related to Ezra. However, he allows the Viscount to do things related to the Sora slums and can even help with it. Joseph says that, according to rumors, Anna is currently in debt to someone. He says that not everything can be achieved with just a sword in hand, because the sword is not the only weapon. When the conversation ends, Joseph goes to the window and tells Jaeger that the Viscount is striving for greatness. Jaeger doesn't understand why his master is so attached to the Viscount, since there are many other capable guys. Joseph agrees that they all may have potential, but he's not sure if anything will come of it. Jaeger asks if his young master hopes that the Viscount will live up to his expectations. Joseph has no doubt about this, claiming that he clearly saw it with his own eyes. Jaeger, in turn, is not delighted with the Viscount, since the guy is not only disobedient but also unpredictable. Joseph hopes that within 7 years, Jaeger will find a way to pacify and appease the Viscount. Jaeger replies that in that case he will make every possible effort. Joseph turns to the window and says that the more difficult it is to deal with the guy, the better the result will be. The next morning, Jaeger shows the Viscount the room, declaring that it now belongs to the young man. The Viscount delightedly notes that there is everything necessary here, including a clean floor and a bed, and even compares the room to a palace. This comparison somewhat surprises Jaeger, But then he remembers that the Viscount comes from the slums. Other warriors usually have a hard time adjusting, but the games believe that the Viscount will succeed if he doesn't screw up. Before leaving, Jaeger tells Viscount to come to training after eating. He quickly explains that battles will take place twice a day, as before. But suddenly his attention turns elsewhere. Jaeger was called out by a woman walking towards him along the corridor. Jaeger quietly explains to the Viscount that this is Oksana, Joseph's mother, and asks him to greet her according to the rules of etiquette. Oksana stops and, looking at the Viscount, asks if he is the guy she was told about. Jaeger confirms this, saying that Mr. Joseph personally invited the Viscount. Lady Oksana smiles and thanks the Viscount for saving her son. The Viscount is somewhat embarrassed and timidly says that he was simply doing his duty. The woman says that she must reward the Viscount because he has done much more than he even imagines. Oksana puts her hand on Viscount's hair, saying that the guy has a great hair color that really suits his blue eyes. He also notices that the Viscount has broad shoulders despite his thinness and promises to send better clothes soon. After finishing the conversation, the woman turns around and leaves, and Jaeger wishes her a good day. The Viscount takes a breath and, noticing his excitement, Jaeger asks the reason for such a sudden reaction. The Viscount reluctantly admits that he has never really communicated with girls before. Jaeger understands the Viscount since it is sometimes difficult for him to talk to Lady Oksana, and says that the guy did well. The man turns around, intending to go eat, and calls the Viscount to follow him. Once in the common dining room, the Viscount takes food, intending to eat, but a crowd gathers around him. One of the guys standing at the front of the crowd leans over the Viscount's bowl and spits into it. The guy fakes an apology and mockingly adds that he simply mistook the Viscount for a trash can. The rest of the crowd finds this statement quite witty and starts laughing. However, this does not bother the Viscount at all, and he scoops up the spit with a spoon and simply throws it over his shoulder. He calmly begins to eat, leaving the others perplexed by such a reaction. In fact, the Viscount wants to beat up the guy standing next to him, but he can't do it because Joseph's reputation might suffer. Not getting the expected reaction, the group of guys, getting ready to leave, turn around in irritation because they just found an object for ridicule. The Viscount becomes curious about the name of the guy who spat in his food, so he asks. He stops and looks haughtily at the Viscount, asking again what he heard. The Viscount turns around and, looking at him with a piercingly frightening gaze, repeats his question. Feeling the menacing aura emanating from the Viscount, the guy loses his aggressive attitude and, stumbling, introduces himself as Sam. The Viscount rises from the table, slowly repeating the name he heard, and promises to remember Sam. Sometime later, William, accompanied by security and Charles, watches combat training. Looking closely, he notices the Viscount and, recognizing him by his light hair, just in case, checks whether this is the boy Joseph reported on. A man only needs one look at a young man to guess his rather harsh character. Charles notices something and asks his master to look in the same direction. In the distance, a figure is hiding on the wall and watching what is happening. However, William recognizes the silhouette of Jaeger, guessing that the newly minted student is causing trouble for the night. Noticing that the Viscount is about to fight someone, William offers to stay and watch. The Viscount quickly attacks one of the young men, who is in the dining room, striking him one blow after another. William notes the Viscount's aggressive tactics, not caring at all that his opponent is twice his size. Although William considers this a rash move, he nevertheless notes that the Viscount clearly has courage. The man sees that the Viscount is using everything he learned during his training with Jaeger in battle. The Viscount recalls the words that every fencing begins with the feet and moves his leg to support himself. He also remembers that he can intimidate his opponent with the movement of his legs, shoulders, and gaze. The Viscount's opponent swings and cuts the air with a wooden sword, but the guy quickly and deftly dodges. Without wasting a second, the Viscount immediately rushes forward, frightening the enemy with his speed. The guy fighting the Viscount doesn't have time to react when he receives a sharp blow to the side. He falls, clutching his stomach, shocked by what happened, because he was sure that the Viscount was aiming in the other direction. Without giving the guy time to come to his senses, the Viscount grabs him by the hair and pulls him up. The Viscount, calling the guy Sam's dog, reminds him of what happened in the dining room and invites him to laugh at him again. Without waiting for any answer, the Viscount hits his opponent in the face, causing blood to immediately spurt from his nose. Charles says with alarm that they can't be allowed to beat each other up during sparring. But William is not bothered by this and asks to leave the boys, because to become a knight, one needs a strong determination. Moreover, the man notices that Jaeger, who was watching what was happening, also looks pleased with the result. Another guy runs up to the Viscount, ordering him to stop the beating, but he ignores these words. The man who ran up again demands that the Viscount stop, this time outraged that his orders are being ignored. The Viscount finally lets go of his opponent, who, from the number and force of the blows, only falls unconscious to the ground. The Viscount casts a cold glance at the boy who intervened and asks for forgiveness, explaining that he got a bit carried away. As a worried crowd runs up to the beaten man, the Viscount turns and meets Sam's gaze. The Viscount smiles and says that he usually loses control when he gets carried away by something. Sam stops the Viscount and says that he will not let him go so easily after what happened. But the Viscount does not take these words seriously, and leaving, promises to call Sam if the soup lacks flavor. Sam watches the Viscount's retreating back, deciding that Sir Joseph has brought a mad and rabid dog from the alleys. Later, over food, Ethan reveals that rumors are spreading that the Viscount is beating up local students. The Viscount makes no comment and asks if Ethan enjoys working in the stables. At first, Ethan is distracted because these are not just stables, but the Bayzid stables, but then he pulls himself together and returns to the issue raised earlier. Ethan heard that the Viscount had gotten into fights with students from all families, which was practically considered a crime. The Viscount calmly reminds us that he grew up among criminals, so violence is something ordinary and natural for him. The Viscount explains that those guys chose him as a target, but Ethan still doesn't understand how such behavior can be natural. However, the Viscount thinks that everything is fine because the others no longer bother them with mockery and behave carefully. A young man timidly approaches their table and, hesitantly, introduces himself as Paul. Taking a break from his meal, the Viscount turns around and asks if Paul has any business with him. Paul hesitates to answer, to which the Viscount urges him to either sit down or leave. Paul happily sits down next to the Viscount, thanking him for permission, and the Viscount only thinks about the fact that he hinted to the guy to leave. A new acquaintance says that he has been eating alone in places like toilets ever since he started studying. The Viscount closes his eyes in irritation, because such conversations ruin his appetite. Seeing the Viscount eating a sausage, Paul enthusiastically reports that all the meat here is supplied by his father. The guy noticed how the Viscount had asked for more sausages for himself a little earlier and offers to share. The Viscount is uneasy about such good nature and asks about Paul's plan, suspecting that he wants to bribe him with food. Paul leads Viscount and Ethan into a room littered with meat, including sausages. The young man says that his father sends him a lot of different meat, but this alone is too much for him. He realizes that because of his background, he cannot communicate with other students from much wealthier families. Realizing that Paolo could use some connections, the Viscount invites his new acquaintance to eat together from now on. Paul is genuinely happy, not believing that he can have company and that he is allowed to eat with them. The Viscount pats Paul on the back and says that the students must get along with each other, and it is in no way because of the meat. The action shifts to Jaeger, who is walking along the corridor and thinking about how raising the Viscount while serving Sir Joseph was not so easy. The man hopes that Cass and Maxime will recover quickly and help him. He is brought out of his thoughts by a man who calls the knight by name and asks the reason for Jaeger's haste. Jaeger recognizes the man as Sir Gregory with annoyance, clearly not delighted with such company. Gregory laughingly remarks that Jaeger is not particularly happy to see him, to which he merely replies that he is a bit busy. Gregory is understanding about this, assuming that his interlocutor is currently busy carrying out an assignment from Sir Joseph. Jaeger asks directly what Gregory wants, and he says that it is time for such a glorious night to start training students. Jaeger doesn't quite understand why Gregory suddenly started talking about this. The man turns out to be a relative of Paul's and nervously says that his nephew has put on some weight. Gregory then moves on to discuss the Viscount, noting that the guy is clearly skilled, courageous, and strong. Jaeger starts to get irritated, reminding that he is busy now, and asks to get closer to the point. Gregory says that knights have no right to interfere in the affairs of students, and then tells that the Viscount became friends with Paul. Jaeger doubts what he heard, because he considers the Viscount a terrible snob. But Gregory asks him to make sure that the Viscount and Paul stick together. As an uncle, the man worries about Paul and doesn't want the boy to be bullied. Jaeger inquires whether there will be any payment or whether the interlocutor is asking for a free favor. Gregory immediately beats himself on the chest and promises that if everything goes well, he will gladly help in return. Jaeger expresses doubt that the Viscount will even listen to him, but Gregory begins to praise the guy, calling him a rising star. At the stables, Ethan explains that he thinks the Viscount is a problem because he can't even ride a horse. According to Ethan, the horses here usually don't avoid people because they are quite well trained. However, as soon as the Viscount approaches them, they become frightened, and this is clearly not a matter of skill. The Viscount sighs, remembering that this has happened before with dogs and cats. The animals were frightened when the Viscount approached them, but he did not think that the same story would happen with the horses. Suddenly, the Viscount remembers that at the moment of escape from the undead, he was able to climb onto Sir Jaeger's horse. Ethan explains that Sir Jaeger has an incredibly expensive horse, so he doesn't find it surprising. The Viscount is not sure he can tell Jaeger that he can only ride extremely expensive horses. However, the conversation is interrupted by a girl who enters and says that Lady Oksana wishes to see the Viscount. When a guy comes to a woman, she says that you can't even tell from his appearance that he grew up in the slums. The Viscount stands before her in new clothes, which Oksana offered to try on. The woman decides that the Viscount will need a larger size because he is only 17 and will still grow. She goes on to say that the guy needs to pick out clothes for each season so that he can maintain his stamina and health. The Viscount is embarrassed again and thanks Lady Oksana. She again says that she should thank the guy for saving her son. Oksana apologizes for pulling Viscount right out of training and allows him to return to his post. Having bowed, the Viscount leaves Lady Oksana's room and, closing the door, exhales tensely. He feels uncomfortable being around this woman. His thoughts quickly turn to the new clothes, noting the high comfort and quality. The Viscount wanders along the corridor, thinking that he still can't get used to the surroundings, as if he doesn't belong here. He can't shake the unpleasant feeling that his soul has become heavier. Suddenly, he hears some noise and looks out the window, seeing a crowd of students below. The Viscount sees Sam beat Paul in front of everyone, calling him a pig. Paul covers his head with his hands, listening to the accusations and rudeness directed at him for making friends with the Viscount. The Viscount himself, seeing this, concludes that wherever he goes, the situation is the same, regardless of the financial situation. In the end, there will always be those who will bully the weaker. Dressed in an old outfit, the Viscount knocks on Paul's room at night. Paul opens the door and asks what the Viscount is doing here at such a late hour. The Viscount says that he has come to take something from Paul and points behind him. Paul turns around to see the Viscount pointing to the huge ham that Paul had planned to keep for himself. In his mind, Paul reminds himself that he knew from the beginning that he couldn't truly be friends with the Viscount. He wanted to at least have some fun, but he concludes that the Viscount only sees meat in him, just like the others. Deciding that this is still better than eating alone, Paul obediently gives the entire ham to the Viscount. The Viscount asks Paul not to be upset about the ham, because he is simply taking what he deserves. After this, the Viscount goes outside, where he encounters a group of students who are clearly aggressive. The Viscount numbers 14 men and says that even the bandits in the slums would not stoop to such meanness. Sam spitefully advises the Viscount to keep quiet, wanting to see if he can laugh afterwards. The Viscount tells the students to attack all at once because they can easily do it. The students, filled with rage, rush forward, intending to give the Viscount a good beating. The Viscount understands that he made the right decision to change into old clothes, because tonight will be a bloody night. The Viscount calmly fights off the crowd advancing on him, pushing forward. Sam notices a change in him since the last sparring session, and does not believe that the Viscount is truly a newbie in wielding a sword. Noticing the crowd's falling morale, Sam orders them not to retreat and threatens to kill anyone who does. The Viscount quickly appears in front of Sam and asks if he has ever killed before. With a furious cry, Sam grabs his sword and swings it, showering his opponent with insults. The Viscount recalls how, during the expedition, all he did was punch the air with all his might. The voice says that the results of training with Jaeger are beginning to show. He wants the Viscount to continue to trap the enemy while creating a gap. By attacking Sam, the Viscount realizes that his gap and his space are his own flow. The attack is successful, and Sam falls to the ground in front of everyone. Before he can even move to get up, the Viscount delivers another swift blow. The Viscount's sword plunges into the ground a centimeter from Sam's head, scaring the boy terribly. The Viscount threateningly demands that Sam never dare look him in the eye again and never touch Paul again. Sam is horrified to realize that the Viscount was acting in all seriousness and could have killed him. Standing up, the Viscount says that he has worked off his debt to Paul. Then he turns around and asks who wants to be next, because what started must be finished. However, no one dares, and the Viscount says that in that case he himself will attack first. William watches the proceedings from the window, impressed by the Viscount's skills. Soon after, a monthly meeting of the Knights took place. Unintentionally, it turned out that on one side stood the Knights supporting Ryan, and opposite them stood Knights who either supported Joseph or remained neutral. The Knights are told that their job descriptions will be revised in preparation for Ryan's departure. Next on the agenda is the distribution of sacred objects sent by the church. William notices that the atmosphere around was completely different than usual. Ryan's supporters looked furious, as if they were ready to tear everyone to shreds. At the same time, the Knights from Joseph's side arrived in high spirits, which even pleased the Count. After all, Joseph's supporters had been in a depressed state for quite some time. Soon the meeting is declared over, and the knights are asked to review their duties once again. One of the knights says with displeasure that Jaeger brought a mad dog that doesn't even know who to bite. Jaeger, hearing such words about the Viscount, smiles contentedly, to which the other knights decide to simply leave without a fight. Gregory notices that Ryan's supporters are seething with anger, and Jaeger asks what the man is even talking about. Gregory laughs, confident that Jaeger knows everything, since rumors have spread, and is only playing innocent. The knight explains that even the training instructor couldn't handle the Viscount due to his non-standard limits. Gregory thanks Jaeger and states that he can take him with him even on the most grueling mission. Jaeger is in no hurry to take Gregor with him and leaves, involuntarily thinking that he is still proud of the Viscount. He doesn't know who taught the boy this, but he thinks it's the least of the Viscount's abilities. Later, Joseph shows Jaeger and Austin the armor that the game sent as a gift to the Viscount. Austin looks closely at the armor and comments that it is too good a gift for a simple vassal like the Viscount. Jaeger places that the armor is made of orc skin and not the usual one, but gray. Gray orcs are found only in the north, so anyone who carries a weapon made from their skin is also called a northern warrior. Joseph suggests that the Viscount has taken a liking to the Earl and has proven himself to be a useful investment. Jaeger says that there is no vassal like the Viscount, and Joseph smirks because he already knows about the rumors. Joseph then pulls out a sealed letter saying that they cannot sit idly by. Jaeger takes the letter in his hands, reads it, and says that this is just a regular invitation. Joseph asks if Jaeger can respond to this letter, and he replies that he will do so without any problem. Joseph is pleased, as this means they will be going to Dirmar. After some time, having collected everything they need, they set off on their journey. On the way, Joseph tells the Viscount that Dirmar is famous for its lemons and that the Northerners should thank the city for the fruit, which is extremely scarce in the north. Dirmar is also an important point, as it is through it that one can reach the central regions. The Viscount asks if this is the reason for the measures taken, to which Joseph replies that a crisis is an opportunity, especially if the crisis is not his. Joseph reveals that the Heinel family is currently in the midst of a dispute over the succession. The invitation that came to them directly from the legitimate heir can literally be considered a cry for help. Joseph says it is only a fight for the land of Dirmar, but the Viscount points out that it is a fight between blood relatives. Joseph, however, is not embarrassed by this, saying that feuding with blood relatives is an ancient tradition of any nobility. The heir of the 7 Heinels is Alice, but her uncle Andrew claims that she was born from an extramarital affair. Since she is the former baron's only child, if she disappears, Andrew will automatically become the next baron. Alice has no choice but to prove her innocence with an honorable duel organized in the church. The thing is, Alice has limitations inherent to her as a woman that weaken her foundation. It turns out that Alice is Joseph's 8th cousin, which is enough to claim kinship. Joseph explains that he wants to take this chance to leave the Heinel family in their debt. The Viscount understands this decision and turns his gaze to Jaeger, impressed by the knight's reputation. Jaeger notices the Viscount's gaze and asks why he looks so insolently. A man makes a claim against the Viscount because he, being a low vassal, rides in a carriage. The Viscount is at a loss and can find nothing to justify the fact that he was never able to saddle the horse. Jaeger says that he was able to be proud of the Viscount for the first time since he suppressed the other vassals. But now the knight is disappointed. He cannot believe how stupid his student is, to which the Viscount mutters that perhaps one day he will be able to ride an expensive horse. This answer greatly outraged Jaeger, because only much more noble people than the Viscount could ride expensive horses. The Viscount notices that his heart is pounding and assumes that it is all because of Jaeger's grumbling. The guy isn't even very surprised by this. Right now he's between two fires. On one side next to him is Joseph, who chatters incessantly. On the other hand, he listens to Jaeger, who grumbles at the guy at every opportunity. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted as the carriage begins to shake, and the Viscount realizes that it is the earth that is shaking. The Jaeger loudly orders everyone to stop and dismount from their horses. While the others are carrying out the order, the Viscount suddenly kicks down the carriage door. The Viscount grabs Joseph, pulls him outside and asks him to duck. Somewhat confused, Joseph praises the Viscount's sincerity, but says that next time he doesn't need to panic so much. The Viscount looks around in surprise and realizes that everything is already over. The guy says it was the first earthquake he's ever experienced, but Joseph says it wasn't that at all. The Viscount glances in the direction Joseph commands and sees something moving quickly underground. Joseph explains that it is a giant death worm, also called the remains of a fallen dragon. After what happened, they finally reach the city of Dirmar in peace. Joseph says that the Viscount is now free to move around the area. He asks the Viscount to travel as freely as is generally permitted and to see as many places as he wants. The Viscount finds himself somewhat confused by the fact that he can go wherever he pleases. Joseph explains that he took the Viscount with him for a reason, because an honorable duel is rare to see. This time, the duel will be a team event and knights of different origins will participate. He tells the Viscount to watch the duel and gain knowledge because if you show it in action, the essence will be remembered better. Joseph plans to raise the Viscount properly in any case and hopes that he will broaden his horizons in a new place. Then Jaeger intervenes, hoping that the Viscount won't end up beaten up in some alley. The Viscount is somewhat outraged by this attitude and says that he is not that stupid. Jaeger objects, taking into account that the Viscount doesn't even know how to ride a horse. As he leaves, Joseph orders that observations be reported every evening and that anything unusual be reported immediately. Realizing that after so much time he now has some free time, the Viscount decides to look around. He walks through the corridors, noting that the castle is quite small and looks old. The Viscount suggests that the family is currently having some money problems and cannot maintain the place. Suddenly, a voice intervenes, saying that it seems to remember being in this place. He remembers the trees on the hill that is located not so far from the Viscount. The guy looks closely and decides that this is a good place for prayer. He climbs the hill and discovers several graves right under the tree. At the same time, Joseph comes to meet the rightful heir of the Heinel family. Alice sincerely thanks him for accepting the invitation. Joseph responds that he must respond during the crisis of the rightful heir because the call of the blood is more important than anything else. According to Joseph, Count Bazid has already given his permission, so all that remains is to find out Alice's decision. She replies that she has already made a decision to do everything as the Count wishes, but she sets the condition that this will only happen if she wins the duel. Joseph confidently states that she has nothing to worry about because Bazid's sword always guarantees victory. A little later, Joseph returns to his knights, wanting to discuss the meeting with the heiress. Jaeger notes that the matriarch's temperament was clearly visible in Alice, although it was risky. Joseph says he felt it too because Alice held the upper hand until the last moment. He turns to his knights and confidently declares that their plan still remains the same. The Viscount, meanwhile, studies the graves on the hill, thinking about how sometimes it is important for people to leave behind some kind of trace. When people look at graves, these are the traces left behind, and they remind them of days gone by. He suddenly says that it would be great if his mother did something similar for him. The Viscount kneels down in front of one of the graves, noticing that it hasn't been cleaned for a long time, and brushes away the fallen leaves. In the process, he pauses to tell the voice that it is natural to show respect to the Viscountilians of the land. The voice, however, said nothing, and the Viscount drew his sword, allowing the voice to watch as long as it wished. Eventually, the boy came to the hill, missing the knight's training that he had been told to watch. The Viscount thrusts his sword into the ground and the voice, looking around, begins to slowly remember something. He remembers how he used to think that the trees were much smaller, and how he had the feeling that he was not alone. The voice notices a creature looking straight at them and says that it seems to recognize him. The voice asks to borrow the Viscount's body for a short time and he agrees. The guy concentrates and one of his eyes lights up blue. Suddenly, the Viscount notices that he sees something he couldn't see before. A huge white snake appears in front of him. The guy becomes confused and the voice explains that there is a spirit in front of them now. The Viscount thinks that he has been seeing too many mystical things lately. As it descends, the spirit stares at the owner of the voice inside the Viscount. The somewhat frightened Viscount said that he shouldn't be afraid of the spirit, because it shouldn't bite. After some thought, the guy notices that although the spirit seems to be something unknown and impressive, it does not exude a threat. Instead, the spirit emanates warmth, as if a spring wind had suddenly blown down from the hill. Suddenly, the Viscount hears someone approaching him. The voice retreats from controlling the Viscount's body and he stops seeing the spirit. Behind the Viscount, there is a girl who asks how he got here. She states that only members of the Heinel family are allowed here. The Viscount explains that he was simply looking for a quiet place to pray and thus found this hill. Noticing the suspicion on the girl's face, the Viscount takes out his ID tag, introducing himself as Sir Jaeger's squire. The girl carefully examines the token and is finally convinced of the truth of the Viscount's words. There is a short pause, during which the Viscount considers how disrespectful it is of him to stand on the grave of a nobleman. The guy understands that if they tell the wrong person about this, Joseph could get into an unpleasant situation. And if this happens, then the Viscount himself will find himself in a difficult situation. Deciding to appease the girl so that she would not tell anyone anything, the Viscount offers his help. He makes the assumption that his interlocutor is a local servant who is supposed to look after the cemetery. The guy quickly adds that he also cleaned up a bit here since there were a lot of fallen leaves around. The girl is surprised that the Viscount has cleaned the grave and looks around to make sure of it. The Viscount explains that he simply wanted to express his respect to the Viscountellians of the land. The guy takes the bucket of towels and brushes from the girl, promising that he will do everything himself. In return, he carefully asks the girl not to tell anyone about their meeting on the hill. The Viscount explains his request by saying that if Sir Jaeger finds out about this, he will make a fuss. The girl promises to think about it if the Viscount cleans up the graves well. In his thoughts, the Viscount, with some indignation and annoyance, does not understand why it is so difficult with all the beautiful girls. Having finally finished cleaning the graves, the Viscount returns and oversees the knights' training. The voice also watches carefully, noting that the knights seem quite strong. He comments that with an attack like Sir Colin's, you can break your opponent's bones. The Viscount agrees with this conclusion and understands why the knight is called the warthog of the central region. However, the second knight, named Pablo, seems much more impressive to the Viscount, and the voice agrees. The Viscount is amazed at how fierce the warm-up sparring is and does not believe that he can become such a strong knight. The voice reminds that one does not have to have such strength to become a knight, citing Austin as an example. The Viscount says that, while living in Soar, he still did not understand where he was in this vast world. He understands that to reach such a level, he has a long way to go. Finally, the day of the duel arrives, and the Viscount helps Jaeger put on his armor. The Viscount notices a stern man around him and assumes that this is the same Andrew who is trying to take away the right of inheritance. Jaeger demands that the Viscount watch the duel carefully, as it is fought with all seriousness. The man adds that although he doesn't know what happened yesterday, the Viscount has nothing to worry about. Seeing the guy's surprise, Jaeger says that there is nothing to be surprised about because all the emotions are written on his face. The Viscount recalls the training he saw yesterday, admitting that these knightly skills were literally monstrous. Jaeger reminds that every child must first learn to take his first steps before he can run. He explains that it is perfectly normal for the journey to become longer and the goals to become higher. As soon as their conversation ends, a cry of respect is heard throughout the hall. The doors open and Alice enters the room, and the Viscount recognizes her as the girl from the hill. The voice comments on this by saying that insulting the nobility has now been added to the Viscount's list of crimes. As she passes the Viscount, Alice casts an attentive glance at him. The guy immediately bows, realizing that the heiress recognized him. The local priest announces that since all participants have arrived, the duel can begin. The blood of the nobility is pale blue in color, filled with responsibility and duty that ordinary blood cannot bear. However, during the duel, Alice realizes that she is not ready to turn her blood pale blue. She throws out a white handkerchief and demands that the duel be stopped, declaring that her side surrenders. Already bloodied, Knight Dale wants to continue the duel because the battle is not over yet. However, the priest reminds that the white handkerchief has already been thrown away and asks to admit defeat. Dale's opponent says the fight was good and calls him his master. In his mind, the knight reminds himself that he raised his students to be warriors who would defeat the Heinel family. But now he sees that they have become swords that obey their master. After the first winner of the duel is announced, Jaeger and Colin enter as the next participants. The priest reminds us of the rules that prohibit the use of the aura. The battle will be stopped if a participant or master wishes to surrender, or in the event of serious injury. Turning to the Viscount, Jaeger points to his eye, as if reminding the boy to watch closely. He decides that today's Viscount's lesson will be here and will be called "This Pig in Front of Me." The battle begins and Colin immediately swings his arm to strike. Jaeger waits for the right moment and jumps back, dodging the attack. Colin notices that he missed by just a millimeter and realizes that he cannot win the fight. However, the knight does not give up hope of victory and attacks Jaeger with even greater zeal. Those watching the battle are amazed at Jaeger's strength, realizing that the rumors about him were not lying. Knight Pablo watches carefully and notices that the battle is going somehow strangely. Cornered, Sir Colin cannot understand why he cannot hit Jaeger. Finally enraged, Colin rushes at his opponent, swinging his sword wide. The Viscount should look more closely, and now everything that Jaeger wanted to show the guy will be revealed. Jaeger lands one precise blow, deflecting Colin's attack and pushing him away. When the man is firmly on his feet and the battle begins again, the voice asks if the Viscount has seen what he needed to see. Just in case, the voice explains that Jaeger deliberately makes the enemy miss by dodging attacks. It is a parrying technique where he deflects an opponent's attack using their own strike. During the battle, Colin finds himself on his knees and feels like Jaeger is a huge wall that cannot be overcome. Realizing that their levels are completely different, Colin barely manages to say that he gives up. The second victory remains on Alice's side, and she sighs with relief. The Jaeger approaches the Viscount and asks if he has learned anything, to which he nods and thanks the knight. The final battle is coming, and knights from both sides come to the center. Pablo introduces himself, but his opponent says there is no need since they have met before. Pablo doesn't respond to this in any way and only persistently repeats his name, expecting the same from his opponent. Seeing his menacing attitude, the opponent sighs and introduces himself as Sir Anthony. The voice notes that Anthony is clearly on a completely different level than Pablo and Colin. Suddenly, the knight makes a farewell bow, which confuses Alice and Joseph. Anthony firmly states that he wishes to surrender this battle. Andrew claps his hands and joyfully exclaims that with this outcome, the duel is considered over. Joseph is horrified to think that Anthony was not on Alice's side from the start. Andrew at this point demands that his niece declare her devoted service to him. Joseph intervenes, saying that the battle is not over yet. Andrew objects, because Alice's knight has surrendered and the duel must end. Joseph refuses to consider the battle over until he is given an explanation for what happened. He states that the Bayezid family will not tolerate such an outcome. Andrew is advised to at least listen, for Joseph is a representative of the North, and the knights of Andrew's side are subjects of the center. So if something goes wrong now, a conflict between the North and the center could begin. Andrew takes this advice and asks what he should do then. Joseph, meanwhile, is thinking that they should avoid the worst-case scenario now for further planning. He asks to continue the duel so as not to allow Alice's reputation to be tarnished in this way. Andrew says that if there is someone on Alice's side to replace Anthony, then he will accept this request. Andrew thinks with glee that Alice herself only has one knight who has already participated. Joseph pauses briefly, but then firmly states that he has a knight. Joseph says that in the name of Miss Alice's honor, he presents his mighty warrior and points to the Viscount. Andrew becomes angry and loudly declares that the Viscount is not worthy of fighting a duel. Joseph does not agree with this because, in a duel of honor, any Viscount can enter the battle with a sword. Andrew reminds that the enemy is a true knight and sending a vassal would be a real shame. Joseph angrily asks what they think of the honor of the House of Bayezid if they allowed what happened to happen. He is outraged that they decided to make fun of the Bayezid family using such a pathetic trick. Joseph loses his temper and exclaims that he is ready to vouch for the Viscount's reputation. After thinking and deciding that the vassal does not pose any threat, Andrew agrees to continue the duel. While Jaeger helps him put on his armor, the Viscount asks if he will really duel these knights. Having received an affirmative answer, the Viscount asks doubtfully whether he is at risk of dying. Jaeger briefly promises that in the worst case, he will not interfere and will not allow the Viscount to die. The Viscount is interested in what Jaeger will do if the situation turns out to be not worse, but still pretty bad. Having received no answer, the Viscount feels some tension and begins to get nervous. Before the boy goes out to battle, Joseph calls out to him and suddenly hugs him. He quietly asks the Viscount to hold out for just 10 minutes because they had a plan from the beginning. Joseph says that he has already given the order to Austin and the Viscount, he just needs to buy them time. The Viscount asks if 10 minutes will be enough for them, to which Joseph says that the longer, the better the topic. The Viscount promises to do everything in his power to hold out. Joseph finally releases the Viscount from his embrace and asks him to be careful. The time comes for the battle to begin, and the opponents stand in front of each other. Having already understood the unspoken rules of the duel, the Viscount introduces himself to his opponent. However, Pablo suddenly throws down his shield, saying that the Viscount is not worthy of hearing the knight's name. The knight states that as soon as such an unworthy brat appeared here, the duel ceased to be a matter of honor. The Viscount hates the word worthy and doesn't understand why people only take beautiful things into their hands. The guy takes up the sword, because even though he comes from a place that is worth nothing, he himself does not want to die as anyone. He asks what exactly makes him unworthy and how he is different from Pablo. Pablo scornfully says that the standards of the Bayezid family have indeed fallen. The man draws his sword and asks the Viscount to fight him with everything he has, ignoring the rules of a duel. The battle begins and the Viscount attacks Pablo, not wanting to miss his chance to shine. The young man is driven by the realization that for the first time in his life, he has raised a sword not for himself, but for someone else. The voice helps the Viscount, suggesting that it is better for the queen to go to the left, where Pablo was hiding behind a shield. Watching the battle unfold, Andrew admits that the Viscount is quite fast. While defending himself from the attacks, Pablo notices how much rage there is in the Viscount, as if he were a hungry wolf. The knight acknowledges that the enemy has great spirit but lacks skill, and then strikes. The Viscount barely manages to defend himself and trembles as he blocks Pablo's sword. The man asks if the Viscount has finished his tricks and swings his arm for another blow. The guy blocks the attack again, to which the voice advises him to start parrying, rather than acting head-on. However, the Viscount does not have time to apply this new method for him, as he is thrown back by Pablo's attack. The Viscount hits his back painfully against the wall and falls, barely able to stay on his knees. Pablo comes closer and says that the Viscount's skills are indeed impressive, but Joseph's vassal is still a child. Acknowledging the shame that they had to meet here, Pablo swings his sword. The Viscount deflects the blow with a counterattack technique, shocking everyone else with this action. Pablo does not believe what happened, because a simple squire could not stop the knight's sword. Andrew believes that it was just a coincidence because the Viscount is so tired that he can't even lift his sword. However, Pablo does not think that it was a coincidence, although it is difficult for him, having crossed swords with this guy, to accept the fact of what happened. The Viscount mumbles something unintelligible and at first thinks that the guy has lost consciousness. But, upon closer inspection, the knight realizes that his opponent is simply lost in his memories. Remembering his desire to have exactly the same rights and live in a glittering place, the Viscount takes up his sword again. An attack follows, during which the Viscount's palms begin to bleed from the strain. Jaeger is nervous because he showed the guy the technique not so that he would repeat it, but so that he would focus on the basics. The man is puzzled how, having seen it only once, the Viscount can already use the technique. Pablo notices that the sharpness of the enemy's blade has now been replaced by determination. The knight looks closely, seeing how the sword in the Viscount's hands trembles and seems to howl. The man begins to suspect that the Viscount's world is about to open up, and considers it his duty to help him with this. He lands one blow after another, forcing Viscount to block so that the guy can quickly reveal his potential. During one of these times, blue tongues of flame begin to run across the Viscount's sword. Pablo, realizing where the battle is heading, loudly orders his shield to be handed over to him. Taking the shield in his hands and standing in a fighting stance, the knight acknowledges that the Viscount is not without rights. The man introduces himself and asks the name of his opponent, thereby recognizing him as worthy of battle. The youth exclaims that he is the Viscount of Shora, at which point his eye and sword begin to shine even more dazzlingly. Pablo activates his aura, holding out his sword and demanding that his opponent attack, to which the Viscount himself immediately strikes. The battle ends when the Viscount with bloody palms falls unconscious. Andrew indignantly shouts that, according to the rules, the use of aura is prohibited, so the Viscount can under no circumstances be considered the winner. Pablo looks with disdain at Andrew, who, having seen the birth of a new talent, still thinks only of his own benefit. Joseph and Jaeger thank Sir Pablo for fulfilling his knightly duty. The man replies that he could not act otherwise and did what he had to. Joseph approaches the priest, asking which comes first, the Swordmaster's Code or the rules of dueling. The Code of the Sword was possessed by only one person in history, to whom the honorary title was legally assigned. Joseph informs Andrew that no one present can decide whether honor or duty is more important. Joseph believed that what had happened should be reported to the Holy Diocese and the royal palace. Thus, until a precise answer is received, the announcement of the duel result will be postponed. After some time, the Viscount finally comes to his senses and, noticing someone near the blood, mistakes him for Ethan. The guy asks Ethan to pour him some water and complains of pain in his bones. When they hand him water, the Viscount realizes that the voice does not belong to Ethan at all, but to Joseph. The Viscount jumps up and Joseph says with a smile that he is glad to see that the young man is already on the mend. He asks if the guy is in pain somewhere in particular, but gets a negative answer. Joseph admits that he had no idea about the Viscount's capabilities. Now, thanks to the Viscount, the announcement of the result has been postponed indefinitely. Joseph explains the reason for this, and the Viscount remembers that the voice had already told him about the Code of the Swordmaster. Anyone who wants to become a knight must first take an oath based on the code. If all goes according to plan, the day will come when the Viscount will also be able to take this oath. Joseph hopes that the young man will be able to take care of himself, because staying in this place for a long time is becoming problematic. The Viscount begins to hastily say that he can return to duty right now, but Joseph interrupts him with a request to take his time. He cannot allow this, as he values those who, in his opinion, deserve it. Sometime later, Alice talks to Dale about what happened and the consequences of the duel. The girl expresses her concern that she was unable to even warn the guests. Dale reports that since the battle was postponed, he requested personal protection from the church through the priest against possible attacks by Andrew. The knight states that turbulent periods take time, but only make you stronger. In the end, What's important to them now is for Alice to establish complete control over Dermar. Changing the subject, the girl asks how the lemon harvest is going and learns that things are not going very well. Realizing that harvests continue to fall, Alice wonders if they should put more emphasis on growing barley. Dale doesn't like the idea of changing the industrial structure so quickly and suggests waiting a little. After some thought, Alice admits that the knight is right and that at the moment they cannot afford to make such a radical decision. Alice can't shake the feeling that another serious test awaits her. She suddenly notices something in the window and asks Dale if all knights can ride. Dale confirms this, adding that you can't call yourself a knight if you can't ride a horse. Alice smiles and says that apparently there are no perfect people, and the gods cannot give everything at once. The knight approaches the window and sees the Viscount outside, unsuccessfully trying to learn to ride. The horse goes wild and eventually throws the young man off. Jaeger recalls how the Viscount claimed that everything would work out if he tried to ride an expensive horse. The man, raising his fist, asks if the horse needs to be even more expensive than this one. He hits the Viscount on the head and advises him to think with his head next time before speaking. The Viscount mutters sullenly that he definitely succeeded last time, even though Ethan was the one driving the horse. Ethan himself immediately intervenes, confirming the truth of the Viscount's words. Jaeger frowns, because he thought that everything would work if he himself trained the boy. But now he sees that even his horse is moving away from the Viscount, as if something terrible is standing in front of it. Jaeger announces that they have had enough training for today and that they will skip class tomorrow. The Viscount has some doubts that at this rate he will ever be able to learn to ride a horse, and Jaeger says that they would rather postpone these attempts for now. The Viscount notices that he has heard these words too often since his arrival and is dissatisfied with it. Jaeger sighs and explains that such problems are not solved quickly. He has some other business to take care of today, so he suggests that they think about the Viscount's problem when they return to Sturm. Ethan can't understand why the horses hate the Viscount more and more. The Viscount himself is also worried about this, and Ethan suggests trying to ride cows because they are dumber than horses. The Viscount asks Ethan not to talk nonsense and to think about what he is talking about. Ethan sarcastically suggests that the Viscount continue to ride in the carriage, expressing confidence that Sir Jaeger would definitely like it. When the Viscount is left alone, the voice suggests that the cause is too fast and abrupt movements. Animals are sensitive to this, so the Viscount must learn to control his impulses. The voice suggests that control of your impulses also leads to control of your inner world and aura. The Viscount considers his aura too weak, but the voice reminds him that before he can learn to run, he must learn to walk. The Viscount remembers that they will return to Sturm tomorrow and suggests going up the hill one last time. Meanwhile, Anthony walks down the castle corridor, hoping that his lord will be understanding about the knight's failure in his mission. After all, what happened to the Viscount was an unfortunate accident that could not have been foreseen. The more Anthony thinks about this lowly vassal, the funnier the situation seems to him. At the turn of his thoughts, Jaeger interrupts, putting the blade of his sword to Anthony's neck. Anthony asks how long Jaeger has been waiting for him and does not believe that the knight has nothing better to do. Jaeger replies that he has a day off today and is currently busy with some pending work. Anthony admits that he had no choice, although he understands Jaeger's disappointment. He activates his aura and adds that they have the same job and Jaeger should at least understand that. Jaeger activates his aura in response and says that there is nothing to be done, because when the master tells him to bark, the knight barks. Anthony raises his hands and claims that this warning will be enough for him. He understands that knights are not only swordsmen but also dogs that bite on command of their master. He suggests that his interlocutor continue to enjoy the weekend, because the slightest bloodshed will declare war between the families. However, as soon as the knight finishes, Jaeger immediately punches him in the face. Jaeger angrily says that his lord is a very good man. As soon as Anthony gets to his feet, Jaeger hits him again, but this time in the stomach. Since they have the same job, Jaeger expresses hope that Anthony will understand him. The beaten knight replies that in fact that was enough for him. Jaeger hopes to meet elsewhere, since here he cannot make Anthony pay for mocking his lord. Anthony rises to his feet again and believes that a second meeting may indeed happen. The Empire is on the verge of collapse, and at such times people unite against their will. The Viscount comes to the hill to the same tree and suggests that the voice try to talk to the snake. The guy wants to do everything relatively quickly before he meets Alice because he can't be here. The voice takes partial control of the Viscount's body again, and they both see the spirit of the snake before them again. The Viscount nervously asks if the spirit is a friend to the voice within. The snake begins to circle around the young man, and he assumes that this is some kind of greeting. The spirit begins to behave somewhat unnaturally, which confuses the Viscount. The voice says that spirits are another form of the world, so an ordinary person should not try to understand their behavior. The snake wriggles up the tree and a bright light emanates from it. The Viscount feels a warmth radiating from him as the flickering lights rise towards him. The voice did not expect to see the forgotten enigma here, and explains that the Viscount is now observing the blessing of the spirit. The next day, Alice sees Joseph and the others off, regretting that she cannot serve them a large banquet. Joseph says that Alice's attention is enough for them, because now it's time to mend the cracks in the Heinel family. As they were about to leave, Dale called out to the Viscount and asked him to step forward. The Viscount hesitates, but after receiving approval from Joseph, he obediently leaves. Jaeger speculates that Alice and Dale have prepared the ceremony. Nightdale commands the Viscount to kneel, and he obeys without question. Alice sincerely thanks the Viscount because if it weren't for him, she wouldn't be here now. He defended her family's honor and brought to light a duel tainted by fraud. Alice hands him a purple handkerchief, saying that she would like to entrust her name to the Honorable Viscount. Joseph guesses that Alice wants to prove her relationship with Bayzid by getting a prospect in the person of the Viscount. According to Joseph, Alice shows gratitude and at the same time seizes the moment. The Viscount realizes that the fabric being handed to him is very expensive and doubts whether he should accept it. He remembers the scolding he got last time because he has to accept everything that is given to him to know, at least out of politeness, not wanting to be called out for ignorance this time. The Viscount takes the fabric from Alice's hands and expresses his gratitude. The Viscount's actions shock those around him, and Joseph remembers with annoyance that the Viscount came from the slums and knows nothing about the world of nobility. Dale sheepishly explains to the Viscount that the transfer of the handkerchief occurs somewhat differently. In cases where the handkerchief signifies honor, the lady hangs it on the end of the sword. The second way is to pass it from hand to hand and signifies love. Seeing the reaction of those around him, the Viscount cannot understand what caused it. On the way back, Joseph says that he hasn't been this worried in a long time, although the blame for what happened lies with him. He believes that the local traveling bards will not have to worry about their earnings for some time thanks to the Viscount. The guy, realizing how much he has let himself down, dejectedly asks for forgiveness. Jaeger angrily declares that now, when it is necessary to accept something from the nobility, the Viscount must first look at him. Despite the confusion that has occurred, Joseph congratulates the Viscount anyway. Now the boy is a man honored by such high-ranking nobility as Lady Alice. Thanks to this, the Viscount has now risen to the rank of an honorary knight. The young man cannot believe his ears and asks again if he is really now an honorary knight. Joseph adds that now, in places where Alice's name is known, the Viscount will be treated as a knight. Of course, everything is valid only within the borders of Dermar, since Alice became a baron only recently. The Viscount's joy subsides, and he realizes that he could not become a full-fledged knight so easily. Joseph advises not to lose Alice's handkerchief, even though the Viscount received it due to a mistake. The Viscount cautiously asks what will happen if he loses the handkerchief. Joseph says that since the Viscount accepted the handkerchief with both hands, then he will have to take responsibility in this case himself. Realizing that something might happen that Joseph cannot handle, the Viscount promises never to lose the handkerchief. Joseph picks up the document and says that although everything ended absurdly thanks to the Viscount, this document is no longer needed. This document turns out to be a certificate stating that Alice borrowed 10,000 gold pieces. Joseph explains that this was Alice's way of keeping the soldiers safe in case she lost the duel. If she lost her status, Alice would have to give up and the certificate was her only way to save herself from Andrew. Although in fact Alice never lent that kind of money. Joseph says that if Alice is in the power of the Bayzid family, Andrew will feel pressure. The Viscount gradually realizes that the nobility is now constantly living in search of excuses. Suddenly the young man becomes alert, hearing some noise from the forest to the west. Looking closely, he sees a whole crowd of bandits on horseback galloping towards them. The Viscount grabs his sword, preparing for battle, but Joseph asks him not to get excited. The young gentleman was aware of the risks and prepared for such a situation even before the duel began. It turns out that it was not bandits at all who were riding horses towards them, but Joseph's men. One of the men, named Jacob, apologizes for being late, saying that they were trying to get a fair price. Joseph praises him for the work he has done and allows the man to rise from his knees. Jacob looks at the Viscount and asks if this is the vassal who was rumored to have received Alice's honor. Somewhat surprised by the speed with which the rumors spread, Joseph confirms this information. The Viscount looks at Jacob and senses a strong, dangerous aura from him. This aura is different from other knights and reminds of the smell of danger from the slums. The Viscount's instincts were screaming at him that it was better not to joke around with this man once again. Joseph asks if Jacob wants to come with them since he is also returning to Sturm. However, Jacob and his men need to return a little earlier, and Joseph thanks the man for his help as he leaves. He replies that he was simply faithful to his duty as the hidden sword of Bayezid. The Viscount, arriving in confusion, cannot understand what is happening and who these people are. He looks at the bag Jacob brought and sees bloody marks on it. Noticing the young man's gaze, Joseph asks if the Viscount is interested in what is in the bag. Receiving a hesitant and affirmative answer, Joseph coldly says that the bag contains the world of nobility. This world is cold, cruel, and unforgiving, including Andrew's beheading. In his office, Count William tells of a group of wanderers crossing the Sturm who might be worth greeting. Charles relays the words of the wanderers that they will simply quietly look at the trace of the fallen dragon and leave. William hasn't seen such wanderers for a long time and expresses a desire to look after them for a while. Charles expected such a decision from the Count and promises to prepare everything in such a case. William then says that he has heard rumors that Joseph and the Viscount have accomplished a great feat. Charles confirms this by saying that the report contained text that would make even an old man's heart skip a beat. This text turns out to be the first codex of the sword, which William had not heard about for quite some time. Situations in which the first code is needed are extremely rare because only proven people are selected as students. William remarks that in their day, it is a rare sight to see a knight so cherished. The Count says that not only he, but also some other people would like it there. The golden generation of the Bayezid knights comes to mind. William admits that he mistakenly thought that Joseph was suffocated by his problems and gave up. William will have to think carefully because in the end he can only choose one of his sons. The students in the dining room are already discussing the Viscount's imminent return and the rumors that have reached them about what happened at the duel. Some people can't believe that a guy from the slums, without any roots, was able to create his own world and use aura. The door to the room opens and the Viscount himself enters, muttering that he is terribly hungry. Everyone in the dining room, seeing the appearance of the object of discussion, immediately drooped and fell silent. Now it didn't matter how different their status and the status of their families was, because among them, the Viscount was the only one who had entered the other world. The boy takes the food and eats it under the attentive, tense gazes of the other students, who at some point begin to irritate him. Paul assumes that this will continue for some time, because rumors spread quickly and everyone knows more or less what happened in Dermar. Paul changes the subject and asks what the Viscount is planning to do during his vacation, but he doesn't even understand what his interlocutor is talking about. So the Viscount learns that leave is given twice a year and all the followers have already received it this week. The Viscount is somewhat surprised that this also applies to him, since he is not a pupil, and says that he has nowhere to go anyway. Upon learning that the Viscount has no plans, Paul enthusiastically invites him to his home, adding that his father would also be glad to have such a guest. It turns out that Paolo has never invited anyone to his home before, so he is a little nervous. He says that in their house, serving food to guests is organized by providing unlimited amounts of fried meat. Paul remembers that the Viscount is looking for a horse and asks if he told him about his family's specialized business. It turns out that the Paula family can deliver any horse from anywhere in their area. Paul suspects that they must have several horses with a better pedigree than Sir Jaeger's horse. The Viscount is fired up by this idea and decides to definitely get a vacation if Paul is sure of what was said. Later, the Viscount leaves for training, during which Jaeger demands that the young man focus. The man makes a quick and powerful blow with a wooden sword on the Viscount's back, causing the guy to fall. Jaeger reminds that he already told the Viscount not to do what he is not even capable of doing. The knight feels that after the duel in Dermar, the Viscount has become too conceited and is now ignoring the instructions of the Jaeger. The Viscount immediately rises and asks for forgiveness for not following the advice and rules. Jaeger doesn't want the Viscount coming here if he's forcing himself to train, or if he thinks he can handle it all on his own. As the Viscount leaves dejectedly, Jaeger admits to himself that he is actually proud of the boy's brilliant results. However, the man is worried that the Viscount's accumulated skills are still not polished, because this is a weakness that can attract danger. The voice scolds the Viscount for not concentrating on the basics, assuring him that anyone in Jaeger's place would be angry. The Viscount explains that he simply wanted to repeat what happened to him in the duel, but the voice says that not all knights can use aura. And even so, this does not mean that the level of knights without an aura is low, because it only gives the opportunity to rise a little higher. The Viscount forgets that he has not held the sword in his hands for very long and is in a hurry, although he needs a solid foundation. The voice asks the Viscount to think about Jaeger's words, because he would not have scolded the guy if he were not worthy. The Viscount sighed, for he had become accustomed to contempt and ridicule. but it was hard for him to see disappointment. The young man admits that such a disappointed expression on Jaeger's face hurts more than any blow from a wooden sword. The voice suddenly reminds that the Viscount, because of what happened, was unable to even broach the topic of vacation. The guy thinks that this is not so important anymore, because there can be no talk of any vacation in such a situation. He picks up the sword, deciding that today he must practice swinging it until no thoughts come to mind. To do this, the Viscount waits for darkness to fall and goes outside to train. He makes a sharp swing of his sword, causing a gust of wind to appear, leaving a mark on the ground, after which a voice says that that's enough for today. He explains that the Viscount has long since fulfilled his daily quota, and if he continues to push himself so hard, he will only become exhausted after a while. Moreover, all the Viscount's efforts will be in vain if he gets injured during training. Jaeger watches from afar as the Viscount trains, remembering Joseph's words about the boy being like a wolf chasing the moon. The action moves to the county of Ravnoma, where the castle of the local nobility is ablaze. Inside lie the corpses of slain knights, and only one is still alive, although he is barely breathing. The only survivor leans against the wall and sees an armed man walking towards him. This man turns out to be Ezra, who killed all the other knights. The barely alive knight says that, according to the proverb, the master's name should come first and his own part second. But this does not mean that orders should be followed blindly, and the knights of the former Count Gaidar were not like that. Ezra is not at all offended by this accusation because he believes that this is why all of the former Count's knights died. Promising to meet him in hell, Ezra swings his sword and kills the last remaining knight in the castle. The next day, Joseph calls the Viscount to his place to talk about a vacation, since, at the very least, the guy has already been invited by Paul's family. The Viscount is surprised by such knowledge because he himself did not tell or ask anything. Joseph says that Sir Gregory's assistant happily told about it at every corner, and the rumors spread quickly. This does not become a problem, since Joseph was going to give the Viscount leave anyway and is glad that his vassal has already decided where to go. The Viscount first thanks him and then looks at Jaeger for approval, but the knight doesn't even look at him. This situation does not escape Joseph's attention, and he begins to suspect that something has happened between the Viscount and Jaeger. Joseph's first thought is to intervene, because then the awkward silence will definitely end. But after a few seconds, he decides that some relationships are worth respecting and not interfering with. The Viscount can't figure out what he should do and his nerves make it hard for him to even breathe. Finally, Jaeger breaks the silence by saying that a knight should never leave his sword, even when not on duty. He warns that if the Viscount misses even one day of training, he will immediately notice regression. And if it's a week, everyone else will notice it too. Jaeger understands that the Viscount is not one to shirk his studies, but he still wants to make sure that the boy does not go astray. The man says that he will look at the results after the Viscount returns and the young man is happy, because this is how Jaeger approves of the vacation. Joseph adds that the Viscount had better not expect much from the horses, as his problem will be difficult to solve even for the Paula Canor family. He asks the guy to analyze everything carefully and find out the pedigrees of those horses that will not be so hostile to him. As the Viscount prepares to leave, Joseph says one last thing. The guy doesn't need to buy gifts on the way home. The Viscount mentally takes this as a hint that gifts definitely need to be bought, because Joseph is happy with them. As the Viscount leaves, Jaeger expresses his concern that the boy might be being watched in Canora's house. But Joseph doesn't care much because if Paul's family needs something, they'll ask for it directly. Meanwhile, the Viscount finds himself in Oksana's room, trying on his new outfit and not fully understanding why he is there at all. In Oksana's opinion, the color of the cloak suits the Viscount very well, and she wonders if he has already gotten used to leather armor. The woman adds that the Viscount has strong bones, so everything will fit him well, and that is why he should try out a lot of outfits. Oksana is already aware of the Viscount's upcoming trip to Canor's house and explains that one must always look neat when visiting. A neat appearance is one of the most basic manners, and a good way to avoid tarnishing the name of your parents. Oksana approaches the Viscount and asks him to save her reputation with her appearance. As soon as the Viscount thanks her, the woman announces that at the end of the vacation she will assign the young man a teacher. She was prompted to do this by the news of the Viscount's serious mistake, which consisted in the fact that he accepted Lady Alice's honor with his own hands. Recalling that embarrassing situation, the Viscount apologizes for his lack of enlightenment. Oksana explains that the title of knight is equal to that of a semi-aristocrat, and as a result, the Viscount should quickly learn to behave appropriately. She also gives the Viscount a basket full of lemons, saying that it is not etiquette to go into someone else's house empty-handed. Leaving Oksana's room and looking at his reflection in the window, the Viscount notices how much he has changed. He feels out of place, particularly due to the fact that he wears clothes that are inappropriate for his status. He remembers Anna, who, according to Joseph, was now in the monastery. The Viscount hopes that she is doing well and assumes that she too is now wearing clothes that are completely unbecoming to her. Meanwhile, in the very monastery where Anna ended up, they are now discussing the new servant of the Bazid house, about whom there are rumors. The nuns heard that this successful servant had used aura in a duel in Dirmar. Anna washes the floor with icy hands while the others discuss how this servant could become a representative of the North since he revealed his aura so early. Rumor has it that he is also handsome, blonde with blue eyes, as if he came from a noble family. Anna has a glimmer of hope that this servant is the Viscount, but then she reminds herself that he would not have succeeded so quickly. The girl continues to wash the floor, hoping that the Viscount is at least alive and well. The nuns turn their attention to her, accusing her of not making any donations and therefore must pay with her labor. They hurry Anna to wash the dishes if she doesn't want to be scolded by her head sister. They mock Anna, saying that even if she leaves, she has nothing to do and no one will take her, which means she will be in the monastery for a long time. Anna recalls how after what happened, Mary brought all the girls to the monastery, hoping to give them shelter and safety. At first, they were refused acceptance because nuns are close to God and cannot accept girls who have been in dirty places. Mary was unwilling to back down until she convinced the nuns and cited as an argument the fact that the girls were being looked after by a bishop. Then the nun replied that even under such a condition, they could not suddenly take in a group of girls. Mary was outraged that the money she donated to the monastery could feed the girls for 10 years and still have some left over. Anna then asked Mary what she herself was going to do, but she wanted to take care of the girls first. Eventually, the nuns agreed and opened the doors for the girls, letting them in. Since Mary herself was not allowed to enter, she asked the nun to take good care of the poor people who had lost their home. She said that the girls were good at working, when suddenly a group of bandits appeared on the horizon. Luke, who was among them, grabbed Mary while the nuns hurriedly led the girls inside. Before the gates closed, Anna managed to see a struggling Mary being dragged along the ground by her hair. The Viscount finally arrives to visit Paolo and is shocked to see the luxurious home of the Connor family. He remembers that Paul's father is an influential man, even though he doesn't know it. Before the Viscount has time to recover from his first impression, they are met by the butler, accompanied by servants. Paul rushes to hug the butler, exclaiming that he hasn't seen him for a long time and has already missed him. When asked about Paul's father, the butler explains that the man is currently with unexpected guests. The butler turns to the Viscount and asks if he doesn't mind looking at the pasture, which is the pride of their house. The Viscount agrees without hesitation and asks first of all to take him to see the horses, about which he has heard a lot. The butler promises that the lord of the house will personally introduce their precious stallions to the guest, but there is no point in paying attention to the rest for now. The man escorts his guest to the pasture, but as soon as the Viscount approaches, the animals become frightened and run away, leaving only clouds of dust. The Viscount feels annoyed, especially since he cannot even approach the cows and sheep without frightening them. The butler admits that the situation appears to be quite serious and asks if the Viscount went to church about it. The Viscount replies that he certainly cannot be cursed, since his guarantor is himself a priest. The Viscount looks at the horses from afar, not understanding what good the aura is to him if he can't even climb onto a horse. While in the future the others will ride on horseback against the enemy, the Viscount will only be able to run after them and swallow dust. Helping the Viscount, he says that he will show him absolutely all the horses, being confident that at least one suitable one will be found. The Viscount does not at all share his friend's enthusiasm, but still admits that Paul may be right. Paul says that they have beautiful horses with an excellent pedigree, which the Viscount has never seen before. He tries to console the Viscount and suggests that they return to the pasture tomorrow, but for now they should enjoy the food and rest. Later in the evening, Paul takes the Viscount to the kitchen, where workers are frying different types of meat in each corner. The Viscount is amazed by the scale of what is happening and asks if everything in Paul's house is rich. The conversation is interrupted when the Viscount hears Father Paula walking towards them, loudly greeting the guest. The man introduces himself as Lord Thomas and apologizes for not being able to meet his dear guest in person. The Viscount introduces himself as a vassal of Lord Jaeger, to which Thomas laughs and says that rumors about the guy have reached Sturm for quite some time now. The man had heard that the Viscount had used the Swordmaster's code, and the birth of such a new star was a real celebration for Sturm. Thomas smiles and is genuinely happy that his son has made such a wonderful friend. The man calls Paul and the Viscount to follow him, offering to chat while dinner is prepared for them. The Viscount, meanwhile, remembers that Lord Thomas had other guests, which makes him wonder if they will sit together. Thomas himself also remembers the other guests and is glad that they are all from Bayzid, which amazes the Viscount. Wondering who this guest could be, the Viscount enters the room they came to and sees Ryan sitting on a chair opposite the door. Ryan notices them as soon as they walk in. Greeting him, the Viscount expresses his surprise at the presence of the gentleman. Ryan doubts that he and the Viscount should sit at the same table, but admits that the food looked too good for him to refuse. The Viscount notices that the evil looks of the elder brother Joseph's men are directed at him, and is not very surprised by this, remembering the situation with the peanuts. Besides refusing Sir Ryan's kindness, he also beat every one of their vassals. Ryan relays that he knows about the Viscount's vacation, and that the guy could spare him some of his time tomorrow. The Viscount doesn't quite understand why this is necessary, and Ryan suggests going to a certain place together tomorrow. The next day, it turns out that Ryan has gathered a whole squad to go hunting. Clearly not thrilled about the unexpected ride, the Viscount sits in the carriage with a bored look and continuously stares at the beast-like girl named Dorothy. She notices that the Viscount looks at her for a long time and rudely asks if he has ever seen beast-like creatures before. The young man says that there is a first time for everything, and this answer does not surprise Dorothy. She reminds herself that the Viscount hails from the slums of Sora, and wonders how he came to be a vassal of the Bayzid family. The Viscount grimly replies that his situation is not that special compared to the fact that Lord Ryan's mage is of a beast race. Somewhat irritated, Dorothy asks how, despite having an aura, the Viscount still cannot ride a horse. Hoping to offend her interlocutor, she says that even a fat man like Paul can do this. But the Viscount has already resigned himself to it and does not particularly react. Dorothy doesn't believe that this is just a coincidence and suspects that there is something fishy about it. The Viscount turns away and wonders wearily why they went hunting so suddenly. Seeing how the Viscount is lost in his thoughts and is not going to say anything, Dorothy asks if he is even listening to her. He wonders to himself if all beastmen or magicians are this talkative, causing Dorothy to accuse him of discrimination based on race. Suddenly, Ryan pulls her up and asks her to stop pushing so hard, because persuading the Viscount to go was no easy task. Dorothy explains that she does it because the guy is annoying her, but Ryan admits that it is a normal reaction to being pestered by others. Ryan gets distracted by looking at the area ahead and decides that it looks good and is a good place to go for observation. Paul suggests that they have finally found a place to hunt, but the Viscount disagrees, although he does not say anything out loud. If a decision had been made to hunt in this place, Ryan's men would have already released the falcon from the cage, but no one even remembered about the bird. Suddenly, one of the servants calls out to his master and points into the distance, where a long crowd of people can be seen. Ryan looks closely and, amazed by such a coincidence, realizes that he sees a group of pilgrims. He orders his men to raise the flag to demonstrate their intention and not to frighten the pilgrims. The Viscount once again mentally convinces himself that they are not planning any hunt, and that what is happening now is simply an accompaniment. At some point, the cart hits a rock and shakes so hard that the Viscount starts to feel sick and decides to walk. As the Viscount climbs out of the carriage onto the ground, Paul asks if he is okay and if he feels sick. The Viscount replies that he is not that bad, but he feels his heart beating harder than usual. From the place where they were walking, there was a very beautiful view, and Paul admitted that he really wanted to show it to his friend. Paul explains that the meadow in front of them stretches to Varna, and that sometimes monsters appear here, but thanks to Joseph, they have ceased to be a problem this year. The Viscount doesn't quite understand what Joseph has to do with this, and Paul reminds him of the expedition last winter, in which the Viscount took part. The young man barely has time to think that nothing threatens them here when he sees clouds of dust rising in the distance on the horizon. He looks closely and sees that the source of these clouds of dust is horses galloping rapidly towards them. The Viscount doesn't understand what's happening, but he feels even more clearly how his heart is starting to go crazy again. Ryan said they were a good quality herd of wild horses, but they were just uninvited guests at the moment. But the knights are confused that the horses are moving south instead of heading north, where new shoots will grow. Ryan gets the impression that the horses are in a hurry, or that someone is chasing them. Suddenly, the squad feels the ground shaking, and the servants shout to Ryan that an earthquake has begun. However, the Viscount is sure that this is not an earthquake at all, because he has already encountered such tremors and remembers them well. As the young man expected, a huge death worm, one of the remains of the fallen dragon, bursts out from under the ground, right behind the herd of horses. The horses continue to run away in fear while the worm chases after them and devours those who get in its way. Dorothy finds this situation suspicious because death worms never eat meat, so she does not understand the reason for this worm's behavior. The girl takes a closer look and, noticing how strange energy emanates from the worm's forehead, decides that this is where the main problem lies. The squad realizes that the wild horses have suddenly changed direction and are now racing towards the pilgrims. Seeing what is happening, the pilgrims are already starting to run away from the approaching danger. Deciding to somehow intervene and resolve the situation, Ryan turns to Dorothy with a question about what the death worms react to. She trembles and speaks with difficulty, saying that these worms have no eyes or ears, so they can only rely on vibrations underground. Ryan, seeing Dorothy's frightened state, orders her to pull herself together and find a way to distract the death worm onto herself. He then turns to the Viscount, ordering him to take Dorothy to higher ground and protect her. He also orders that a signal be given as soon as they find a way to distract the monster. Ryan draws his sword and urges the rest of his servants not to dwell on the unknown, but to try to be where they are needed and do what is required. Now their priority task and duty is to fulfill the mission received from the Count, so the pilgrims must be protected at any cost. After finishing his speech, Ryan rushes towards the death worm with his sword raised, and all the knights immediately follow their master. Analyzing the situation, Ryan is sure that there is a person behind all this, because what is happening is clearly beyond the norm. He approaches the worm, not understanding how someone would dare to do something like this on their lands, and activates his aura, causing the sword to burst into a bright flame. Meanwhile, the Viscount and Paul bring Dorothy to the high ground as they were told, and the girl pours out the contents of her bag in the form of small bottles onto the ground. All the bottles are different colors, and while sorting through them in search of the one needed to create vibration, she asks the Viscount the color of the engraving. The young man does not quite understand where he needs to look for this, and the voice explains that now there is some kind of secret in front of them. Dorothy is trying to complete the Trinity with divinity and aura, for which she is looking for the right color. The Viscount is surprised by this decision and understands that it was not without reason that the girl became a member of the Bayzid family. Suddenly, a huge whirlwind of flame engulfs the worm behind them, causing the monster to writhe in agony. And Paul exclaims that this is Sir Ryan's doing. The Viscount watches Ryan's skill with undisguised admiration and admits that his skills are on a completely different level. The voice immediately cuts off the Viscount's admiration, calling Ryan's actions superficial because he was unable to prepare properly. Ryan, finding himself face to face with the monster, does not believe that the worm in front of him is the most severe dragon. Enraged by the attacks, the death worm slams into the ground next to Ryan and briefly crawls deeper into the soil. The knights are worried about Ryan's condition, but he only tells them to remain vigilant, as he cannot let this monster escape so easily. The voice tells the Viscount that the situation is getting tense, because if the enemy is underground, then it doesn't matter how strong a warrior you are. Ryan orders to find the worm immediately, because it could not have crawled far and is now somewhere nearby. One of the knights shouts at Ryan to look at the pilgrims, and he sees a worm underground moving quickly towards them. Seeing the worm being chased, the Viscount turns around and asks Dorothy to speed up, but stops mid-sentence. To his surprise, the boy discovers that Dorothy is drawing strange symbols with paint on a piece of paper, using her tail. The Viscount is outraged by this turn of events because now is not the time for games, but the girl exclaims that she is not shirking, but using a special method of beast-like people. As she finishes drawing, Dorothy pulls out a piece of paper for Paul to hand over to Mr. Ryan as soon as possible. The girl quickly explains that to activate it, you either need to rub the paper or cut it. Seeing Paul's confusion, Dorothy explains even more aggressively that the spell took a lot of strength and soon she will not be able to speak. And since only Paul can ride a horse, the task is on him. The voice tells the Viscount that even if he were on a horse, he would still end up behind, because underground the worms of death move noticeably faster. From the whole picture, the Viscount concludes that Ryan's squad cannot catch up with the monster, and decides to try to take the situation into his own hands. He snatches the paper with the symbols drawn on it from Dorothy's palm and runs towards the cliff from the heights, frightening Dorothy and Paul with this prank. The girl calls out to the Viscount, hoping that she can stop him from jumping, but he ignores her words and slides down on the ground. In the process, the Viscount remembers that Ryan and Joseph are currently in a rivalry for the position of head of the family. Since Ryan has enough knights and elite ones at that, a vassal like him doesn't have to interfere with what's going on. But the Viscount, remembering the herd of wild horses, cannot get rid of thoughts about the one that galloped ahead. To some extent, the Viscount understands her, because he clearly remembers the feeling when the huge world destroys your home and you can only watch helplessly. The voice tells the Viscount to concentrate and put all his strength into his legs, but then the guy suddenly hits a protruding stone with his foot and stumbles. Not yet fully realizing what happened, the guy flies down, hitting the rocks, and a voice hurriedly asks him to curl up into a ball. When he finally lands, Paul watches in horror, trying to figure out if the Viscount is moving. Seeing that the Viscount was unharmed, Dorothy cannot understand how he was not seriously injured at all and could move after falling from such a height. The Viscount himself is also in a state of confusion that he remained normal because he expected to break at least a few bones. Suddenly, a blue glow appears around the young man, and a voice explains that this was the snake's blessing, without which the Viscount could have really died. The Viscount looks at the glow in surprise and admires what happened, to which the voice suggests repeating it sometime. The Viscount assures that they will definitely have another opportunity for this, but now they need to run to the pilgrims. Running closer, the Viscount suddenly realizes with surprise that the pilgrims are led by the same priest who became his official guarantor. The Viscount turns looking for Mr. Ryan. He sees that their squad has noticeably fallen behind, so the death worm will definitely get to the pilgrims faster. The voice, hinting to the Viscount about what he should do, says that sometimes accidents disguised as fate force people to make unexpected decisions. The guy understands that he cannot afford to doubt, since he can no longer delay, and, deciding to act, he throws the paper with the symbols up. He pulls out his sword and with a quick strike cuts the paper in half, causing everything around him to light up with a blue light. A magic circle forms under the Viscount's feet, with symbols drawn all over it, which also appear on the boy's sword. The sword begins to vibrate, and the Viscount, determined to finish what he started, swings and plunges the blade into the ground. However, this vibration is not enough, and the voice immediately tells the Viscount to strengthen it to such an extent as to summon his world. The Viscount obeys and, concentrating, activates the aura, which actually distracts the death worm's attention and lures it to himself. When the worm appears before the Viscount, the voice tells him not to engage in battle under any circumstances and to return, because the guy's world is not yet deep enough for battles. The Viscount knows that it will be enough for him to simply delay the worm, because he sees that Ryan's detachment is no longer that far away. The monster hits the ground next to the Viscount, but he manages to roll to the side and sees the worm go underground again. The Viscount panics a little because now the monster is lost from sight, and begins to look around, hoping that the worm is not crawling towards the mercenaries. Suddenly, he feels some kind of trembling and begins to look around in search of the worm. Just as the ground beneath his feet begins to crack, a voice commands him to jump aside. The ground shifts from under the Viscount's feet, and a worm of death appears with its mouth open, intending to swallow the young man, who no longer has time to dodge. Ryan, who was approaching them, sees what is happening but does not have time to intervene when the worm, shrouded in clouds of dust, freezes. Suddenly, the clouds of dust part in front of the Viscount, who is riding the very horse that caught his attention among the whole herd. The guy even forgets that a second ago he was on the verge of death, and in shock he realizes the fact that he is now riding a real horse. The voice interrupts the Viscount's joy with a request to look at the horse's forehead through his world, and the guy, obeying, sees how light energy flows from there. The horse turns out to be the bearer of the spirit because the blood of a unicorn flows through it. The Viscount rushes forward with a joyful smile, somewhat forgetting about the danger. He enjoys and is amazed by the view that opens up before him. Mr. Ryan catches up with the Viscount and asks if the young man is okay, to which he replies in the affirmative. Seeing the inscription on the Viscount's sword and remembering how he rushed at the monster without thinking, Ryan understands that this guy is ready to sacrifice himself for others. Ryan praises the vassal for his brave and correct decision, thanks to which the Viscount fulfilled his duty better than all the knights who were there. He then asks the boy if he can take the worm away with him so that the squad can cut down this monster and save the pilgrims. At first, the Viscount hesitates, because in front of them are the remains of a fallen dragon, but Ryan resolutely declares that he can handle it. According to Ryan, the Viscount should be able to distract the monster onto himself, because he has Dorothy's spell and an excellent horse. The Viscount wonders if he can control the horse, but he looks into its eyes and realizes that it too is trying to save its flock. Ryan points to a hill off to the side and orders the Viscount to go around it, and then return while Ryan himself waits on the other side. The Viscount immediately begins to carry out the order and separates from the squad, luring the death worm after him. Convinced that the monster is chasing him, the Viscount gallops forward at a rapid pace, and in the opinion of Ryan's knights, he does so even too quickly. The voice tells the Viscount to lower his sword to allow his energy to flow through the vibration of the engraving. The boy obeys, and, lowering the tip of the sword to the ground, cuts the earth behind him, raising dust into the air. Ryan wastes no time at this point and orders one part of the servants to take the believers to a safe place, and the rest to get ready. When he sees that the Viscount, pursued by the worm, has begun to approach, he raises his sword and activates his aura again. However, this time, no whirlwind of flame erupts from it, but instead the ground cracks and becomes like volcanic magma. According to the voice, Ryan had just expanded his world in a second, something only knights who can look deep within themselves can do. The Viscount involuntarily admits that Ryan seems terrifying to him because he can easily burn down anyone's world, including the Viscount himself. However, the dragons remains slow down when they sense a threat coming from Ryan's world. The Viscount realizes with annoyance that, at this rate, their plan may not work, and his world is still too weak to attract the worm's attention in the same way a second time. Suddenly, the horse the Viscount was riding turns around and runs straight towards the deaths, and its rider does not understand the reason for what is happening. The horse begins to run quickly in a circle, and the Viscount shouts tensely that now is not the time for tricks, for they are too close to danger. Suddenly, the horse rears up and the glow on its forehead intensifies, due to resonating with the snake's blessing and the Viscount's world. Sensing this, the worm forgets about the danger and begins to pursue the Viscount with renewed vigor. The young man quickly rushes towards Ryan, who continues to expand his world. According to the voice, this is not enough, since Ryan's world is still only gaining momentum, and the death worm can switch to another target at any moment. The thought flashes through the Viscount's mind that he is already at the limit, but at that moment the knights catch up with him and tell the new recruit not to give up. They all activate their aura, increasing the vibration effect, and now they have enough power to hold the monster's attention for a long time. One of the knights tells the Viscount not to stop under any circumstances and to rush with all his might to Lord Ryan. Finally, they reach their destination and rush past Ryan without stopping. He reaches the edge of his world and proclaims that such creatures should not create problems in the lands of Bazid, after which he creates a huge whirlwind of fire. Wanting to destroy the monster, Ryan cuts through the air with his sword, thereby directing a tornado of flames straight towards the worm. The monster is completely engulfed in flames, and the Viscount admits that the spectacle is beyond reason, because the world of knights is like an endless mountain. The guy involuntarily wonders whether Ezra or Jaeger, or even Sir Pablo, can also reveal the world. He suddenly wonders if he himself will ever be able to pull off something like this, and the voice assures him that everything will work out one day. According to him, the Viscount will succeed if his world is strong enough that nothing can shake it. The worm is defeated, and the lands around it are ablaze as the Viscount approaches Ryan to ensure his safety. Ryan, in turn, praises Viscount for a job well done and states that the boy tried hard. The Viscount asks worriedly if all the grass in the meadows will burn, but Ryan assures that the flames will soon subside, because there is a lot of water in the grass. He falls wearily, and the voice concludes that the master has paid the price for expanding the world for a limited time. Ryan extends his hand to Viscount, hoping he will help him up, but the boy, being terribly exhausted himself, sits down next to him. Ryan remembers how well the Viscount rode that horse and decides that the rumors were not true after all. But the Viscount says that it was all about the horse itself. At the moment when the young man admires the horse and his riding on it, he feels a sudden blow to the back of the head. It was one of the knights who gave the Viscount an encouraging slap, saying that the boy had done quite well and that their followers would be overjoyed. The knight suggests meeting again sometime, but then the Viscount is distracted by another person. The priest calls him to him, and the Viscount immediately jumps up, expressing his relief that his sponsor is still alive. The man smiles, takes the Viscount's hand, and, kneeling, thanks him for saving him, which somewhat surprises the guy. The priest begins to pray to God for the young man who acted on the call of his heart and heard God's will. The rest of the pilgrims then begin to offer prayers, and the priest asks God to comfort the shining protector of their world and bless him. At sunset, William reads the note Charles gave him in his office and asks if the information on it is correct. Charles confirms that everything written is true, because Dorothy sent this message through the crystal ball. William is angry that he sent his men only as a backup, and dark magic has once again raged across their lands. The Empire doesn't really say anything about these situations, so the old damn creatures are slowly starting to come out. Charles remarks that they do have some good news, which William agrees with, noting that the Viscount's name has been cropping up more and more often lately. The Count remembers every time the Viscount saved their family's honor and realizes that without this guy, Bazid could have been brought to shame. The man asks to bring Joseph, to which Charles clarifies whether the Count really wants to give his son permission. William smiles and replies that decent people should enjoy the rights they have earned. When night falls, the pilgrims and Ryan's party make camp and light several fires, sitting around them. While the Viscount is sharpening his sword, Ryan approaches him and asks where Paul is. It turns out that the Viscount's friend has now gone somewhere at Dorothy's request. He also then learns that the priest is now praying with the rest of the monks and, realizing that everyone is busy, offers the Viscount a drink. The guy doesn't want to be distracted from cleaning his sword, So he refuses Ryan's offer, which causes him to remind him that this is not the first time the Viscount has refused his master. Every time Ryan raised his hand, the Viscount refused him, and the man begins to suspect that it was Joseph who put his vassal up to it. Feeling guilty and remembering the scolding from Jaeger, the Viscount nevertheless accepts the drink and asks if it is whiskey. Ryan calls it the drink of nobility, and the Viscount smirks, realizing that the Bayezid brothers have similar tastes, even if their personalities are different. While the Viscount drinks, Ryan takes a closer look at the guy's weapon and advises him to check the sword upon returning from vacation. The young man says that a few days ago he went to the family forge and was told that the sword's handle needed to be changed. However, Ryan does not understand why this is necessary because the sword's hilt is perfect. According to the blacksmith, the handle was connected to the blade thoughtlessly and carelessly, and if the creator of the sword is not found soon, then the handle will simply have to be torn off. Ryan grins, noting that the sword suits the Viscount since it was molded in the same reckless manner, and the young man says that he refused the blacksmith. He remembers everything he and Anna went through to get this sword, so he doesn't want to part with any of its parts. Ryan says thoughtfully that even so, the sword needs to be repaired, as it already looks unstable, to which the Viscount agrees. This is why he needs to find the person who made the sword, and this person is Ensor. Ryan stands up and says that if the Viscount continues to desperately hope, he will get his confession sooner or later. The Viscount doesn't quite understand what this is about, and Ryan pats the guy on the shoulder, praising him for still being alive. As he leaves, Ryan advises them not to stay up too late, as they must set out for Sturm early tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, Oksana is in her room doing embroidery with her maid, trying to depict the Heinal family coat of arms with threads. She asks the maid if her embroidery is similar to the coat of arms, to which she shows her a book and claims that the drawing is identical. Now that this coat of arms is finished, Oksana must move on to the next one. The maid turns the page, revealing the Bayezid family crest. Oksana says that now there is no need for the image, because it is clearly engraved in her memory. The woman says that what makes this embroidery more valuable is that her mother once cast the coat of arms, and now it is a tradition forgotten by people. According to Oksana, the knights who are raised in the present time with such value are unworthy of raising their banner. As promised, in the morning Ryan's squad heads straight to Sturm, while yesterday's herd of wild horses runs not far from them. One of the knights expresses his delight because he has never seen people in a herd of horses running together before. Ryan confirms that this happens extremely rarely, and perhaps this is the first and last time in their lives. First, he looks at the horse that the Viscount was riding, then at the young man himself, realizing that at this meeting they were special to each other. The Viscount looks at the horse and understands that they will have to part ways, because he has unfinished business, and the horse has the duty of leader of the pack. When the pack reaches the edge of the hill, their leader rears up as if saying goodbye to the Viscount. Realizing that it was at this moment that their paths diverged, the Viscount waved his hand in response to say goodbye. Watching this, the priest asks the boy not to be sad about the forced farewell. When the young man does not admit his disappointment, the priest laughs and remarks that it is indeed difficult for people to tell the truth. According to the priest, life is a series of meetings and partings will make you cry while meetings will bring a smile. For the priest, the experience was also incredible, and he wonders when the Viscount and the leader of the pack will meet again. During a severe thunderstorm, William sits in his study and listens to the news from Charles about the fall of Count Ravnoma. The actions of the West had seemed strange to William before, but he never thought that it would end like this. The Count concludes that the Western families have entered into an alliance with Gaidar at its center, and that Ravnoma lost because the enemy had more people. William doesn't understand how it happened that the royal family did nothing, but Charles says that they can find out nothing about the center's affairs. The Count rises, reflecting on how the North is unique and stronger than any other region, as it is free from the influence of the center due to the impregnable wall. But this also creates problems, since news about the misfortunes of other regions hardly reaches the North. William can't believe that the Count of the region could lose so easily, because he was not from a simple family, but from a family of defenders of the treaty. However, now the rules and traditions of the past have lost all meaning because power is in completely different hands. Charles agrees that turbulent times are coming, and no matter how weak the empire is, it must draw the line somewhere. William looks out the window at a group of people in white cloaks below, and suddenly realizes that they are not pilgrims but refugees. These are refugees from Ravnoma, who want the old treaty to be fulfilled. The Viscount, meanwhile, stands outside Joseph's door, unsure of what exactly to say. Saving the pilgrims was the right decision, but he also helped Mr. Ryan, and he doubts Joseph will be happy with that. Imagining what consequences might await him, the Viscount suggests that Sir Jaeger might even beat him to death. But realizing that nothing can be changed, the Viscount knocks on the door and announces his return. Joseph allows entry and notices that the young man has returned a day earlier than expected. The Viscount explains that some circumstances have arisen, but Joseph has already heard about them and wants to know if the Viscount has suffered. The young man assures that he is fine, and this answer suits Joseph, but he believes that the Viscount would still be better off taking care of himself. The Viscount agrees and tries to understand in his mind whether everything is okay, because Joseph looks the same as usual. However, after looking a little more, the Viscount realizes that he was mistaken, and in fact, both Joseph and Jaeger are now simply furious. Joseph begins to say that he knows almost nothing about the slums of Sora, and such a sudden change of topic surprises the Viscount. Joseph is somewhat aware that conflicts between different gangs eventually ended after one of them fell or surrendered. The Viscount cannot understand why he is suddenly being asked about this, but confirms that this is most likely what happened. However, Joseph then notes that the Viscount cannot even send a letter to his beloved in the monastery. The Viscount corrects his master, saying that Anna is just his friend, but he doesn't really care. Joseph was actually referring to the fact that the Viscount couldn't share the news with the people of Swara for fear that one of them might get hurt. Joseph also tries to be polite, but solving this problem takes time and effort. The whole problem is that a man named One-Armed Jack was valuable in his own way. The Viscount speculates that the money bug most likely made connections with high-ranking people from Sora, using huge amounts of money. However, the Viscount has worked hard and proven his worth to Joseph, and in return he wants to thank him somehow, as promised. Joseph approaches the flag, explaining that it represents a person's honor and that in his grandfather's time, people often walked around with them. Joseph never had the opportunity to own such a flag in his life, so he hired a knight to carry it. Now the Viscount was honored with the opportunity to fly his own flag, and the Bayezid family would be his guarantor of value, as promised. Joseph asks the Viscount, a vassal of Bayezid, who has received the name of Lady Alice, to proudly raise his head under his own flag. Now the Viscount with this flag can go to his hometown and defeat those worthless people who bind him hand and foot. Joseph wants the Viscount to find true freedom and then return to him. Not believing that he was given such an opportunity and barely holding back tears, the Viscount expresses his gratitude and kneels before Joseph. The Count receives the refugees and they bring sealed proof of the agreement. One of the refugees reveals that sealed inside the coffin is a fragment of the first perfect dragon, which was slain by the founding king. The man asks the Count for forgiveness and explains that the Ravnum family was the only one in the West that could protect the treaty. William is understanding and promises to give the refugees his knights to help them move as safely as possible and protect the treaty. The Count allows the refugees to stay in Bayezid's house as guests until everything is ready, and the man thanks William. Having discussed everything that was necessary, the refugees take the coffin and carry it away, also leaving the room. When William gets up, Charles tells him not to worry, because the refugees had no choice either. The Count also realizes this, because from the point of view of the West, their only protector will be the ruler of the North, the Iron Duke Timur. William understands that there is nothing more he can do here, but this fact does not make things any easier for him. Suddenly, the Count notices in the window the flag that Joseph gave the Viscount as a token of gratitude, and says that he has not seen such flags for a long time. William thinks the Viscount could give her a little rest before leaving, but Charles says the guy probably can't go with the Viscount. The Count thinks and realizes that he too could not sit idle, but would immediately rush to his hometown. Meanwhile, in one of the slum brothels, a whole crowd of men had gathered in impatient anticipation. One of the men asks the woman behind the curtain to come out to him and play with him for the night, but the other tells him that the one with more money will choose. The woman behind the curtain turns out to be Mary, preening herself before going out into the crowd. The owner of the establishment stands in the corner of the room, commenting on how the men are making such a noise like pigs, and asks Mary to come out as soon as she is ready. According to the owner, Mary will need to service as many men as possible to pay off her debt. Noticing a disdainful look in her direction, the hostess approaches Mary and says that she will not be able to behave so confidently for so long. There is still plenty of time ahead, and the woman will work here even when her body begins to rot. Mary does not show her hostility in any way, and only wishes her mistress a long life. Realizing that Mary has not changed at all even after the way she was treated, the hostess demands that she get ready faster and get exhausted. Mary doesn't resist and finishes her preparations because, even given the terrible situation, she found herself in too good a position. The woman understands that she chose this fate for herself, even though it is the path to self-destruction. As soon as Mary leaves the room, the men begin pushing and shouting loudly, hoping to attract her attention. The hostess says that if they have waited so long and want to get Mary for themselves, they should show their gold. Mary listens calmly as arguments and quarrels begin in the establishment over payment. As word after word, the men offer ever higher prices. The hostess watches the unfolding picture and, admiring how much gold Mary brings in, wants to extract as much benefit from it as possible. One of the men shouts out that he is ready to offer 4 gold coins, and this price finally seems attractive to the hostess. Silence falls in the establishment because not everyone has more money, and others do not want to part with 5 whole gold coins. Just as the hostess was about to name the final price, a voice was heard behind all the men offering 100 gold pieces. The hostess starts coughing in surprise, and the men present turnaround in shock at this unknown person. Mary, horrified, recognizes the creaking of the steps and the clatter of footsteps that once brought destruction to her home. A man in a dark cloak enters the room, and the hostess asks if he really said he would pay 100 gold pieces. No one knows what kind of person is hiding under the hood, but everyone feels how serious his aura is. The hostess looks at the stranger and understands that even if he was bluffing, he will definitely have at least 10 gold coins. When asked if he could order food here, the hostess hands him a menu, but the stranger doesn't need it. After all, even after leaving this place, he still missed fried sausages with black pudding and fried white wheat bread. At this order, Mary suddenly begins to guess what kind of person is in front of her, and it is at this moment that the unknown person removes his hood. Although the woman immediately recognizes this golden hair color, she still cannot believe that the Viscount stands before her. Having come to her senses a couple of seconds later, Mary tells the Viscount to leave as quickly as possible, since this establishment is run by subordinates of One-Armed Jack. Watching their whispering, the hostess begins to guess that the guest and Mary know each other. The situation seems suspicious to her, and she decides to separate the two before they do something wrong. Noticing the hostess's special hand gesture from behind the table, a group of armed men stands up nearby and heads straight towards the Viscount. Mary trembles with fear as she sees the approaching danger, but the Viscount calmly says that before he pays her, he needs to do some calculations. The hostess cautiously asks, "What kind of calculations are we talking about?" The Viscount turns around and says that he needs something from One-Armed Jack, surprising the hostess. One of the men who approached pulled out a sword and called the Viscount a madman who dared to say the boss's name out loud. But the man doesn't have time to finish his sentence before the Viscount cuts his neck with one quick blow. In front of everyone's eyes, the corpse falls to the floor, and the owner, seeing the blood, begins to scream in fear. The Viscount orders her to be silent, pointing a bloody dagger at her, and orders her to wait for him elsewhere. He says that if he doesn't collect enough from the people, One-Armed Jack will come and take what the old woman has. The remaining bandits immediately point their swords at the Viscount, asking who he is and who sent him. Getting into a fighting stance, the Viscount replies that he is Henry's last blade. At first, the men are confused, but then one of them says he remembers the blonde, blue-eyed man, Henry's henchman. Another man is surprised because he thought that the Viscount had been killed a long time ago, but the other one tells him that it doesn't matter, because the prey came to them on its own. The bandits begin to surround the Viscount and rejoice because their boss will give them a lot of gold for the dead head of the boy who was supposed to hide from the whole world. The Viscount is not at all frightened by the unfolding situation, and he calls on the others to attack him as on that fateful day. The men are a little hesitant, feeling the dangerous aura emanating from the Viscount, because now he looks like a predatory wolf and not a loser. The Viscount does not want to wait long and says that if they are going to stand rooted to the spot, then he himself will make the first move, after which he attacks. The Viscount is surrounded by bandits with swords, axes, and sabers, but he does not lose his nerve at all, killing one after another. Driven by rage, the Viscount cuts one person after another, wishing to shed as much blood as the tears Mary cried. Meanwhile, in Henry's former establishment, One-Armed Jack sits, reflecting on the fact that after the death of one of the leaders, this corner of Swara became his. However, the Moneybug does not have enough power, and he wants to rise even higher, not wanting to stop there. This was also the reason why he took the lives of others without thinking and used the bodies of his slain enemies as steps to rise higher. However, having finally found himself at the very top, he realized that it was not he who decided how people would live in the slums, but people much higher than him, like Ezra. One-Armed Jack was convinced that everything could be achieved through winning, but he had gotten to his position by losing in the past. The man admits that Henry actually won here, but he also died, which will one day happen to Jack himself. Just one word from a person at the very top can determine his fate. At that moment, Luke bursts into the room, loudly announcing that they are surrounded by soldiers who have filled the entire alley. One of the men runs up to the window and sees that this is true, because there is a Sora guard at the back entrance. An argument breaks out between those present because they do not understand what the guards are doing here, since they have already been paid this month. Someone suggests that the guards are simply patrolling the city, but they are immediately told that they clearly came with such a large number for a reason. One-armed Jack doesn't participate in the panic at all. I only think that he felt this day would come one day. Instead of sitting in suspense and wondering when someone will come for him, a man wants to watch everything collapse before his eyes. Knight Austin, who is in charge of all the guards, checks to see if all the alleys are completely blocked off. The interlocutor, the mayor, answers the knight that they did everything properly. But he is not satisfied with this answer because the task has become too large-scale and the count found out about it. The man nervously replies that he can only say that one-armed Jack is cunning, but breaks off mid-sentence, seeing the knight's stern gaze. Who is this man in front of him, and why is an ordinary knight so well informed about the affairs of the slums of Sora? However, he says that in any case he is glad that the guards have arrived because now they can get rid of the parasites from Sora's gang. Austin mentally wonders why the head of some gang has control over such a huge system as an entire slum. It is obvious to the knight that the mayor himself is behind all this, and one-armed Jack paid him immeasurable amounts of gold coins for his help. While Sir Austin is pondering, the mayor asks him about when the special warriors sent by the Bayzid family will arrive. Austin points into the distance to where the bloody figure of the Viscount is heading towards them, and says that the warrior is already here. Seeing that it is only one person, the Mer doubts his strength and says that the Knights of Sora will cope with this task much better. However, Austin cannot allow this to happen, because Mr. Joseph put his heart and soul into developing the plan for this operation. This fight will be Viscount's official debut, but just in case, Austin quietly asks the guy if he can handle it. The knight suggests that the Viscount take someone with him, because there are about 50 people in the building and something could happen to the Viscount. In this situation, Austin will be ashamed to look Mr. Joseph in the eye, but the Viscount says that if he gets wounded, it is none of their business. Austin repeats that he cannot allow this, but the Viscount no longer pays attention to him, looking at the building that was once his home. Austin sighs and hands the Viscount the flag that Joseph asked him to give to the guy in front of everyone. Seeing the banner in the hands of the Viscount, the guards begin to whisper, guessing who this man is, if he was able to receive the flag at such an age. The Viscount feels power over these lands and, under the banner of the noble family that has accepted him into service, wants to show that the lives of those here are in his power. Austin, meanwhile, unfolds the parchment and calls on one-armed Jack and his minions to listen to him. They are accused of violating the order and law of the Bayzid family by poisoning the lives of the people of Sora, so he sends a representative of the family. The knight declares that all actions that the Viscount will take have been approved by him and the Holy Church. One-armed Jack and his subordinates are called upon to open the doors immediately and let in their trusted person. The guards begin to pound their weapons on the ground, asking God to help their authorized knight kill one-armed Jack. Austin tells the Viscount that he now has both permission from above and the support of the people on his side, so now the guy can let go. The voice asks the Viscount, who is preparing to attack, to be careful, for one-armed Jack knows of his coming. The Viscount draws his sword and a voice tells him to widen his field of view, for he will be attacked from all sides. He advises the young man to start the fight brightly, because one of the main principles of conducting a fight is to have initiative in your own country. Taking these words into account, the Viscount summons an aura and deals a crushing blow to the door of the establishment. A group of men standing there with their weapons at the ready are thrown back by the force of the blow. The Viscount stands in the resulting opening, thinking that if one-armed Jack had not attacked then, Henry would still be alive. This is why, before moving on, the young man wants to cut off all of Jack's connections and kill him. Entering inside, the Viscount announces that he is a confidant of the Bayzid family and has come to carry out his righteous revenge. He looks back and states that he wants to put an end to their conflicts. He raises his sword and loudly shouts the name of one-armed Jack so that he knows about the Viscount's return. All this time, Jack, who continued to sit in his place, hears this voice and recognizes it. The man's eyes widen and he rises from his chair in disbelief. He laughs madly, realizing that the one he called a rising star has come for his head. At that very moment, one of the men with a sword in his hands shouted for everyone to attack him at the same time. A crowd of armed men immediately rushed forward, shouting loudly and wanting to destroy their opponent, who came to them alone. The Viscount held his sword out in front of him to deflect every attack. His eyes were the fire of battle. His mind was focused to the max. The sound of metal clanging was immediately heard, and some of the men were unable to hold their weapons in their hands, colliding with the guy's sword. A moment's hesitation was a fatal mistake for them, as the Viscount began to cut them down left and right. Suddenly, one of the attackers decided to pounce on the guy from behind, but he managed to react in time. He turned around and swung his sword, giving his opponent no chance, thus taking his life and continuing the battle. The others noticed how their comrade's head ended up at the guy's feet, which made them stop for a second and recognize the Viscount. The man who stood behind everyone ordered all of me to stand like a pillar and surround him, but no one was in a hurry to do so. Everyone stood in a defensive stance and looked at the calm guy, whose clothes were already covered in blood. A loud voice asked what they were doing, after which he ordered them to attack him with the whole crowd, then they would be able to win. All the warriors thought that he handled the sword very skillfully. If they stepped forward, they would immediately die without having time to do anything. Each man mentally asked the other to start first, but no one dared to step forward, looking menacingly at the Viscount. The boy lowered his head and asked them not to think about it so hard, because he would still cut them all down. He concentrated an aura around himself and then swung his sword, creating a stripe on each man's body. It was a cut line, and as soon as he swung his sword, blood gushed out, followed by the screams of fallen warriors. The men began to fall to the ground one by one, unable to fight back against the guy who stood alone against them. The Viscount was surrounded by bodies, but he continued to circle and swing his sword, fighting back against the attackers. The men stopped again, looking angrily at the guy, thinking how to stop him, because they did not have enough strength to do this. At that very second, someone standing on the balcony grabbed iron nets and prepared to throw them at the guy. A huge net immediately flew towards the rising star, which was supposed to deprive him of the ability to move. However, the Viscount reacted to this, after which he rushed forward, dodging the nets that were flying in his direction. The man on the balcony gave orders to block him from the front, after which he began to wonder why he was so fast. Having moved away some distance, the guy tried to assess the situation, glancing at the balconies and the number of opponents. The warriors throwing the nets immediately noticed him behind the canvas, after which they asked to take him away, because they would not hit him from here. Another man ordered the stairs to be blocked so he wouldn't be able to climb up, so they would remain safe. The upper floor heard the order to get ready, because as soon as he appeared, they had to throw swords and daggers at him. The Viscount heard all this, thinking that they were another thorn, but going directly would be too reckless. Suddenly, a group of warriors standing behind him turned to the guy, saying that if he was so confident in himself, then let him attack. He didn't know what to do, because he couldn't continue to rely on the aura, which would sooner or later run out. At that very second, the guy noticed a rope tied to a pole, which could be his chance to save himself and save his aura. Smiling, the Viscount quietly said that Mary always complained that this curtain was in the way, after which he looked at the huge piece of fabric. Everyone around heard his phrase, but did not understand to whom and why he said it. They did not have time to be distracted by such things. At the same second, the guy struck the rope with his sword, cutting the knot, causing the mechanism to start working, lifting the rope up. The Viscount jumped up and grabbed the rope, soaring upward, passing several floors at once to reach the balcony. Everyone looked on in shock as the boy let go of the rope, landing on the balcony, bypassing the protection. The warriors closest to him immediately grabbed their weapons, swore loudly, and then began calling on the first floor to come to them. Glaring at his rivals, the rising star said he was amazed that this was all they could do. Then he himself rushed forward, swinging his sword, and not giving the enemy time to wait for reinforcements and group up. However, they were not going to give up, and also rushed forward, loudly shouting that they would now knock him down. They were sure that sooner or later the guy would run out of steam, since he would not be able to stand up to such a number of people. But the Viscount had a different opinion, so he continued to deal with everyone, sparing no effort or speed, watching each attacker. His sword is extremely sharp and they attack like complete idiots, which made fighting them much easier. Sir Jaeger's wooden sword was far more dangerous than theirs, so there was no hint of fear or doubt in the boy's eyes. When he decided to give himself a second to catch his breath, he immediately noticed an arrow heading towards him, but he managed to turn back. Not far from him, the guy noticed several archers who were standing on the opposite side of the room. They immediately heard the command not to stop firing, while other soldiers would not let him onto the stairs. The archers immediately accepted the order, after which they began to shower the Viscount with arrows, not allowing him freedom of movement. The rising star ran forward quickly, while the arrows that chased after him crashed exclusively into the walls. When he gained enough speed, he immediately decided to jump to another balcony where the archers were located. The Viscount knew he wouldn't make it, so he grabbed the chandelier to swing from it and gain some speed. When he was able to reach the balcony, he immediately began to swing his sword, destroying the archers in front of him. The men standing on the other side of the balcony couldn't believe their eyes because even arrows couldn't stop the guy. Walking calmly forward, The Viscount said that if they had waited, he would have come to them himself. The warriors watched his actions carefully, completely concentrated, because they did not know what move he would make next. Meanwhile, the boy drank water from a kettle standing nearby, after which he asked whether he should start over. He has to continue. After all, he needs to collect the rent for the fact that they were in his house all this time. The warriors' eyes immediately widened in surprise, because they thought that this was their territory, but this was what destroyed them. At the same time, the Viscount began to slowly approach them, forcing them to tense up and point their weapons in front of them. However, all the boy could think about was that Rose's smile was his lair, and he wouldn't let anyone take it away from him. Meanwhile, in the house near the port, the light was on, and the man sitting at the table was saying that one-armed Jack had completely gone off the rails. Even scumbags don't come into the market, but what can he do if this bandit is so openly fleecing people? Jack changed a lot after George died, and he used to take everything from people but never to extremes. At this rate, everything will come to an end. In a few months, the entire backstreet economy will collapse. He's going crazy about all this and how he's supposed to report that someone stole most of their contraband. At that very moment, the door to Harvin's office opened and a man burst into it, declaring that the alley had been blocked off. At first, he couldn't believe his ears, asking again what he was saying and who would dare to do such a thing. His interlocutor replied that there were people from Suturma there and they came for Jack. This answer was able to stun Harvin. Well, he understood that Jack had crossed the line, but he couldn't rejoice. Even after he left, rivers of blood would flow into the hairpins. The man then asked if he had been close to him. Harvin decided to ask again who they were talking about, to which he heard the name of the Viscount. At first he didn't answer, but then he decided to clarify why he had suddenly started talking about him, since he was talking about Jack. The interlocutor replied that he himself had not seen it, but they say that an unknown blonde man came with the people from Suturma. Harvin looked at the guy with displeasure, saying that it was as if he was the only blonde in the world, but he was told that that was not all. This guy called himself by his name. This information immediately made Harvin shudder and ask again if it was true. The interlocutor said that he swears, because he heard that he had recently placed his flag in front of the smile of the rose. Then he looked at the trembling Harvin and asked if he was okay, but his thoughts were already far outside this office. In the duel of honor, Dimar showed his aura, the young vassal of Bazid, who showed himself excellently in the hunt for the Deathworm. Then he realized that these rumors could be true, but he had to check everything himself, after which he took his cane and left the office. Meanwhile, the Viscount continued to fight the bandits who occupied the Smile of the Rose and were unable to fight him off. While the boy was fighting with several warriors, one of them decided to go around from behind to attack him in the back. Reacting with lightning speed, the rising star dealt with the last enemy, after which he turned around to protect himself from the knife. His blow was so strong that the attacker was thrown back several meters and his knife plunged into his forehead. Several more men ran past the fallen warrior, not paying any attention to him, but the Viscount easily dealt with them too. At that very second, an invisible silhouette appeared behind the guy, who thought that everyone was speechless when they saw him in action. His talents, ferocity, even his powerful will that comes from the depths of his heart helps him to win any fight. It was obvious to the naked eye that this boy was a natural-born killer who did his job perfectly. Turning to the dying warrior, the boy stated that during this time he could have already put in his missing teeth. He couldn't answer anything, because fear completely enveloped his body, which was shaking convulsively, and his eyes were filled with tears. Swinging his sword in his direction, the Viscount menacingly declared that he would no longer need them, after which he lowered the blade. Having dealt with the last enemy, the guy turned around completely covered in blood, deciding that this should be enough. Stepping over the bodies of his enemies, he moved further down the corridor, giving himself some time to rest. He couldn't quite recreate the scene from that very day, but it was time to end it, his gaze turning to the stairs. When the Viscount went upstairs, I opened the door and noticed a man sitting alone at the bar. The boy slowly walked into the room, still holding the ball tightly in his hands, as he knew that the battle was not over yet. Glaring at the man's back, he announced that he was back, addressing him as a boss, continuing to devour him with his eyes. However, at first he did not react in any way, continuing to drink silently without raising his head or turning in his direction. Suddenly the man spoke up, recognizing the rising star, and then greeted him, still sitting with his back to him. Putting a full glass next to him, Jack offered the guy a drink, after which he looked in his direction, noticing the silhouette of an armed man. Realizing where this was going, the man smiled, saying that the guy was very boring, and then looked at his reflection. After emptying the glass, he said that he had heard rumors about him but did not believe them. But now he would be able to see for himself. Looking at the Viscount in the reflection of his glass, Jack said that he should have brought him here earlier. He would have to tell the manager to kill all the spirit out of him. At that very second, the man changed his mind about doing this, assuming that the guy had already killed him, leaving his subordinates no chance. Rising from his chair, he said he was glad it was done by a man he knew, but he had left it for later because he did not want to deal with him. Jack's hand immediately reached for the saber, which until that moment had been in its sheath, hinting at the beginning of the final battle. Pointing the hook that was his other hand at the Viscount, Jack declared that he still preferred to deal with his own affairs. A dirty connection, a world that eats away at the Viscount's world, but he no longer has the respect he once had. However, now he is confident that Jack's world will not be able to contain him, and therefore he is fully prepared to fight his world. They stood opposite each other for a few seconds, me taking up fighting stances, after which the guy announced that he was starting. The next second, the rising star rushed forward, swinging his sword towards Jack, who immediately put up a defense. He may be his enemy, but he will show respect at the end, so their fight will be as fair as possible. When the man parried the first blow, the boy rushed at him again, swinging his sword several times, forcing him to go on the defensive. The Viscount decided to press him to the end, putting in more effort than when he fought his subordinates. Another blow from the sword forced the man to fall to his knees. The pressure from the boy was too strong to withstand. Now the Viscount was extremely angry because this was cruelty that went beyond all bounds of what was permitted. After several attacks, Jack decided to take matters into his own hands and swung his sword towards the Viscount himself, releasing his anger. The boy dodged as the man said that the rising star who used to wave wooden sticks had changed beyond recognition. He smiled, because he understood that he had to be at least that strong to return to the alley. His progress amazed Jack, and suddenly he remembered that he too once had a dream that was born in childhood. He wanted to get those shining stars at any cost, and he needed the power to grab those shining stars. With a lot of effort and even more bloodshed, he did everything he could, because in this place there was no line between good and evil. Thus, he was able to reach the top of the hairpin, thereby gaining enormous power and authority, thanks to which he is now here. However, Jack wondered every day why he had not yet approached the stars that were so close. Even if they no longer shine, due to the stains of blood and greed, they are still his stars. But at that very second, something blinded him. Covering his eyes with his hand, he noticed the silhouette of a guy who was rushing straight at him, swinging his sword. When the man felt the pain in his severed hand, he realized that in order to grasp the shining thing, he himself must become the one worthy of shining. However, now it was not he, but the Viscount, who was right in front of him, and his eyes were burning with anger and confidence. At that very second, the guy continued to attack the man because he knew that the severed hand would not stop him. Jack groaned in pain, then grabbed his hand, which was bleeding profusely, when he suddenly smiled sharply. His smile turned into a laugh as he said he hoped George was seeing this now and was proud of him. Hearing this name, the Viscount once again swung his sword at him, ordering him to close his mouth. There was open malice in his voice. The sword immediately met a hook in its path, with which Jack parried the attack, giving himself a little more time to chat. The boy angrily thought that he did not deserve forgiveness because he was involved in his death, and he absorbed the corrupted rose smile. And all because he is the son of the woman who sold Mary, so he deserves an extremely painful death. The next second, the guy began to send strong and sharp blows with his sword towards the man, forcing him to defend himself. Jack took his time to counterattack, while smiling and saying that today was his lucky day. Continuing to withstand the guy's attacks, he said that they would need to open rum in the entire alley and celebrate. The man liked to see the anger on the Viscount's face, so he continued to say that he would climb even higher than him. Their next attack caused a backlash from both warriors, causing them to momentarily drift apart. However, the guy decided to act quickly, after which he pointed the tip of the sword towards Jack and rushed forward. The man decided to do the same, but the next second he noticed that blood began to drip from his chest. He smiled, deciding that it would be better this way, because at that moment he revised his views on the Viscount. And rather than be destroyed by George's big world, he'd rather be crushed by the young world trying to get to the top. Still clutching his sword tightly, the boy looked at his opponent with displeasure, asking if he had any last words. In response, the man patted him on the head with a hook, saying that he had tried well, and then asked him to rest before leaving. The Viscount did not appreciate such a gesture, still looking at Jack with displeasure, trying to think about the meaning of his words. Why did he pull the sword out of the man's chest as he was bleeding, when he suddenly heard Jack say that he had enough? The man thought his life was full of evil, but it was still exciting, albeit in a bad light. Even though he was defeated without a chance by the shining world in the end, the man knew he was great and did his best. At that very moment, he raised the hook high up, thereby demonstrating that he did not regret what he had done, and left the game as a winner. His gaze turned upward, and he then shouted to the late George that he had had a very good time. Why did he feel that life was leaving him? Unable to keep his balance, he flew over the balcony, setting off on a free flight. The Viscount was surprised by what he saw, but he thought that revenge was sweet, so it was natural that he came for it. However, he still felt the bitter taste that settled in his mouth, when suddenly he noticed a glass of drink being offered to him. He walked slowly towards the bar counter, then took a glass of alcohol and emptied it with a deft movement. Jack's phrase about him climbing even higher than him echoed in his head. He didn't know what that could mean. Then he put a coin on the table, saying that he was returning it, because a knight should take only what he was paid. Rose's smile. People who pass through this place stagnate for a while like water in a barrel. But today, a drop of stagnant water has slipped away from this world, leaving behind a trace in the world of a young boy. Before leaving, the Viscount glanced again at Jack, whose body had landed on the first floor, and then walked towards the exit. Meanwhile, Austin reached the rose smile with the soldiers, thinking that there was an ominous silence around. He became curious about what was going on there, when suddenly he noticed a lone figure slowly walking out of the building. He looked at the Viscount in surprise, at first glad that he had escaped the enemy's lair alive. But when he saw his eyes, he was immediately horrified. And the same reaction followed from the soldiers who stood behind the gentleman. They couldn't believe that the boy was covered in blood from head to toe, and it was obvious that it wasn't his. The man thought about it, but he actually killed 50 people single-handedly. It's hard to believe, even after you saw it. Austin knew it wasn't just respect. It was more like fear. He could feel the guy putting pressure on them just by his presence. Everyone looked at the Viscount in surprise, but he didn't pay any attention to it, after which he turned around and walked away. Austin looked at his back, not daring to say anything because he understood what kind of work the guy had done. At that very moment, a loud voice called out to the rising star, causing him to stop, trying to recognize the owner of the voice. He slowly turned his head, guessing who could be calling him, but he still didn't fully believe if it was real. Raising his cane above his head, Harvin called loudly for the Viscount to come to him as the guards surrounded the man. When he saw his friend, his eyes immediately widened in surprise because he could not believe that he had come here. Noticing this, Austin immediately realized that they knew each other, and then asked the soldiers to let him through. Harvin slowly walked towards the guy, then stopped some distance away from him. He looked at the Viscount with concern and then asked if he was okay, since his appearance said otherwise. Suddenly the boy smiled, giving the limping boy a tired look before admitting that he was indeed standing in front of him. He then dropped the sword from his hands, ran up to his comrade and hugged him, after which he said that he was in great pain and that everything hurt. The dark-skinned guy frowned, after which he asked what was the matter and what had happened. I hope to hear a detailed story. However, the Viscount only smiled, responding relaxedly that he finally felt like he had returned home. A few days later, the Viscount, staring out of the window, declared that he still could not get used to it. Being on the top floor of the building, he wondered if it was because he was not looking at a back alley. At that very moment, a guy entered his room with a basin in his hand, asked the captain if he had gotten up already because he should have slept a little more. The Viscount replied that it was even harder to lie down since his whole body ached, and then asked what was in his hands. Smiling in a friendly manner, the man replied that it was water to wash his face. This behavior made the guy wary. When asked what was wrong with him, he replied that he had always been like this, while the man thought that the captain's acquaintances from Sawara had begun to appear. At this rate, he could lose his position. He didn't follow him to end up as a worker in Bayzid's stable. The Viscount immediately read his thoughts, deciding that he was thinking about it, but he saw right through him, and it was a little unnerving. However, he decided to reassure his comrade, asking him not to worry, because as long as he did his job well, he would look after him. The guy also asked if it was true, to which the Viscount replied that if he didn't believe it, then maybe he could work on it first. The interlocutor's face immediately lit up with a smile, after which he declared that he believed him without any evidence. Suddenly, the boy announced that Sir Austin wanted to see him after he woke up. This news delighted the rising star. He said out loud that he also wanted to discuss something, so it would be a good idea to go to him right now. A short time later, he found himself in the office of a man whose desk was bursting with a variety of food. Upon seeing this picture, the Viscount declared that if he ate all this, he could die, to which he received Austin's answer that he would die if he did not eat it. The man then pointed to a mountain of documents and said he needed to go through them all, but there was no end in sight. The shadows of the one-armed man fenced off even the deepest parts of the alley, but it was no surprise. He was born and raised there. There he began to sweep everything under himself, so it will take a long time to pull out all his roots. Austin asked what the guy planned to do since he already had everything he needed to clear out, so his job was already done. He didn't know what to answer, so he said at the walls that until Mr. Joseph arrived, he would be transferred to the reserves and would sometimes help him with his work. The Viscount frowned, not understanding how he could help him, since he himself understood almost nothing about documents. The man himself knew this, after which he handed the sheet to the guy, where it was indicated about the captain of the guard and the representative of the authorities. Austin smiled slyly, then explained that it was a power of arrest, which gave some authority to deal with criminals. Why did he say that Mr. Joseph wanted the Viscount to clear out the alley, pull out the weeds, and plant something worthy in its place? This is exactly what Mr. Joseph plans to do, and he is ideally suited for the task, knowing the alley better than anyone else. However, he doesn't have to start right away. For now, he can rest and meet old friends. He also reminded him of the girl. The Viscount frowned, stating that she was just a friend. As he had said many times, Austin replied that he had applied to visit the monastery. He thought they would agree right away, but they decided to wait a few days, so he would let him know as soon as he found out about everything. The guy was surprised and thought that Austin was better than he thought, because he didn't even have to ask him about it, and he did everything himself. He suddenly remembered what he wanted to ask the man, and then asked if the rest of Jack's accomplices were now in prison. He answered in the affirmative, adding that they arrested absolutely everyone since they were on every corner. The Viscount asked if he could go there, and this question made the man think and ask again why he needed it. The guy immediately put on a serious face, saying that he needed to find one person with whom he had business. But if he wasn't there, then he'd have to search the entire alley, but something told him that this man was there. When the Viscount reached the prison, several guards informed him that the remaining Jack's henchmen were in the deepest part. When the guy walked past the prisoners, they noticed him and immediately began to guess who it could be. Everyone immediately recognized it as George's blade, after which they began to assume whether Bayezid had sent it. Otherwise, why would he come here? As a friend, someone suggested that he came to find everyone who broke into Rose's smile that day and take revenge on them. At that very moment, everyone turned around, noticing the Viscount behind them, who was silent, looking at them carefully. When they saw this silhouette, they immediately began to run away, hoping that this guy had not come for their souls. Suddenly, the guy noticed a man who did not react to his appearance, tucking his knees under himself and lowering his head. The Viscount turned to him, saying that it was difficult to recognize him when he was sitting in a dark place. At the same moment, the man raised his head. The guy smiled, asking him to just give him 40 silver, and he would get him out of here without asking any questions. Surprised, Oscar looked closely at the guy who came to rescue him, but he could not find words for gratitude. The Viscount smiled again, saying that he had been badly hurt by him, after which he showed him his index finger. Oscar was taken aback, because in unfortunate places like the alley, even dark skin was not given any importance, but for the first time a hand was extended to him. It was a hand that had not lost its light even behind a pile of rubbish. It had belonged to the boy since that very day. A couple of days later, 3 nuns were looking out the window, clearly expecting the arrival of an important guest. When they noticed the approaching carriage, they immediately smiled, declaring that this was he, the one they had been waiting for so long. The Viscount slowly emerged from the carriage and noticed a group of people standing nearby who had come out to greet him. The nuns could not help but admire his beauty, because the blond man with blue eyes was definitely the man from Bayezid. They immediately began to ask each other whether the knight was supposed to come today, and whether this man had already become a knight. And they decided that yes, because the rumors about him were incredible. Otherwise, the head sister would have personally escorted him to their temple. One of the sisters pointed to the man who was following the guy, because such people wouldn't follow just anyone. They are willing to pay huge amounts of money to establish connections with the Bayezid family, so it's no wonder the main one bought so much wine. At that very moment, one of the senior nuns entered the kitchen, after which she cast a displeased glance at the 3 girls. She asked in a displeased tone why they were still messing around here, when they had been told that they would have an important guest today. The 3 nuns bowed low and replied that they would finish soon, but the woman was still dissatisfied. Heading towards the exit, she added that they should work faster because prayer would soon begin, for which they could not be late. At that very moment, the 3 girls looked angrily at the nun, who was washing the dishes alone, trying not to be noticed. One of them called out to the redhead, saying that they had been scolded because she was taking so long to dig around with the dishes. They headed towards the exit, saying that they would go, and she would follow them only after she finished washing all the dishes. After some time, the senior nun announced in front of everyone that today they had a special guest who had arrived from the Bayezid family. Saint Andreas personally vouched for him. The nuns blushed, surprised that Father Andreas himself recognized him. And he was also the pride of Count Bayezid. Everyone looked at the guy with admiration, whispering to each other that he was like a knight from a fairy tale, only in reality. At this time, the Viscount was carefully examining the nuns, and they, in turn, thought that he was looking specifically at them. The guy realized that he couldn't see her, although he asked to call all the nuns, but it was clear that one was definitely missing. The senior nun, who had not noticed this, folded her hands together, then smiled and suggested that they pray. The Viscount decided to wait a little longer, after which he knelt down on one knee, clasped his hands together, and then began to pray. The young nuns looked at this picture with delight, watching the boy who was completely devoted to prayer. At that very second, the guy heard footsteps outside the hall, after which he smiled, guessing who those steps might belong to. The door slowly opened and Anna ran inside, glad that they weren't finished yet. Then she stood in the last row, after which she began to examine the important guest, whom everyone had been waiting for so long. The Viscount immediately noticed her, after which he paid attention to her dirty clothes. Clicking his tongue, he headed towards her. The senior nun noticed the displeased expression on the guest's face and began asking what was wrong. The boy replied that she was too thin and then asked if they had fed her. But the nuns did not understand what he was talking about. He swore loudly and added that he could not behave carelessly, a statement that surprised the church ministers. The rising star slowly walked towards Anna, under the surprised glances of the other nuns, who did not understand what was happening. Some people noticed with surprise, some with disgust, that the guy was walking towards the red-haired girl. He stopped in front of her, while Anna began to carefully examine the guy, wondering if this was the Viscount. But after looking at him and remembering what the guy was like, she concluded that it was definitely not him, which made her soul feel sad. The guy turned to her, but the girl still didn't recognize him, so she called him sir, surprised that he noticed her. Looking the girl up and down, he saw only tired eyes, calloused hands, and dirty clothes, which indicated that she had worked hard. The Viscount cursed again, then dropped to one knee and began to wipe her dress, asking why it was so dirty. The stunned nuns could not utter a word or take their eyes off this picture, not believing that they were familiar. The Viscount closed his eyes, asking why they didn't feed her properly and didn't let her wash her clothes, although this right should apply to everyone. At that very second, Anna recognized the Viscount, after which she trembled and hesitantly took a lock of his hair in her hand. Without raising his head, the guy asked her to answer, but the girl remained silent, which spoke of her difficult fate. In my head, he noticed that Anna was barely holding back her tears, but emotions overwhelmed her, because she had been waiting for this meeting for so long. Rising to his feet, the Viscount declared that to hell with all the rules, after which he suggested that they leave here together today. Taking her hand, he invited her to go home while the girl wiped away her tears, not believing that this was really happening. The invitation to go home meant a lot to a girl who had never had a home. She had never heard these words before. No home, no parents, homeless kids from the back streets who had no food. They were each other's home and parents. After some time, the Viscount and Anna sat in the carriage, not saying a word for an entire hour. The girl hugged a pillow, thinking about something. Then she raised her head, looking guiltily at the guy, who immediately asked why she was acting like that. She didn't understand what he was talking about, after which the Viscount decided to clarify, asking again why she was staring at him. Anna wanted to answer something, but at that very second she hesitated, which caused a questioning look from the rising star. Pressing the pillow closer to herself, the girl lowered her head, thinking that the guy had changed a lot and she barely recognized him. Noticing her reaction, the Viscount turned his head and looked out the window, saying that they hadn't seen each other for 6 months and that she was embarrassed. Anna did not respond to this, looking again at her old friend, noticing that he had become very similar to an aristocrat. These thoughts made the girl hug the pillow tighter and tighter, unable to cope with her emotions. At the same moment, the Viscount called out to her. When Anna raised her head, he put a candy in her mouth, which surprised her very much. The guy smiled slyly, saying that she hadn't eaten for a long time, and then offered her to try it, being sure that she would like it. The girl began to chew the candy, asking what it was, hearing the answer that it was caramel, which he received from one night. She decided to ask where he got such an expensive thing. Assuming that he stole it, the guy replied that she could think whatever she wanted. Hearing such an answer, Anna smiled, lowering her gaze. She was still pleased by such a sign of attention. Suddenly, the Viscount noticed that his girlfriend began to shake, so he tensed for a second, wanting to find out the reason. He decided to ask why she was crying again. The girl, wiping her eyes, screamed loudly that he had come too late. The guy wanted to console her, but she turned away abruptly, continuing to wipe away her tears and sob. The Viscount decided to give her some privacy, after which he looked out the window again, declaring that the weather was very nice today. No matter where someone was born, all people can accept the star that is in their heart, even if that person has lost all hope. However, releasing this star into the night sky is different. Not everyone can do it, and not everyone can go after that. Looking at the fading coals, the blacksmith thought that they were like him, just burning without purpose, and then decided that it was time to call it a day. He realized that even the tramps didn't look in now. Then he remembered the Viscount, who could be admired. But at the same time, he evoked pity. The man only hoped that he did not freeze to death, could not survive in this world. At that very moment, he heard a question about whether he was closing, and he answered in the affirmative, suggesting that he come another time. The guy replied that he couldn't, because he would be busy tomorrow, and the blacksmith immediately asked what the people from the alley could be busy with. The uninvited guest said that he needed to get his sword in order, because he hadn't been to the blacksmith for a long time, and the man immediately froze. Turning his head, he noticed the Viscount, who said that other craftsmen could not fix it, and only he could do it. Not hearing an answer, the guy asked again if he could handle it, but the man was still in a stupor from the unexpected meeting. The blacksmith's face immediately lit up as he asked him to stop, adding that he would be happy to take on the job. Inviting the guy inside, he offered him to sit down while he himself was busy fixing his sword. The Viscount then handed his weapon over to the master, showing all the damage the weapon had received during its use. The man began to carefully examine the blade, noting the marks and commenting that the guy had used it well. Then he asked where the scratch came from, and he replied that it was from a goblin hunt last winter. Another came from the Duel of Honor, and the third came from the deathworm, which he scratched while trying to lure it. Looking at his reflection in the blade, the blacksmith thought that this sword had seen too much, even noticing the hunt for the remains of a fallen dragon. The blacksmith was proud of the guy because he was just hanging around here, hairpins. But he, unlike him, diligently fulfilled his duty. The man laughed that he was even happier than after he created his best sword, so he would fix it right away. Why did he start lighting the coals by the stove, breathing heavily, as if he would have to leave at any moment? The old man was ignited with passion for the first time in a long time. The star that had lost its light shone again, and then the old man did his best to repair his best creation. The next day, Harvin asked Viscount if he still had the Rose Smile debt certificate that Jack had. The guy smiled, replied that it was a fair exchange, and looked at his friend who was slowly sipping his alcohol. The dark-skinned guy immediately asked if he would be in charge there now, but the rising star replied that he had immediately returned it to Marcella. It couldn't open right away, but it would be ready soon. Harvin wasn't surprised by this because the whole place was covered in blood. Then he asked what the guy would do now, and whether he would return to Sutram since there was nothing keeping him here anymore. The Viscount replied that he was hanging around here for now, as he had been sent to the reserves, which gave him some free time. Smiling with satisfaction, the dark-skinned boy replied that it was nice to see that he, a man, followed the orders of a noble family. The Viscount added that they had also asked him to deal with something in his free time, and Harvin was immediately curious about what exactly. The guy replied that it was the hidden property of one-armed Jack, or everything that they could not return. After all, he dug his holes everywhere. The friend smiled and offered to help him with this. Such an offer was very tempting, so the guy agreed. He also added that this whiskey was not free. Harvin looked at him sarcastically, appreciating the rising star's joke. The Viscount said that Marcella was also looking for other girls. They were probably all sold, but they must be here somewhere. Harvin wondered if the gold coins and the girls must be connected somehow, but he couldn't find any chain. The Viscount said that it looked like a source of income. He looked for some, but did not find any traces of them. The comrade immediately asked who, for example. The guy replied that there was one girl, her name was Angela, but the guy could not find any information about her whereabouts. Several more girls had also disappeared. Harvin agreed that it was strange, but there must be traces of them somewhere around here. One-armed Jack has done a lot of things while he was boss of the alley, but this is different from his usual shenanigans. However, he will try to find out everything. The organization has recently been greatly reduced, so he will not be able to offer much. At that very moment, Oscar called out to the Viscount, calling him over to him and making it clear that they had urgent business to attend to. The black guy said that he checked everything and there was one suspicious place that he had to visit personally. He said goodbye to Harvin, while his comrade said that if he found anything, he would definitely let him know. Looking after him, the dark-skinned guy thought that he had just returned, but he couldn't even rest properly. Sometime later, the Viscount and Oscar reached an inconspicuous butcher's shop, which was located in a back alley. Looking closely at the piece of paper on which the names were written, the huge man frowned and then asked who these people were. The Viscount replied that he could have seen them before. The man asked why they were looking for them in a butcher shop, since they don't sell human meat. Then he turned around, saying that he had a full case and he still had to deal with this nonsense in the morning, so if they were finished, they could go. Without waiting for the customers to leave, the butcher continued to work with his cleaver, cutting the meat into several pieces. The guy asked in a calm tone if there had been a butcher shop here before, since he hadn't seen one 6 months ago. The man advised asking Black Bear about this. Besides, he has permission to own this shop. The Viscount knew that Black Bear was one of the 5 heads of the alley, and this man was trying to scare him by telling him the name of his boss. He decided that this seller was simply pathetic, after which he replied that he would then ask him himself about all the details. Suddenly, the guy asked how he knew that she had magic names written on her. From this question, the butcher froze and trembled. The Viscount added that usually if you show the inscription to someone in a back alley, they immediately get angry because it's not easy to learn to read here. And it seemed that he didn't know how things worked here because he wasn't from here. The man immediately opened his eyes in surprise. However, the guy did not stop, and his tone became colder when he asked that instead of human meat, they sell people. A second later, the butcher turned sharply, swinging his cleaver towards the guy, who was ready for a surprise attack. He immediately dodged, moving his head away from the sharp knife. Besides, the man's movement seemed too slow for him. The butcher's face showed that he was angry and irritated, after which he began to ask who they were and where they came from. The Viscount smiled, replying that he wanted to ask him the same thing, after which he offered to cooperate, and they would not shed blood. The man rejected the offer, while the boy began to take out a knife, simultaneously asking Oscar to close the door. The friendly smile on the guy's face changed to a cruel one, after which he declared that he would now close this shop. When morning came, the Viscount decided to clean the knife from the blood, asking along the way when such a person had gotten here. Oscar replied that it was no wonder that there had been so many strangers here lately, since one-armed Jack had not been keeping an eye on the place at all. The guy asked if he was behind it, but the dark-skinned guy replied that he had changed a lot since that day. The hero remembered how he had interrogated one of the bandits for information, but he had replied that he was simply a money collector, and that the slave traders knew the details. The guy didn't think they were trading people for hairpins. He didn't really have a reason to do it, but he didn't expect that there were very deep roots here. Hiding the weapon, he said that they had learned the truth, so that was enough. Oscar replied that the top brass would find out the details themselves. At that very moment, Ben ran up to them, loudly calling out to the Viscount and saying that he had found out what he needed. The boy claimed that some kids had seen it, and the rising star responded that he had done a great job before offering him some fried meat. While enjoying the food, Ben began to tell that they saw the brunette Angela. Someone saw her getting into the cart, after which she disappeared. The guy's face did not express any emotions, but he was only thinking about the fact that she had been sold to another place after all. With his mouth full, the boy continued to say that there was one strange detail. The Viscount immediately wanted to know the details. Ben stated that all the women who sat there were pregnant, a statement that surprised the rising star. He explained to the boy that all of them had protruding bellies, and there was not a single girl who was not pregnant. The guy understood that it was strange because why buy pregnant women? They can't even work. Looking at the thoughtful Viscount, Oscar tried to ask him what was the matter, but he received no answer. The guy was shocked that even Angela was pregnant. But there are people who sell pregnant women? This is strange even for a back alley, because this should not happen. Suddenly, a voice came into his head telling him to be careful with his warnings. The bad sign was destined to come true. But the guy was sure that there was nothing wrong with preparing for it. After some time, Austin asked him if the guy had found anything unusual, and he answered in the affirmative. The man suggested that he take a rest, but the Viscount replied that he himself had asked him to do this, but he did not think that he would find something so quickly. Austin also didn't understand how he could relax if the guy was busy with work, since he had just finished sorting out the paperwork. He then asked if it was so serious that he couldn't put it off for a day or two. The guy nodded calmly and silently. The man replied that he would think it over carefully, adding that it seemed like an inevitable crisis was creeping up on them. The Viscount asked if it was not within his authority, he could appeal to the mayor, but Austin said that was not the issue. He barely managed to get this vacation, so he doesn't want to spend it working. At the same moment, he looked out the window and was surprised. As he stated that he was being pressed from all sides, the boy noticed a motorcade heading down the main street. The upset man said that they would come in a couple of days, but they were approaching his estate right now. When the cortege stopped, an important-looking man with dark hair got out of the carriage and carefully examined those present. The mayor of the city, who came out to greet him, smiled broadly, declaring that Mr. Joseph's visit was a great honor for them. Ignoring the mayor, the man approached Austin, asking how he was doing, who replied that everything was fine, greeting his friend along the way. Joseph decided to check if anything had happened recently. Austin smiled amiably, answering that nothing had happened. However, the man did not believe his words, after which he turned his gaze to the Viscount, standing behind him, looking at him carefully. Joseph walked past them and headed into the building, suggesting that they talk about it inside, in a more comfortable setting. A couple of minutes later, they reached the mayor's office, whereupon his subordinate politely invited everyone in. The first to go into the office was Jaeger, declaring in a rude tone that we would first examine him for any dangers. The subordinate immediately replied that it was rude. Ask him if he thought he would hide something dangerous against Mr. Joseph. The one-eyed man immediately turned his head, looked menacingly at the man, and declared that it was up to him to decide, which was why he was here. This look frightened the subordinate, so he stuttered and replied that there was nothing suspicious there. Joseph, watching this small squabble, turned his gaze to the Viscount, who did not even pay attention to them. Suddenly, the man smiled, telling the boy that he had done a good job, who was surprised, thanking him hesitantly. Then he asked what he wanted to tell him, because he saw in his eyes that the guy needed some help. The Viscount said hesitantly that he was making a mountain out of a molehill, but the man still asked him to tell him everything. The guy said he needed help, but it would probably be better to ask the mayor, who might be more competent in this matter. Smiling, Joseph thought that his training had not been in vain. He understood when the right moment was, and in what situation it was possible to say something. Besides, being connected to the family doesn't guarantee that he will get any power. Then he said that the guy made an excellent decision. At that very moment, Jaeger turned to Joseph, saying that he could come in, and he immediately walked slowly into the office. The others followed behind him as the man told the mayor that he had a wonderful office, to which he received words of gratitude. Approaching the window, he added that it offered a wonderful view of Sora, and the mayor confirmed that the entire city could be seen from his windows. Joseph's gaze then darted to the chair, after which he said that it would have to be replaced because it was too pretentious and tasteless. The mayor was surprised by such a demand, after which he decided to ask why he didn't like his chair, since it wasn't for him to sit on it. But at that very second, the true meaning of his words reached the man, as he suddenly cried out nervously, realizing his current situation. Taking his place, Joseph asked him not to worry and to say what he wanted to the new mayor of Sora. The Viscount was stunned by such a statement, and the others also did not hide their reaction to such a statement. Sometime later, the Viscount was walking down the street with Oscar, saying that the smell made him dizzy because it was always hard to come here. This is the oldest and most problematic part of the alley, and the most terrible part of it, where there is blood and various stench everywhere. Then he turned his head, noticing a crowd of vagabonds, and the following people could see that they were living side by side with death. It was no wonder that even Jack didn't stick his nose in here, since he understood that even he couldn't fix what was happening here. A few minutes later, they reached the butcher's alley, where the man from the butcher's shop had originally directed them. The Viscount knocked on the door several times, then waited for someone to hear and open it for them. A few seconds later, a small grate on the door opened and a man appeared in front of them and asked who was there. The guy replied with an indifferent look that they had already heard. Everyone had a tense look in their eyes since he entered the alley. The man closed the grate and then asked him to wait, while the voice said that this was a fight to test whose nerves were stronger. The Viscount didn't think he could allow himself to be ignored like this. He had been in situations like this every day before. But now his name has the honor of other people behind it, so this time he needs to be a little more careful. With his head up and his eyes closed, the rising star concluded that he couldn't let them get away with this. They waited for quite a long time, noticing that the sun began to rise over the horizon, but they were in no hurry to leave. Suddenly the door opened and a man came out of it, calmly inviting him in. There were two more people standing behind him, their arms crossed over their chests. Not noticing the guest's reaction, the man asked again if they had changed their minds. The two guys didn't move, so the man turned around and was about to close the door, saying that if he wasn't coming in, then let them leave. As soon as he pulled the doors towards himself, the Viscount said that if he closed the door now, he would not be able to cope with the consequences. Taking the flag from Oscar's hands, the boy declared that they had started first and then proudly held it out in front of him. Then the boy gave his name, adding that, having the noble name given to him, he would fulfill the powers with which he was endowed. Then, he sternly asked to report this to the Black Bear, to go out themselves and meet the full representative of the Bayzids. After all, I haven't heard rumors about what happens if he goes inside after he puts the flag in front of the building. After which he asked them to take this seriously, because it would be his last favor for them. Meanwhile, the mayor of the city walked sadly towards the carriage, after which he stopped, looking at his office for the last time. He noticed Joseph standing by the window, reading his lips as he said he was sorry, and he didn't do it on purpose. Jaeger stated that he only got what he deserved. He cannot escape punishment in Sutram after all sorts of corruption came to light. Without taking his eyes off the window, Joseph agreed, but he was sorry that he had hastened his sentence. The man then asked what Black Bear had said, and the Viscount replied that he had said that he would do everything he could to cooperate. Joseph was glad that everything went smoothly, because he thought he would be stubborn here, but the guy decided that the problem was that they were both from the back alley. However, the man decided that this could not be, because he was one of the rulers of this territory, and could not compare himself with him. The Viscount must have had some problems as he was not familiar with this type of work, but he carried out the task flawlessly. His plan to raise the perfect knight, using his nose instead of a weapon, is successful, and he sees the fruits of his labor with his own eyes. Joseph then turned to look at his subordinates and declared that they had all done a good job. At the moment, he had under his command 5 knights, 1 mage, 10 managers, 30 elite soldiers, and 1 squire. These were his vassals who would share the future with him, no matter how good or bad it would be. After all, if he becomes the next head of the family, then they will receive privileges. But if he is destroyed, then they too will go to the bottom. Sora is the last stumbling block for everyone, but now he will be doing work that requires exemplary management of Sora. The man added that he would try to do this, but he would not have time for other things, so he would not be able to be distracted by anything else. They can't fight the darkness that pollutes the different corners of Sora right now, and they won't be able to prepare for everything. But if up to this point he was not just crawling, now it is time to walk, and this may be his last chance. Joseph then said that he would leave this task to Sir Gregory and asked him to select the team members for the investigation. The bearded man immediately bowed politely, after which he thanked the gentleman for entrusting this matter to him. Looking at him, Joseph thought that he was a knight who was always neutral even towards his family. He would not be blinded by the battle between brothers. And even if it does not belong to him completely, he will be able to take on this matter and will not allow any civil strife. Gregory immediately began to examine his allies, after which he began to choose the people he would need for the pursuit. First of all, he would like to work with Sir Carl, because he has excellent target tracking skills. The man frowned, saying that he hoped they would get along with the rising star, thus inviting the boy to the team. That same night, a torrential rain fell over Baron Uthman's estate in Mosium, calling all residents to hide in their homes. While thunder rumbled and lightning flashed outside, the man stood over his child's bed while the mother sat next to him. Both parents were completely devastated as they watched their son's condition get worse with each passing minute. There was also a woman in the room who addressed the Baron, asking if he could really save him in this way. The stranger smiled, after which she gave an affirmative answer because she knew that he could not refuse. The man was shaking and tears were coming out of his eyes as he said that he was relying on her. He would pay any price if he could save his son. Suddenly, the woman's eyes lit up and she began to hover above the ground, asking him not to be sad. After all, if God could watch over everything, there would be no people like her. After which the blue-haired woman laughed loudly. Sometime later, a group of knights arrived at the city, and Gregory noticed that the weather was terrible. The Viscount, who was standing next to him, agreed. Although they had almost arrived in general, he added that life does not go according to plan. He then took out a flask of alcohol, took a sip, and said that a little wouldn't hurt since it was cold now. Why did he offer the guy a drink? But he said that he would go collect brushwood. Gregory replied that they were wet. It would be difficult to make a fire. Without stopping his pace, the guy replied that it was still worth trying, since it would be hard to stay here without warmth. As he continued to drink, the man noticed that the Viscount was the same as he, indeed Sir Jaeger's squire. Having moved away some distance, the guy picked up the wet branches, saying that they were useless, they would shiver from the cold in this rain. Suddenly a guy came up to him with a stack of brushwood, saying that it should work with these because they are empty inside. Rising to his feet, the Viscount extended his hands to those who were taking the brushwood, thanking Charles and saying that he would carry them. Suddenly the guy noticed the expression on his friend's face, which I wanted to say something but could not find the words. Then Carl said hesitantly that he hadn't found a good time to say it on the way here, but he had thought about it for a long time. Placing his hand on his heart, the archer bowed, thanking the boy for that time, but then he had not found time to thank him. The Viscount smiled awkwardly, replying that he was just doing his job, asking the boys not to let it go to their heads. Then he decided to ask how he was doing. Carl replied that thanks to him, everything was great. But then he thought the opposite. At that very moment, Gregory approached them, commenting that he had chosen the right people for this task. Without looking up from his flask, he added that many would refuse to do such work, since they were knights. He then said that they would now go further, as they were no longer knights but rather mercenaries. Now they are already in the Baron's territory, and thanks to the cooperation of Black Bear, they have found their trail, but they have no evidence. And even though they are still in the north, they are now outside of Bayezid territory. And this is the furthest point that the Master's support will reach. They need to make sure that no one understands that they are conducting research in the village. They need to behave as naturally as possible. After they discussed this, the man suggested that they all go back because they needed to save their strength until tomorrow. Letting the others go ahead, the Viscount looked towards the city, hoping that he would not hear the sad crying he had heard that day. After a little more time, the rain stopped, giving way to a thick fog through which it was difficult to see anything. As he passed the houses, Gregory swore, saying he felt like they were being ambushed. Ethan, who was acting as the driver, was in full support of the captain's mood, saying that he had a bad feeling again. The Viscount assumed that it was still too early when suddenly Carl pointed to the building, saying that he saw an inn. The tavern owner, who was already awake at this time, was surprised by the visitor at such an early hour, looking at the guests with distrust. Gregory smiled and said that because of yesterday's rain, they hadn't made it in time, and then asked for a bowl of hot soup each. The innkeeper asked if it was a mercenary or them, since there had been a lot of bad cases here recently, so they couldn't let anyone in. The captain replied that they only needed to stay there for a couple of days, and that he would have food for them, so he would not be left without money. Noticing a girl peeking out from behind the bar, the Viscount waved to her, thinking that she was just like Anna when she was little. Seeing his greeting, the little one smiled but became embarrassed, immediately turning her big green eyes to the side. Suddenly, the boy heard a voice in his head, which is why he decided to move away some distance so that no one could hear him. Turning his back to everyone, he whispered that this was not like him at all, waiting for the voice to respond. He replied that he thought this was the place. Then he offered to lend him his world so that the guy could look at this girl. Looking at her with someone else's vision, the Viscount was horrified as a dark and ominous energy hovered around her. He immediately recognized the curse that was completely squeezing her entire body, although it did not manifest itself in any way outwardly. Children are pure and innocent, but they are the first to be sacrificed. The guy has seen this many times, adults who steal from children. Children who had nothing left were faced with nothing but death, and there was nothing they could do about it. They died of hunger, of cold, or died in tears from exhaustion while looking for the parents who abandoned them. And in the midst of this hell, he decided that he would not become like them and would never live by such rules. He swore an oath, and an oath must be kept just like a knight, and now the Viscount is here to protect the children. The next day, he reached a small temple that stood alone not far from the settlement. The voice indicated that this was the very place, the energy from the cross ends here. In response, the guy suggested going inside. Starting to examine the interior, the Viscount asked if the voice saw anything suspicious, but then answered in the negative. He also understood that everything was quite normal, but he still had a strange feeling that something was wrong here. At that very second, a voice said that someone was coming. The guy was surprised, since he did not feel the presence of another person. He couldn't look like he was investigating this place. He had to look natural, so he immediately knelt down and started praying. The man who approached him from behind said that he was new here. The Viscount replied that he had arrived yesterday morning. The friendly priest said that he had heard about the mercenaries who had arrived recently, and then waved his hand at him. Rising to his feet, the Viscount apologized for coming so suddenly. He wanted to say something else, but suddenly faltered. Looking at the Bible the man was holding in his hands, the boy realized that something was wrong here because he didn't see a single normal cross. The priest asked him not to apologize, as God's arms are open at any hour, in any place, and for any person. Meanwhile, a voice in the guy's head said that he didn't see, at least not yet, anything dangerous. The priest apologized for interrupting his prayer, and the boy replied that he felt even better after he allowed him to. The Viscount added that he would leave as soon as he finished praying, to which the man replied that he could do as he wished. The young man thought that the girl's cross led here. There was no doubt that there was a strange presence in this village. Seeing the smiling face of the priest in front of him, he understood that he could not trust him completely, because he could not let his guard down. When the man passed by the Viscount, he said that he would also pray, wishing that the plague would not pass their detachment by. The dumbfounded boy turned his head in his direction. The priest, adjusting his glasses, added that he wished the same for the children. As soon as the Viscount left the church, he immediately turned to a man who was working alone near his house. He decided to ask about the plague, having first clarified what the priest had told him when he was in church. The guy smiled and said that because of the schedule they had to stay in their village for a couple of days, but the news about the plague worried him a little. With a completely indifferent face, the man asked him not to be afraid because the plague only kills children. The Viscount immediately decided to ask how this was possible, but the man could not answer this because he had heard that it had covered most of the villages. However, all this was exclusively on the lands of Baron Uthman. This is very unpleasant, but nothing can be done. The guy was surprised by such a short story, but thanked the man and then walked away. While he was wandering the streets, he thought that in Swara women were disappearing, and here only children were dying. This was clearly a bad sign. Remembering the girl in the tavern, he realized that this was clearly not the plague, but there was no evidence of this, and it was unlikely that anyone would take his word for it. He then asked if it would be wise to return to Swara and borrow the holy object, but the voice replied that it would be of no use. He thought that this curse was created by a skilled black magician, and only a well-trained priest would be able to detect it. The Viscount decided to ask how they created such a complex thing, but even the voice did not know the answer to this question. The guy sighed heavily and replied that it was sad. Although they had strong suspicions, there was no evidence. But suddenly he heard a voice nearby saying that their church had given them. He decided to take a closer look. Noticing a hooded figure handing out crosses to children, he heard that the priest had given them to all his friends. The children immediately accepted the gifts, after which the stranger moved away, while the children watched him go. The Viscount immediately noticed that this knight was suspicious, and if he was lucky, he would be able to find evidence. The voice immediately asked him to be careful, because this stranger did not look like an ordinary person, but the guy said that he would be fine. He then added that he was a thief and a robber and had stolen from pockets the longest, but the voice replied that there was nothing to be proud of in that. Having reached the outskirts of the village, the Viscount continued to follow the mysterious figure, but doubts crept closer and closer. It frankly began to seem to him that he had been deliberately lured to the outskirts of the village in order to take him away from the people. The voice addressed him, asking what the knight had guessed about the surveillance, and he realized with a dissatisfied face that the voice was right, that I was behind the tree. The guy whispered that he could no longer follow him, so now it was better to go back and report to Sir Gregor. The voice replied that it was not sure about that, since it did not look like it would let him go, and then loudly warned that it was coming. The Viscount managed to peek out from behind the tree, noticing how the knight had already drawn his sword and was rushing towards him, swinging the weapon. With an incredibly fast movement, he was able to draw his sword, putting up a guard in front of him, taking the blow. The voice decided to help him, asking him not to stop, after which it indicated that the enemy would attack from the left. He managed to put up a defense again, but was unable to stand firmly on his feet, which is why he was thrown back several meters. Feeling the ground under his feet, he stopped, thinking that by crossing his swords he would immediately see that a knight was standing in front of him. However, the guy was not going to give up so easily, so he again got into a fighting stance, preparing for battle. It bothered him that he could not tell whether this man had once been a knight or whether he was still in service. However, it didn't matter now, as the knight was the first to decide to rush forward, wanting to destroy the enemy. Meanwhile, the guy thought that the key to the fatal blow lay in surprise, and he only had one chance. He then activated the aura around his sword and decided to attack directly, aiming for his opponent's head. The knights dodged, after which he himself activated a golden aura, which was not inferior in strength to the Viscount's aura. The guy was surprised by this turn of events, but they still crossed blades until a voice loudly asked him to stop. The guy just thought that it was too late, and now he had nowhere to retreat, so he decided to continue fighting. The impact of two auras knocked him to his knees, after which he raised his head and noticed the knight slowly walking towards him. The voice said that these were strange circumstances for a meeting, and then pointed out that this girl was a holy knight. The Viscount whispered that the misunderstanding needed to be cleared up, to which the voice replied that it was hardly possible to just talk anymore. After all, the sword is fast, and conversation takes time. She had already decided that she would kill him before he could start saying anything. The Viscount decided to attack her, but the girl easily parried the blow, not allowing the guy to get close to her. He was surprised because her attacks were different from Pablo's. She puts in a lot of aura, but doesn't show it at all. The voice explained that this was a blessing. She did not need to create her own world because she relied on God's word. The next second, she brought down a heavy blow on the Viscount, but he held out his sword, taking the full impact. He thought it was unfair because he couldn't believe that she had received so much power simply because she accepted God's will. They continued to exchange blows, but the guy noticed that the girl was not putting much effort into the fight. In addition, although she is strong, she has many open places that can be attacked at any convenient moment. So the Viscount decided to choose the perfect time to counter her with another blow, aiming at her weak spot. The girl's eyes widened as she noticed the sword approaching her throat, Then she quickly gathered her thoughts. Turning slightly, she caused the guy's sword to shift slightly to the side, thereby only catching her shoulder pad. The guy was surprised, and the voice asked him to concentrate and also to shift his center of gravity, but it was too late. With a sharp movement, the girl knight grabbed him by the face, after which she knocked him off his feet and threw him to the ground. When the Viscount tried to rise, he felt steel, which was near his neck. The guy was still trying to figure out how she was able to reflect his attack. The voice replied that she had magical armor and the technique of the Holy Knights. They use plate armor to change the trajectory of the sword. The Viscount considered the blessing and magic armor to be cheating. He also noticed that the girl didn't even sweat, which meant that she had deliberately opened a weak spot so that he could attack. The Viscount smiled, realizing that she was just playing with him. At the same time, the girl asked who he was. Raising his hands up, thereby showing that he was unarmed, the guy replied that he had come from Sora and was currently conducting an investigation. After a little while, they reached a tavern. The girl's name was Janetta of San Rosino. She also added that fate brought her together with them, in response to which Gregory bowed, agreeing with her words. As they sat down, Janet said that she had been investigating strange occurrences in the area, and at first thought it was some kind of plague. But in the end, it turned out to be a curse. She added with a serious tone that she found traces of something ancient. Gregory was surprised by this conclusion because there is a church here, so evil should not have originated here. Janet lowered her head and replied that it was quite possible that the church was the source of that very curse. The Viscount and Carl were surprised by this conclusion, while a voice in the guy's head declared that she was smart. Gregory thought that the matter was even more serious than they thought. He did not expect that the Holy Knight would say that the local temple was to blame for everything. It angered him that this place was outside the jurisdiction of the Bayzids. What was happening was increasingly going beyond their power and their capabilities. Suddenly, Janet asked him to convey her gratitude to the new mayor of Sawara, which greatly surprised the man. She added that the mayor's approach, using information they couldn't find and taking action, was commendable. Looking at her, the man thought that she was demanding that they not dig further, but perhaps it was out of respect. Black magic and everything connected with it is under the influence of the church, and they have no reason to continue their investigation. So he was forced to agree, and the Viscount mentally concluded that they had drawn a line, because of the weight of authority and responsibility. A little while later, the guy was sitting by the window, thinking that it looked like they wouldn't be able to find Angela. At that very moment, the girl in whom he had initially found the curse came up to him and asked if they were leaving. The Viscount answered in the affirmative, and when the little girl asked why, he replied that they had already done all the work here. The girl said that in this world it is impossible to do all the work, and from these words the guy turned to her in surprise. Looking into her childishly innocent eyes, he thought that this little brat was hitting him in the eye without warning. He then asked her if she had any friends and why she was always here. She replied that her father told her not to go out. The Viscount understood that this made sense, because what was happening in the area could not be called normal. Suddenly, the girl asked why they didn't stay a little longer, since they said the church would soon be distributing gifts. Her father, and the owner of the tavern, explained that the church would soon gather the children and perform a blessing ritual. The guy asked when it was planned, to which the man replied that it would be in 3 or 4 days, and the Holy Father would personally gather the children. The girl again asked if they could stay until that time, while simultaneously looking imploringly at the guy. The Viscount thought, because Janet sent a carrier pigeon asking for help, it will take the Holy Knight 4 days to get here. They were pressed for time, so the guy said that they could probably wait until the ritual, making the girl smile. Delighted with this answer, she began to rummage through her pockets, offering him a flower ring as a gift. Taking it in his hands and looking closely, the Viscount asked why the flower itself was not there, although the answer came to him quickly. The girl made it from ivy that grows on the wall of the tavern, in a village where even flowers are forbidden. Suddenly, the man turned to his daughter, saying that it was time for her to go upstairs to bed, news that the child did not like very much. She had no choice but to agree, but at the end, she decided to ask the Viscount if they would be here tomorrow. Someone gave their consent, thereby delighting the girl, who became, "We want to wave goodbye." After walking a few steps, the little girl stopped and trembled. But during that second, no one paid attention to her. Suddenly, she fell on her back, losing consciousness, and her father, who was standing behind the bar, immediately reached out to her. The Viscount turned his attention to the father, who was holding a pale, shaking girl, whose eyes were empty. The guy immediately ran to her, while the voice said that he lent him his world. This will not solve the problem, but he will understand what is happening. He looked at the girl again with a different vision, after which he discovered that the curse had activated. Hearing the owner's screams, Gregory and Janet immediately went down to the first floor, asking what was going on. They looked in horror at the sobbing father next to the little girl who continued to tremble, her skin noticeably gray. The bearded man immediately turned to the female knight, asking if this was what he was thinking about. Meanwhile, a voice in the Viscount's head stated that her breath was leaving her. It was definitely a curse that was sucking out her life force. He noticed that white smoke was heading towards the church, but he did not know how he could explain to his comrades what he saw. Suddenly, Janet stated that it seemed like her presence had not been noticed, which surprised the warriors present. She thought she was being careless because she thought she was holding back enough, but she didn't expect them to notice her low divine power level. Then the girl headed for the exit, saying that if she did not return, let them explain the situation to her colleagues who would arrive later. The stunned Viscount looked at Gregory, mentally asking him why he was just looking at it. He understood that it was because of the boundaries of responsibility and authority, when suddenly they turned their attention to the window, hearing screams from different houses. Not only the innkeeper's daughter fell under the curse, but also the children of other villagers who loudly called for help. The Viscount thought that he wanted to get out of the alley, not just to survive, and he wanted to wield a sword not because he admired knights. He understood that if he just stood and watched, it would be no different from living in a dirty alley. The guy firmly decided that he would go forward, but at that very second he was stopped by a man's strong hand, not allowing him to pull his sword out of its sheath. Without looking in his direction, Gregory said that he understood what the boy was feeling now, after which he asked him to listen to him carefully. A knight's sword must be as heavy as it is sharp. He will definitely become a knight, so he must understand this. Using someone else's sword should be justified and responsible, but the guy didn't agree. He asked why there was a need for justification and responsibility if they could not protect what needed to be protected. The man agreed with him, asking him to repeat after him that this was the only excuse they could count on now. Meanwhile, Janet had already reached the temple, noticing the cursed seal that was visible at the very top. She understood that no matter how much dark energy this place was shrouded in, it still stood on the land created by God. As she entered, she declared that nothing could stand in the way of his will, when she suddenly noticed a symbol written in blood on the wall. Besides this, she noticed various seals placed throughout the hall, with a man standing in the very center. Janet immediately recognized the sign of blasphemy, after which, with a sharp movement, she pulled the sword from its sheath, pointing it at the priest. The man smiled that she had come earlier than he thought, and then asked why she had come here alone. Then he turned around and said in an angry voice that the two of them could not pray for all these people. The girl did not understand what kind of people were being talked about, because there was a lot of alien energy here, but she did not see signs of the presence of others. Suddenly, she heard the ringing of a bell, which reactivated the cursed seal, and the priest suggested starting a prayer. At that very moment, a crowd of girls who looked more like monsters began to run from the inner room of the temple. They began to break down the door, thereby drawing Janet's attention to themselves, but she still did not know what was hidden behind the door. Suddenly, the monsters started breaking down the doors with their bare hands, shouting loudly that it was too dark here. And they also asked where their children were. Seeing this picture, the stunned girl knight loudly and angrily asked how they could do such a thing. She then asked if they feared God, to which she received the answer that he indeed should be feared, but that he had nothing to do with it. Throwing away the Bible, the man smiled slyly, declared that he no longer needed his hugs, and then began to concentrate his energy. In doing so, he gave orders to the monster girls, who immediately rushed towards Janet. At that very moment, she lowered the point of the sword to the floor, saying that the great commander of the divine army, Saint Rosino, who stands next to God, in the face of evil oppression, in exchange for a great price, let him come and save these fallen souls stuck between worlds. And she will be the one who will pay this price, as suddenly the girl glowed with a golden aura, and wings appeared behind her back. Suddenly, in the middle of the night sky, a bright light appeared, releasing a long beam that fell on the church. The monster girls were quickly approaching Janet, but she stood still and did not move, knowing that they would not harm her. At that very moment, the divine light began to take effect, causing terrible pain to the monsters, who immediately stopped. The priest, dissatisfied with what was happening, immediately bared his teeth, recognizing in this ability a solemn exorcism. It is the light that can be seen without eyes, and that can be found in the darkness, and that will be visible from everywhere. He smiled wickedly again, stating that she was able to summon such a light without a preparatory ritual, thereby impressing him. While creating a sword from dark energy, the man said that it doesn't matter how bright the torch is, because when there is only one, it is very limited. The priest knew that her spell had a strong backlash, so this miracle would cost her lifespan. However, she should know better than others that after the bright light, there will remain an even more impenetrable darkness. As soon as the divine light ended its effect, the burnt bodies of the monster girls were found on the floor. But at that very moment, from the depths of the temple, another crowd of monsters emerged, remaining unharmed. Janet noticed them, realizing that there were still a lot of them. She was also wondering how many more there were. The priest slowly approached the girl and said that now was the time of darkness. She sat on her knees, unable to move. She then tried to cast the spell again, saying it out loud while breathing heavily. The man stated that it was useless, but the aura around the girl began to glow again as she asked the church to destroy all enemies. At that very moment, a huge phantom of a knight in armor appeared above her, holding a sword in his hands, surprising the priest. He couldn't believe his eyes, while Janet thought that at least she would kill him, even if it cost her life. Suddenly they heard some noise behind them. It was the Viscount, who was dragging a burning cart behind him and demanding that they step aside. Looking behind her, the girl noticed a huge cart, which was engulfed in flames, rushing towards her. She gathered the last of her strength to push off the ground and jump to the side, not allowing herself to be crushed. However, the priest remained standing in place, looking with a grin at the fiery transport that was supposed to knock him down. He declared it was ridiculous before swinging his sword, made of cursed energy, breaking the cart into hundreds of pieces. However, this was only a distraction, as the Viscount rushed straight from the flames at him, swinging his sword. During the flight, looking at him with a crazy look, the guy said that he crossed the line when he started harming children. Then their blades crossed, and the guy also insulted the priest, making it clear that he was able to enrage him. Suddenly, the man looked closely at the boy, seeing an unusually powerful creature inside him. Surprised and then smiling, he said that he had only just now recognized him, and that they had met here again. The Viscount asked him to shut up and just die, after which he began to strike one blow after another, hoping to reach his opponent. His blows were fast, but the priest parried each swing, allowing the boy to vent his anger. Meanwhile, Gregory ran up to Janet, asking her if she was okay, and she asked him if he knew they were going to have problems. The man just closed his eyes, replying that they had no choice, as the children were dying and they couldn't just watch it. He then turned his attention to the crowd of monster girls, asking what was going on here, as he didn't expect to see something like this. Instead of a detailed answer, the girl knight replied that they needed to get to the bell, because it was the source of the curse. Gregory thought that they didn't have time to fight their way through and act carefully. They would have to split up, even if it was dangerous. Looking at his comrade, he clearly understood that Sir Carl could not use aura, so they had little choice. He turned his gaze to the Viscount, thinking that he first needed him to leave there, after which he began to concentrate his aura. The man rushed forward, shouting that he was there, heading straight for the priest, trying to knock him down. The enemy did not expect help from the guy, so he took the attack on himself, moving further and further away from the Viscount. Turning sharply, Gregory shouted that Janet had said there was something in the bell tower and it needed to be destroyed. The guy immediately accepted the order, after which he turned around and ran towards the bell tower. In Gregory's tight grip, the light waved his finger, asking him where he was going. At that very second, the monster girls turned their heads towards the scout, wanting to prevent him from reaching the bell tower. The Viscount realized that he was now moving straight into the thick of the horde, but he had no choice but to squeeze through them. Without wasting a second, he tried to break through the crowd, but he realized that there were too many of them, and time was running out. Suddenly, he noticed an arrow that hit one of the girls squarely in the forehead, and for some reason she screamed as she fell to the ground. The Viscount noticed Charles standing next to Janet and assisted him at a distance by shooting with a bow. Then he shouted that he would cover him and that he should just run. Having accepted the order, the guy returned forward again. Without stopping and not paying attention to the girls running towards him, the Viscount rushed at full speed towards the bell tower. He saw a door that led towards the stairs, but another crowd of girls immediately rushed out from there. A voice in his head told him that he needed to hurry, so the boy concentrated his aura, throwing the monsters aside with his sword. A moment later, he reached the stairs leading up and, without looking back, began to climb, without losing speed. While he was running, he thought that all the worlds in this universe were valuable, but not all of them could protect themselves. But if they have sworn to protect others, if they are there at the right time, together, where they are needed, they must act without hesitation. One must become a torch that will answer the darkness. This is the second principle of the swordsman's code, and it is indisputable. Meanwhile, the monster girls rushed to help their master, trying to catch up with Gregory. They scratched him in the back, causing damage with cursed energy, but the man's defense was at a fairly high level. He understood that he couldn't fight on both sides at once, so he let the priest go, fighting off the monsters. Out of the corner of his eye, the man noticed another girl approaching him from behind, but he didn't have time to dodge. At that very second, something threw her back. But upon looking closely, Gregory noticed an arrow in the monster's forehead. He noticed Carl nearby, who continued to shoot arrows, breathing heavily, and blood was flowing from his fingers. Gregory smiled, saying that it would be nice if he were always so popular with girls. He then turned his gaze back to the monsters, frowning and declaring that he had seen too many horrible things today. With his face smiling like an idiot until the very end, he turned to the priest who was still sitting on the floor. The smile never left his face, after which he replied that he could do whatever he wanted, because death would not stop him. Approaching him, Gregory swung his sword, deciding to see how he would talk after he cut off his head. In response to this, the priest only grinned, which managed to infuriate the warrior, who loudly asked him to laugh until his death. After that, he swung his blade with all his might to make sure that he cut off the head of such an annoying opponent. When the priest's head landed on the floor, all the monster girls immediately trembled and then froze in place. Looking at them, Carl noticed that these women had stopped moving. This calmed him down, because he was already on the edge. Janet, who was still sitting on her knee, said that to destroy the army, the commander had to be killed. So Sir Gregory's strategy succeeded, in response to which the man said that he was on the verge, after which he put his hand into his bosom. Taking out a flask from there, he declared that today he would have to drink heavily, when suddenly someone said that there was no wine at the service today. Everyone turned in shock towards the priest's head, who asked with a smile if he could have a sip. Gregory couldn't believe his eyes, so he stood there dumbfounded, looking at the still living priest. At that very second, Carl called out to him, but the man opened his eyes in horror, realizing who was standing behind him. Janet immediately realized that in front of them stood a headless knight. She had heard about him before, but this was the first time she saw him. The priest's body stood on its feet, and instead of his head there was a fire with a silhouette of a face. This creature was called Dallahan. Meanwhile, the Viscount was able to reach the top of the bell tower without any problems, noticing the seal that surrounded the bell. A voice in my head said that this was the curse of a noble mage. I needed to put my all into it and break the spell in one go. Without wasting a second, the guy began to concentrate the aura, saturating his sword with it in order to prepare the strongest blow. But as soon as he swung, a voice immediately asked him to be careful, as suddenly the floor beneath him began to crack. The guy realized that they wouldn't let him do what he had planned, and without wasting time, he flew down, not wanting to be crushed. He began to slide along the roof of the temple, dodging the debris that flew towards him, almost knocking him off his feet. The Viscount realized that he had no choice but to jump off the roof, after which he went into free flight. He was able to land safely on the ground, but the landing was quite rough, and he was curious about what was going on. Looking up, he looked in shock at the temple building, which was almost completely destroyed, and the bell was completely missing. He was surprised when a voice behind him said he was impressed, and Dallahan walked up to him holding a curse in his hand. He then decided to comment on the cool landing of the guy, who was looking at him in surprise. Holding his sword out in front of him, the Viscount was able to quickly pull himself together, after which he said that he knew he was not human. He then asked what was wrong with the others, to which he received the answer that their lives meant nothing to him, and therefore they were alive. Dallahan stated that this was all he wanted, and then held out his hand in front of him, containing the curse. The guy asked to give it to him, but the creature offered to try to take it away, thereby provoking the Viscount to attack. Concentrating his aura, the Viscount quickly closed the distance, attacking Dallahan, but he easily blocked the attack. After exchanging a few blows, the creature asked him not to test his luck, because he did not know when his courtesy to his peers would disappear. Approaching him, the guy angrily asked why he was one of them, because it was obvious that they were not the same age. Dallahan replied that he was not talking about him, surprising the guy, after which their blades separated. Now it was time for the creature to go on the attack, while the Viscount fought off each blow with difficulty, barely managing to change the position of his sword. Watching his opponent, he realized that he was getting faster and faster, and at that speed he would not be able to respond. Continuing to withstand the pressure, the guy heard a voice that asked him not to judge by the cover. It has inhuman movements. After another blow, Dallahan approached the guy, sarcastically asking if he was too slow. The next second, the creature pointed the tip of the blade straight at the Viscount's face, who did not have time to dodge. The voice cried out in concern, but the boy confidently put his shoulder forward, forcing the enemy's blade to go to the side. Seeing this, Dallahan recognized the armor's technique and asked how he was able to apply it to leather armor. He noticed that he was able to leave an extra large mark on the guy's shoulder pads, while asking about the fact that he even had spirit protection. The Viscount knew he couldn't retreat, so he moved forward again, swinging his sword, infused with aura. His blade hit its mark, cutting through Dallahan's side, but it didn't seem to hurt him. The guy thought that at this rate he wouldn't be able to win. It would be good if he could also think deeply about his world. Suddenly it dawned on him that the boy's growing world needed to be filled with something, and the boy's world became intertwined with the world of that voice. This is the horizon where they both intersect, where I becomes we, and at the same time the voice gave its permission. A surprised Dallahan watched as the boy's aura turned white, and the voice gave the go-ahead to use his world. Rushing forward, the angry Viscount asked if he meant to say that he should simply abandon the children. Hearing no answer, he lowered his sword directly onto the creature's blade, after which a bright light illuminated them, which spread throughout the entire area. When the curtain of dust cleared, the opponents noticed each other, but were in no hurry to take any action. Suddenly, Dallahan discovered a deep scratch on his forearm, from which black blood was oozing. The Viscount was angry, because he could only leave a small scratch. His world is too small. The world of the voice does not fit into it, so he only had 2 or 3 tries left. Then he began to watch as the creature's arm began to tighten. Suddenly, Dallahan began to transform, saying that he was soft on him because he thought they shared the same style. The knight in steel armor who stood in front of the guy suddenly disappeared, increasing his speed several times. A voice in his head immediately ordered him to dodge, while the stunned Viscount realized that he was being attacked from behind. At the last second, he managed to put up a defense, but the blow was so strong that it threw him back several meters. He couldn't get his bearings, so he smashed his body into the fence, raising a huge curtain of dust. Dallahan thought that in that brief moment he had squeezed out his aura to deflect the blow, knowing that this guy had great potential. What he saw with his own eyes refuted what he thought about him, and at that very second the Viscount's aura faded. The Headless Knight knew that he had unpredictable potential, so he should finish him off, and then he raised his sword over him. Finally, he stated that he should have been more restrained, after which he lowered the blade, but the guy grabbed it with his bare hands. Suddenly a voice burst out, ordering Dallahan to leave the child alone, surprising the creature. The next second, a white lightning strike hit the knight, causing him to scream in pain. Rising to his feet, the voice said that he didn't know who he was, but he knew that he needed to do something. The memories of his existence are long forgotten, and only the duty he must follow is scratched deep into his soul. He exists only for the sake of this duty, so now he must borrow the Viscount's body for a while to sort things out completely. Slowly moving towards the knight, the voice suggested letting the adults sort things out among themselves. Dallahan was still trying to recover from the lightning strike when he noticed that the guy walking towards him had suddenly disappeared. In that same second, he found himself behind the knight, completely repeating his move but doing it at a higher speed. The Headless Knight managed to put up a defense at the very last second, but the impact from the blow was great. However, this hesitation was enough for the guy to close the distance, approaching Dallahan again. He grabbed the creature by the face and then stomped it into the ground without much effort, thereby stunning the knight. The voice asked how he dared to cause chaos with his pathetic skills, in response to which the knight asked who he was. The voice replied with a smug look that it had nothing to say to the trash that used the blood of children to survive. He then ordered it to die, after which a white lightning bolt struck the creature, causing the monster to retreat. Having taken a few steps away from the guy, the knight thought that this was some kind of nonsense because for the first time he was scared. Then, he looked into the Viscount's pure white eyes, realizing that such a creature was indeed something he should fear. Suddenly, the boy shot up into the air, preparing to strike the knight again. But at that very second, he disappeared, thereby surprising Dallahan, around whom lightning immediately began to flash and strike the ground. The monster did not understand where the enemy was now. He turned his head, trying to react in time. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him asking why he was talking so much because he was slow. Without wasting a second, Dallahan decided to take the surprise attack by turning sharply and swinging his sword, releasing the cursed energy. But he didn't succeed, as the guy continued to stand behind him, but the monsters decided to attack him again. The monster swung the blade, releasing cursed energy around itself, trying to keep the strange creature away. Then he looked up, hearing a voice asking him how someone like him dared to laugh at the potential he treasured so much. The creature looked at Dallahan with the Viscount's eyes, and they reflected incredible strength and confidence. The Headless Knight thought that his body was free from death and not subject to pain, but now he did not understand what it was. He was also bothered by a nasty, aching pain that seemed to reach his very soul and tormented him completely. However, this was not the end, and the voice that had taken control of the Viscount continued to attack Dallahan. After another attack, the Headless Knight lay on the ground, completely defeated, not understanding how something like this even existed. At that very moment, his shoulder was pierced by a sword, which caused a wave of pain throughout the creature's body. Approaching him, the voice demanded that he immediately pass on the curse, after which it waved its hand. However, not hearing any response, he began to beat the monster without stopping, hoping that it would surrender on its own. This didn't happen, so the guy grabbed Dallahan by the rest of the armor on his chest and then began to break it. A frantic cry of pain echoed throughout the area as the voice discovered the very curse in the creature's chest. He touched it with his bare hands, after which he ordered it to go back. The creature tried to resist, but to no avail. A bolt of lightning passed through his body again, destroying him and with it the curse he held. The voice strained all its strength, causing a snow-white aura to illuminate everything around, which was able to destroy the curse. When this happened, the souls of the children began to return back while the worried parents were near them. The Viscount watched this while Dallahan was still alive, but suffering from unbearable pain, weakening with each passing second. Looking at this creature, the voice said that it knew him for sure, but so far it could not remember the method of killing for someone like him. The headless knight trembled, replying that he was not on his side, for he thought that he too had escaped death. The voice said that he couldn't remember, but that didn't mean there weren't other ways, after which he swung his sword. After seeing the result, he said that he would simply rip off all his limbs. Perhaps for him, it would be tantamount to death. Continuing to swing his sword, the boy cut off the creature's right arm and both legs so that it could not escape. Then he noticed that only one hand remained, but at that very second Dallahan raised his hand and shouted the name Lamia. After he shouted it a few times, the voice was surprised to see a clot of dark energy appear above the creature. The next second, about a dozen hands burst out from there, pointing towards the headless knight. The limbs immediately began to grab Dallahan, wanting to take him with them and not let him go anywhere. The voice concluded that this power was taking away his immortality, giving him the ability to stop feeling pain. A few seconds later, the knight shouted Lamia's name several more times, after which he finally disappeared. The guy had a silhouette of a man named Lamia spinning in his head. He didn't remember anything about this name, but it evoked vague feelings. He was trying to figure out what kind of creature it was when he suddenly realized that he was now in control of the guy's body, and it seemed like he had crossed the line a little. But even so, his height is simply incredible that the guy was able to hold out until this point without retreating. As the boy fell, losing consciousness, the voice thought that it would be necessary to apologize to him when he woke up. The Viscount remained lying there until it began to get light, for he had spent too much strength on the battle. Meanwhile, in the barony of Uthman, a woman sat on the throne, looking out at the fog that reigned outside the window. She thought that the soul was shining brightly, but the corroded traces were merciless. He uses magic that has been around for a long time. The creatures of the past had begun to move, so she knew it was time to make her move, no matter how hasty it was. She decided that the time had come for the cracks to appear. The era of chaos she had been waiting for so long, her gaze falling on the dead people in front of her. She ordered her knights to take any weapon they liked from those in front of her, so they would not be dissatisfied. And the Baron himself has already paid the price. His only son has returned from the other world, although he will no longer be the same as before. For now, they will remain on this land. In response to this, several dozen headless knights replied that they listen and obey. The woman who bore the name Lamia smiled with satisfaction as she looked at her still small army. When the Viscount came to his senses, he was stunned to notice that he had slept for 3 whole days again, having lost too much strength. Ethan stood next to his bed, telling him to be glad that it was over, because when they found him, he looked like a piece of old cloth. Then he began to tell what he had to go through to get him here and put him to bed. The guy also started asking if everything was okay with the knights. Ethan replied that among them the captains were in the worst condition, but he shouldn't worry about this and continue to rest, and in the meantime he'll go and report that he's woken up. Throwing his head back, the boy said in relief that he was glad everyone else was alive. The voice replied that that was the most important thing. After all, judging by everything, the barrier Janet installed was strong enough to hold up until the end, thus saving her comrades. She was very strong, which the Viscount also agreed with, since he was personally familiar with the skills of the girl knight. The guy said he had some strange feeling from talking to the voice when he wasn't holding the sword in his hand. He replied that it was all because the horizons of their worlds had merged, and, even if only for a moment, their measures had become one. Now he can talk to him in his thoughts. The guy decided to try it, realizing that the voice hears his thoughts. He was glad that now he didn't have to whisper and worry about someone hearing it, and he didn't have to pretend to pray. If you think about it, he had never told him this before, even if only they knew this secret, but it was the voice that saved everyone. Not only him and the knights, but even the children in the village, and at the same time their parents, who might not survive the loss of their children. The boy then mentally thanked the voice, placing his hand on his heart and bowing low. but after that he immediately felt awkward. After a few seconds, the voice replied that he had also done his best, and these words made the Viscount smile. A couple of hours later, a knight stood in the guy's way and ordered him to stop and not come closer. The Viscount bowed and explained that he was from Swara, and Miss Janet should know who he was. The knight looked at the guy with distrust. After a few seconds of thought, he turned around, ordering him to wait here while he personally went and checked everything out. The boy thought that even though they arrived late, he was glad that the holy knights had finally arrived. Now the villagers could finally rest. While he was thinking about this, the same knight announced to him that the guy could enter, in response to which he heard words of gratitude. When he entered, he was immediately horrified. In front of him, in several rows, lay people whose bodies were covered with white cloths. At that moment, due to the chaos, he did not realize it, because who would have thought that there were so many victims? At that very moment, he was noticed by Janet, holding a Bible in her hands, who called out to him and asked what he was doing there. Approaching her, he asked if he could explore the area, to which he received the answer that Sir Gregory had already reported the missing women. Without looking her in the eye, the Viscount explained that he needed to find someone personally, and the girl noticed that this was very important to him. She clarified that there might still be remnants of the curse there, so once it was completed, he should come here to receive her blessing. Then the guy began to lift the fabrics one by one to find the person he did not expect to see here. As a friend, his attention was drawn to the hair that was sticking out from under the fabric. Lifting it, he realized that he had found the one he was looking for. He also remembered telling her that she had a bruise and asking her to rest for a couple of days, but Angela replied that it was a trifle. The Viscount gave her a chicken egg, saying that he was simply doing what he had to do, and then asked her to apply the egg to the spot under her eye. The girl smiled sweetly, replying that it looked like a bribe, but they both understood that it was just a joke. He remembered her words when she said that she would count on him next time. Then he said that life is a very complicated thing. Touching her, the guy asked her not to take such risks in the next life, to be born the daughter of a good family and to grow up in love. He then apologized for not being there when she needed it most and not being able to help. After some time, Janet stirred her tea, asking for details about the battle with Dallahan, asking again what sucked him into the black hole. The Viscount answered in the affirmative, after which the girl handed him a cup, asking him to tell her more details. The guy replied that that was all he could say because he was too busy fighting, having used up almost all his strength. He explained that it was only difficult to repel his attacks. For the girl, any information was important, so she listened very carefully. The voice said he did a good job, sounding believable with a good balance of lies and truth. The guy mentally replied that he earned his living with words and learned to sound convincing. Janet thought the tracks were a disaster, and they showed enough how powerless it was to resist such a force. Her thoughts were interrupted by the guy's voice, who said that it seemed like he said something by name at the end. The girl was also surprised. Scratching the back of his head, the Viscount said that he didn't quite remember, because at that time he was either coming to his senses or losing consciousness. The night girl quickly began to peel the apple, asking him if he would remember it if he had a little snack. The boy concentrated, trying to remember the name, naming only the first letters, but as soon as he got to Lamia, Janet froze. She decided to ask him again if he was sure that this was the name Dallahan was shouting, and the young man confirmed it with confidence. The Viscount was surprised to see the girl squeeze the apple hard, thanking him for his assistance. Rising slowly from her chair, she added that San Rosino would not forget how he fought that day. Why did she ask him to come back and rest? The voice said that it was lucky that she did not suspect him. However, the guy was confused by her strange expression, as if she suddenly became a completely different person upon hearing Lamia's name. Meanwhile, Joseph, pouring tea and handing it to his interlocutor, asked the guest when he arrived in Sora. An old man named Luke sat opposite him, smiling amiably, and he replied that he had arrived quite some time ago. Joseph said that he would have met him if he had told him in advance, to which he received the answer that now he was only a man of low rank. He couldn't force him to put in so much effort for him, but the old man was more interested in where the young man was. Joseph replied that he was currently on a mission to the barony of Uthman, but would soon have news to report. Luke was surprised that, despite being a servant, he was already on a mission, and he also reported that he had met with the patriarch before arriving here. He only had one ducat left, so he wanted to cover everything up, Joseph thought, which meant he hadn't come just to meet the Viscount. The old man concluded that all the servants in Sutram were empty-headed, and the people who were supposed to take over the name of Bayezid turned out to be them. So he wondered if it was the same or the servant he had raised. Jaeger replied that he was definitely much better. However, he is sometimes willful. Luke said that if the grumbler speaks like a horse, then the boy must be useful. It's not surprising because when Jaeger was younger, he also showed him all his bad sides and constantly grumbled. The old man hoped that he would like the Viscount, and, quite possibly, he would be able to teach him something important. But if he turns out to be like Sovanin, who behaves defiantly only because of his parents' support, then he will beat him up. Joseph explained that his servant had no parents, thinking that now that he had ascertained Luke's intentions, he should take maximum advantage of his interest. Then he said that he grew up in the dark alleys without a family and climbed to his current height solely with his strength. He mentioned his sad childhood and the environment at that time for a reason, so that he could remind him of how many difficulties the boy had. Joseph said he was not asking him to give him his ducat, but hopefully he could teach the boy something. The old man replied that lately he didn't like any of the young people at all, and it was very difficult to please him. But since the young gentleman asks for it, he takes a good look at him, trying to discern something special. Meanwhile, the knights and villagers saw off the warriors who helped free the village from the curse. Janet said they would not forget their bravery, and Gregory hoped she would put in a good word for them. The girl replied that she could not lie in the reports, but would try to convey their position. He said that it was better not to say anything about them at all. Then she looked at the Viscount, who began to furl his flag, ignoring her. Janet was surprised by the guy's presence at the flag, and Gregory explained that a lot of time had passed, but Bayezid had found someone she wanted to watch. The girl thought that there were traces of a brutal battle. A servant who had the will to fight against Dalahan. He had extraordinary potential. When Gregory said goodbye, the girl replied that she would pray for the blessing of San Rosino to descend upon everyone. A small group of warriors set off. Here are the joyful cries of the inhabitants. The Viscount turned to wave them goodbye. Seeing the happy faces of the children and parents, the boy realized that when the fog receded, everything looked much better. Gregory said that this was originally a place full of sunlight. Everything that happened was because of it. It was a relief to the boys that Angela had chosen to be buried in a sunny village. Closer to night, they decided to make a stop. Everyone was already asleep, except for the Viscount, who was sitting in thought. It would have been a total defeat if he had not had a voice. He would have died, along with all his comrades. Suddenly, Gregory woke up next to him, asking in a sleepy voice what he was thinking about. The guy replied that he was thinking about different things. The man said with disbelief that he looked more serious. The Viscount was silent for a few seconds, after which he declared that there were too many incredible people in this world. He doesn't know if he can last long living among them. Gregory replied that everyone has such thoughts at least once in their lives. There are no exact answers, but he has already found his own. Taking a flask out of his pocket, the man answered in a serious tone that he needs to continue burning. A raging fire can be easily stopped if there is a wind, but as long as there is even a small flame left, it can flare up again. Therefore, you need to hold on and continue to burn endlessly. Hearing these words, the guy looked at the fire in surprise. He realized that there were no limits to his growth and that he couldn't catch up with the others overnight. He just had to keep feeding his flame. Because if he wants to stand up to the vast world that will suddenly approach him, his flame must also be immense. When the team arrived back, Joseph stated with satisfaction that they had done an excellent job. He would like to thank them all for the responsibility they showed in carrying out this mission. However, the fact that Bayezid's swords were drawn on another lord's land could not be ignored, and they understood this very well. Gregory bowed his head and asked for forgiveness, and as the man in charge of the team, he would accept any punishment. Suddenly, an old man standing behind them said that times had changed, then asked how they could act so irresponsibly. But what's worse is that they knew the consequences but still decided to act their way. Looking at the old man, the Viscount tried to understand who it was and felt that the air around him was rather unusual. Joseph stated that he was right, and they had touched a sensitive spot during the general chaos, which was unacceptable at the moment. The empire begins to fall apart. The imperial family cannot control it properly. All the problems emerge at once. There are small and large territorial wars happening in all regions, and there is no guarantee that this will not happen in the north. Gregory bowed again, offering his apologies, but the Viscount did not. Looking at his comrade, Joseph said that in times like these, when they witness the curse of the past, the Iron Duke also pays attention to what happened. He understood that they had good intentions, but the fire they caused was too big and created a lot of problems. The boy opened his eyes when he heard the old man's words and then that he needed to get out of there earlier. He also heard that the Holy Knights of San Rosino were there, so handing over that place to them would have been a completely normal procedure. Turning around and glaring at Luke, the boy mentally told him that he had no right to say such things since he wasn't even there. Well, the old man added that children in their time do not think at all about the consequences, after which he smiled. Everyone looked at the Viscount in surprise when he said angrily that if they had not intervened, the children would have died. The old man looked at the boy in surprise, wondering where Joseph had gotten him, thinking he was just a standard boy. However, just by his appearance and character, Luke concluded that this was a real monster that was capable of many things. The boy stated that Sir Gregory did everything he could for the children, even being ready to sacrifice his own life. The San Rosinos saw what they were doing and said that their actions deserved praise and not condemnation from anyone. He wanted to add something else, but Joseph interrupted him, sternly asking him to stop testing his patience. Everyone looked at the gentleman in bewilderment, sincerely not understanding why he was standing on the old man's side. However, the boy had no choice but to obediently lower his head and ask for forgiveness, but his opinion remained the same. Joseph turned to Gregory, saying that he believed that he, too, understood the special importance of the second rule of the swordsman. Several difficult situations have piled up on top of each other, and they must show Baron Uthman their sincerity before he expresses dissatisfaction. Approaching the window and placing his hands behind his back, Joseph declared that Knight Gregory was suspended from service for an indefinite period. During this time, they will not be paid a salary and will not be able to enjoy the rights that the Bayezid farm has granted them. Then he declared that the Knight Charles would receive the same punishment. They could not resist the will of the master, and therefore obediently agreed. Why did the man turn around, looking at the Viscount, addressing him, thinking that he treated him well, fed, and clothed him? But it seems he was unable to tame him properly, as the guy acts too willfully and recklessly. Joseph said he was deeply disappointed and upset by the way he was expressing himself without his permission. However, the guy was also suspended indefinitely. It was a loss for him, but he needed to be stricter with him. He also added that until he was called up personally, he should not be seen by him. These words stunned the guy. After this conversation, the guy wandered down the hallway, thinking that he had mixed feelings. And who would have thought that he would see that look again? As a friend, his thoughts were interrupted by the familiar voice of an old man who said that, as a servant, he had upset his master quite a bit. Luke, who was holding a folded flag, decided to ask the guy's name, trying to act as friendly as possible. Not hearing an answer, the man asked the boy to look at himself. He doesn't even respond when the elder speaks to him. He decided that he had not been taught etiquette. The Viscount was angry. I think that he had been taught it by Madame, who looked at him with the eyes of a mother. Having overcome his anger, the boy bowed low, saying his name, trying to display all polite manners. Looking at the old man with the eyes of a predator, he asked the old man's name. Luke was sincerely surprised, noticing his look. He looks like he's asking for a name before starting a duel in which he will emerge the clear winner. His old blood begins to boil again because it has been a long time since he felt such energy capable of exciting him. The old man asked again if he wanted to know his name, after which he said that, unfortunately, he could not tell him it now. Suddenly, the man opened his flag, on which various coats of arms were visible. Then he said that he was the one who was walking along the lower path. There are knights who do not die in their youth but grow old. And since they were unable to leave honorably on the battlefield, they begin to go to lower places. They wander in search of the honor they have lost along the way, and sometimes their journey takes an incredibly long time. This is exactly what the founding king, who was also a swordsman, did in the last moments of his life. Meanwhile, the man, looking at the map, said that Count Gaidar had finally prepared a bridgehead leading to the north. Moreover, he chose the very area where the bridgehead could be demolished. Alice replied that in order to reach the north, he would have to pass them. Looking worriedly at the map, the girl asked if he would come to them, although she herself doubted it very much. The man replied that they had to prepare for this. Alice didn't expect the center to be blocked and the west to be closed as well. Then she decided to write a letter to Count Bayezid, being sure that he would help them, since he had a reason and duty to do so. The interlocutor stated that she was right. Once they passed Dermar, their next target would obviously be the county of Bayezid. Smiling slightly, Alice said that she was glad she had given him her handkerchief, as she was sure it would play its part. The man agreed because now they continue to hear different things about him, but he will grow up to be a worthy man. Alice nodded. I said that this time he had made connections in San Rosino. Nothing bad would come of being close to the church. The old man covered his mouth with his hand, noticing with a joking expression that the girl was so proud of him. She cleared her throat, explained that she had invested in him. The man replied that it had been a very good decision. At this rate, soon people would consider spices, not lemons, to be a curiosity for Dermar, after which he again glanced sarcastically at the girl. Alice became embarrassed, replying that since their spy network had become stronger, they needed to increase the area of observation. This would buy them time in a difficult moment, and she also hoped that they would simply pass the time without any unnecessary actions. The world is changing rapidly, so quickly that it is impossible to even predict these changes. But these changes are not only bad. For example, as these flowers began to bloom after that young man left, they can bring him comfort and hope. Later in the evening, the Viscount sat at the blacksmith's, saying that if he could, he would have hit the arrogant old man right then and there. The man asked where he had used the sword. It had not been long since the last repair, and it was already so worn out. The guy replied that the headless man was quite a difficult opponent. The man did not quite understand the meaning of these words. The Viscount replied that the further he explored the world, the more often he had to fight creatures he had never even heard of. The blacksmith asked if it was time for him to change this sword. The guy looked at the man in surprise, after which he turned his gaze to the weapon. He explained that he couldn't do better than those pathetic toothpicks that mercenaries use, and that he was lucky to be cutting up monsters. The blacksmith also explained that if you use things that are not suitable for you, they will break more and more often. A man with a scar on his eye walked into the blacksmith shop and politely asked to make him a sword that would cut down ghosts. A mercenary asked him for it last winter. He thought he was talking nonsense, but then he mentioned the name of the Viscount who cut down the ghost. After thinking, the guy replied that he knew him. He met him while destroying goblins. He really wanted to know where to get such a sword. And the blacksmith said that at such a young age, he definitely wouldn't be able to use his aura. So he asked if there was something special about this sword. Hearing this, he felt some relief, because it meant that the guy was still alive and fighting for the good. The fact that he had accomplished so many great deeds with that sword was truly impressive. Vikop didn't understand what the man was talking about. The blacksmith thought that with the many life lessons that lay ahead of him, he would continue to grow, but the sword would never change. And if it breaks, it won't be the only one, since it will be very difficult for the guy to fight with a weapon that is not suitable for him. He hoped that his sword was not a burden to the boy, and this sword would not want that because it should be a support for its owner. Looking at the Viscount, the blacksmith said that he was not asking to change it right now, but he wanted him to think about it. The guy asked if he accepted personal orders, to which he received the answer that this sword was his latest work. Although the man sometimes thought about how quickly the boy had grown up, at times like these he definitely behaved like a child. Being afraid of something ending is a privilege of youth, but for someone his age it has already become normal. The man then asked if he would bring the sword back today, but what happened was that he had no immediate plans. Why did he think about it? Saying that he might have to use it soon, and even more than once. Turning his gaze to the blade, the man agreed, deciding to sharpen it before handing it back to its owner. After some time, the Viscount looked at his reflection in the blade. They say that it looks completely new, and as if even sharper than before. He then thanked the man, saying that he would continue to count on him, but he asked him not to come so often. The guy said that next time he would bring good quality meat, but the blacksmith replied that it would not be tasty to eat only meat. Smiling, the Viscount agreed, adding that in that case he would also take some good liqueur with him to add variety to the table. This satisfied the old man, who would be looking forward to it with impatience, after which he wished the boy good luck, looking after him. As soon as the boy had moved away to a sufficient distance, the blacksmith began to cough violently, deciding that it was time to rest today. Looking at the guy's back again, he thought that he was walking with such confidence that now he could easily get out of this quagmire. Meanwhile, the Viscount was slowly heading home to rest a little and think things over. Luke, who had been watching him the whole time, noticed that the guy suddenly disappeared, surprising the man. Smiling, he realized that he had good instincts. It was not for nothing that this boy received the armor of the Bayezid family. The Viscount, who was standing behind the old man, asked why he was following him, and he replied that he was simply going in the same direction. The guy claimed he had been following him since the town hall and seemed set for a fight from their first meeting. Looking at the young man, the old man thought that he liked this energy, and besides, he was able to control himself without releasing anger. He would be capable of even more than he thought, but Luke did not fully understand why he did this. It suddenly dawned on him that this young man had rebelled on purpose to provoke him. Luke said that he shouldn't have done anything stupid in the first place, because he didn't say anything then. The Viscount looked at him menacingly, saying that if he was not happy with something, he should tell him directly and not beat around the bush. Smiling, the old man thought that he really hadn't felt such a spirit for a long time. He missed this feeling, but he was glad to feel it again. He then declared that it was better to use swords than words, and with a sharp movement he reached for the hilt of his weapon. The boy thought that he was one of the first Bayezid knights, possessing countless techniques, and Sir Joseph was vouching for him. He didn't know his name or his reasons for doing this, but he was sure he had a good reason, after which the Viscount declared that he would start first. Without wasting any time, he rushed forward, taking out his newly repaired sword along the way, aiming it at the old man. Luke easily blocked his attack, saying that he had good skills but still had room to improve. The guy had no intention of retreating, continuing to press on the man, gradually increasing his speed. As they exchanged a few blows, Bacon noticed that he was deflecting all of his attacks with just the tip of his sword. It's not a coincidence, though. He only sees it from the feeling of their swords crossing, while this old man was fighting with an infinity of swords. Luke asked the guy in a disinterested tone if he was finished, but he replied in the negative, surprising the man. It wasn't his eyes that widened when he noticed that the Viscount had begun to concentrate his aura, infusing it into his sword. The old man thought that even in the shadows of light days, those who could use such a bright aura at his age could be counted on one hand. This picture made an impression on the old man, who also became interested in continuing the battle. Without wasting any time, the Viscount rushed into battle again, deciding to rely on his aura, hoping to defeat his experienced opponent. He began to shower the man with blows one after another, but he easily parried them without straining himself. The old man liked his passion, while the boy thought that he would not let him go, even though his techniques and experience might not be up to his. But he should still be stronger due to his age. He expected that he could make the old man tired. However, Luke didn't even think about giving up, smiling and stating that it was a treacherous act to rush into battle with an aura. The guy, irritated by such words, replied that he would see how long that smile would last on his face. The old man said that his strategy was not bad, but he decided to try it on the wrong opponent. Suddenly, the boy felt that it became a little harder to fight, while the man said that it was a physical boost. Barely holding back his onslaught, the Viscount thought that this power was not at all like the one he had just had. Raising his hand, the man said that it was too early for him to be surprised. If he adapted, he would be able to use it too. The Viscount understood that this was madness, because the old man was holding the aura-imbued sword literally with his bare hand. The guy decided to surprise his opponent by pulling a knife from behind his back and sharply waving it in front of the old man's face. He smiled, thinking that throwing away the sword was a smart decision, something that even a trained knight would hardly have come to. Only someone with the heart of a monster who is no stranger to using underhanded tactics would take such a risk. However, Luke wasn't going to give in to him so easily, and then concentrated his strength into his fist, directing it at the guy. The blow was so strong that it threw the guy back a fair distance, preventing him from grouping himself. Noticing how the Viscount skidded across the ground, crashing into the wall, the old man realized that he had overdone it without even realizing it. He quickly walked towards the guy lying on the ground, asking him if he was okay, thinking that his defense was weak. He remembered Joseph's words, who said that he valued him quite a lot, so he asked him to try not to harm him. For a few seconds, the old man stood thoughtfully over the Viscount, thinking about what to tell Joseph about this incident. Suddenly, the boy stood up, thinking that Gregory had said that everything was fine as long as the flames didn't go out, no matter what the situation. Luke didn't expect the guy to rush at him with such speed, but he managed to grab him by the chest, after which he hit the man in the face with his forehead. There was a short pause, after which the guy began to lower himself to the floor, slowly saying that it was unfair. Touching his forehead, which was enhanced by the aura, the old man replied that this could end badly for him. Why did he look at the unconscious guy, stating that he was definitely talented, so he was passing his test? Meanwhile, the older man was telling William that Sir Luke was now in sore, and he seemed to be interested in the Viscount. The bearded man calmly replied that he understood everything. His interlocutor smiled and replied that it brought him relief. William said that Sir Luke was a knight of the previous patriarch. Someone like him would be difficult for even him to deal with. And after he sighed and left, looking at their servants, he had a very bad feeling for a long time. He didn't know whether he should consider that they had restored their honor a little, or regret that this was the only one who could interest him. The interlocutor answered with a heavy voice that times were changing. Sir Luke was a living testimony to troubled times. At that time, he had risen to the rank of knight, starting out as a mere servant, so now he could not be interested in the servants of their time. William replied that no matter how times change, some things remain the same. When he sighed, it was not a simple insult. Moreover, he must have been deeply impressed, since San Rosino personally sent him the armor. The old man said that knowing it would make it even more special, while William decided he should send it to Sora. He thought that fortunately this was not the end. The old traditions of Bayezid continued to live, and all thanks to a single servant. A little while later, when the Viscount came to, he first of all insulted the old man, feeling how his head ached terribly. He then said out loud that he had never seen anything like this before, and couldn't believe that he was using the aura on his body instead of a sword. The voice immediately replied that he could learn a lot from him. Talents reveal themselves in a variety of forms. While the guy was saying that people probably respected him for his strength and competence, Someone immediately kicked into his room. He recognized Anna, who noticed that the guy had woken up, although at first she decided that he was simply talking in his sleep. He asked if she had been taught to knock, to which he replied that she did not have free hands to knock. The Viscount asked with displeasure why she was washing his things, since he was capable of doing all that himself. The girl smiled, answering that this was all the service of their tavern. They had to do this after all. He was a guest living on the most expensive floor. The guy was surprised by her tone, which sounded serious. Then he said that he did not have enough money to pay. Come to the table. Anna replied that everything is free for him. Just his presence here already helps them. Marcella said that this would be enough after all. He had the mayor of Sawara and the second son of the Bayezid family behind him. She also added that he was a full-fledged knight, but the guy replied that he was not quite yet and asked not to tell people about it. While unpacking his things, the girl found a purple handkerchief, asking that from what she saw, he was already a knight. As her tone suddenly changed when she read on the handkerchief, Lady Alice's knight, the Viscount shuddered, trying to justify himself. Anna said with a grim look that she felt some satisfaction from cutting his hair and helping him swing his sword. Feeling extremely awkward, the guy tried to thank her for this, but she immediately left the room, slamming the door loudly. Valuable people shine no matter where they are, and others will always want to have these people. After he handed over his role as the leader of the group and went to look for the boy, as he knew what happened that day, he was stopped by those who wanted to get valuable people, trying to catch him by any means possible. And right now, a crowd of people were chasing after one incredibly beautiful black horse, not wanting to let it go. However, the incredible boy who rode him that day was not in this place. He had to go through certain things on his own. That same evening, Luke, sitting opposite the Viscount, said that he would treat him a little more so that he would not be angry anymore. The disgruntled guy replied that some things cannot be bought with money, so he will not pay off so easily. However, he still said that he liked it very much. The old man replied that this armor is only given to promising services. When he received it the first time and for several days he did not let go of it, the Viscount asked that he already knew about it and still destroyed it. Without answering the question, Luke said that he wanted him to go somewhere with him to show the young master how useful he was. If he does not do anything useful during the delay, he will only create problems in the eyes of others. The boy decided that this sounded convincing, and to prove his usefulness, the old man suggested that they do something together. He wondered what the matter was about, but the old man only smiled and asked if the boy liked horses. A short time later, they joined some traveling traders, Luke saying that there was a rumor that a black horse was galloping through Sora. But one day she disappeared, as if she was swallowed by a ghost. Ethan replied that he had heard about it too. The scary one, they call her a ghost horse. The Viscount asked about this again, to which the guy replied that he did not have the best feeling about mentioning this. He was worried that this horse might be connected to the headless knight who controlled the ghost-like girls. The voice said that if you really are the ghost horse from the rumors, then they might actually be related. The guy asked if it was really possible to just lie around here, to which Luke replied that while they were with the traders, there was nothing much to do. The young man suggested at least examining the surroundings, but the old man asked him to just rest, and the horse itself would come looking for them. The Viscount looked at the man in surprise, asking again why she had to look for them herself, and how he knew this. The man replied that the horse, which people called ghostly, was not only fast but also behaved strangely. She watches her surroundings from afar, looking for people on horse-drawn carts or wagons, obviously with some purpose. She understands what is happening. This is not an ordinary horse, otherwise they would not be doing such things. The Viscount wondered why he had this bad feeling, because this horse might be controlled by the wrong people. The relaxed old man said that he didn't know what the guy was thinking about. Well, there was nothing he could do about it. No matter how much he thought, he himself will understand when the time comes, but for now, they can only wait for the horse to show up on its own. Luke thought the horse wasn't that important to begin with. He just wanted to keep a closer eye on him while he searched. After all, if he likes the guy, maybe he will teach him something, after which he asked how long he has been using the aura. After thinking for a few seconds, the Viscount replied that somewhere around 3 to 4 months. Luke said that was pretty fast. He explained that his progress in using aura compared to the time he started using it. Although it was curious that he still couldn't find his own color, this information intrigued the boy. Luke explained that the aura was a manifestation of his heart. The fact that he had not yet found his color meant that his world was not yet defined. The boy suddenly approached the old man's face, asking what he needed to do to find his color. The man stood up and asked if he had been taught about aura, to which he was told that he had only been taught the most important basics. The old man was sure that the grumbler had an idea of how he should be taught, so there was no need to tell him too much. Luke then smiled. advising him to show more of himself to the world and not hide too much in order to be more noticeable. Seeing that the boy did not understand, he explained that he needed to create something that would reflect his inner world. The knights call it a key. He asked the boy if he had seen the knights use aura, and then asked if that was all they used. This made the Viscount wonder out loud what other way they used the aura. The old man gave him a hint, asking if they were doing any special move, but the boy replied that he always found himself in some kind of emergency situation. Then he strained his memory even more, recalling the last battle with the owners of the aura when suddenly it dawned on him. They all made certain movements. Pablo held his sword in front of his shield. Gregory directed it parallel to his legs. Luke noticed that he remembered something after all, and said that this was the key, the tool, and the ritual for opening his heart to the wider world. The guy replied that he was simply giving in to the feelings of a certain situation, but this meant that he had not yet found his color. When the time comes, Jaeger will tell him about it, but it won't hurt to think about it in advance so that there won't be any embarrassment in the future. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened and a voice inside the boy ordered him to lie down. At the same second, Luke grabbed him by the back of the head and threw him to the ground. At that very moment, an arrow hit their cart, and a frightened Ethan asked what it was, noticing how it flew past. Noticing the arrow, Luke, who was still holding the Viscount, stated that it seemed that things would not go so smoothly. Then he shouted loudly that they had been ambushed and everyone needed to be on guard. Thus he wanted to warn the entire caravan. The people walking ahead heard this, but did not pay due attention to his words, when suddenly an arrow hit one of the men in the forehead. Someone pointed to a hill where there were bandits on horseback. There was an incredibly large number of them. The old man asked Ethan to drive the horse and hold it tighter so that it would not run away, and he immediately listened to him. Looking at the rather large detachment, the Viscount asked with surprise where a bandit could come from in such a place. The man explained that they were not just a bunch of bandits, they were much more problematic than ordinary ones. They were barbarians,